All right. Okay. Okay. Seen the images, guys. I've seen the images. He dead. He has no chance. No way is he getting out of that pickle. He dead. That's my verdict. Fuck me. Wait. He's dead as fuck. Does it change all that much in the region? Maybe. Maybe not. That's why you come to me for these incredible conclusions. What the fuck? Why does this camera never want to go the same way twice? Hey! Bro. Why are you not getting bigger, you fucking dick? Hey. Let's go with that. Oh my god. Hang on. That good enough? Fuck me. That's what she. Good one. Can't get anything past you guys. You guys are fucking sharp. Okay. You guys are too good. Too good for me. Lived like a rat, died like a rat. Whoa! Good one! Good one. No one's ever said that. No one said that. Bruh. Have you seen the pictures? Yeah, I've seen the pictures. Yeah, he dead. He is, he's dead as fuck. That's my conclusion. There's, he's not getting out of that one. There's no spin. There's no spin office going on there. The media office, I got nothing. Okay. Hey, why is Israel so effective in killing Hezbollah leaders without too many civil casualties, but it's so hard in Gaza? You know, I wonder if it's because Sinwar has free reign over all of Gaza, basically, or he did. Hamas did. Hezbollah only have certain parts of Lebanon. Like they got the south, the Bekaa, and South Beirut, Dahia. It's not like they have, and there's also a lot of opposition in there. Hezbollah are a lot less popular in Lebanon than Hamas are in Gaza. There's a lot more like institutional challenge to Hezbollah, which probably means there's more likelihood of informants, moles, traitors, just people who aren't involved with the group who are able to safely speak out against them or quite safely inform about them quietly. God, so this photo is a bunch of fucking IDF soldiers surrounding his body and checking him out. So the IDF has his body. Okay. The IDF has his body. Which means depending on how popular he actually was, or if he was just ruling with the utmost of an iron fist. Prelim DNA confirmed. It's him. It's obviously him. What are you talking about? It's him. If you want the photos, just go to Twitter. Just go to Twitter and put in Sinwar. You'll get a million photos. It's obviously him. Stop. DNA test. Bro, look, it's him. Okay? That's my position. Yeah, that's him. He dead. I don't even think it's possible they weren't even looking for him. At least in that operation. It's possible they weren't actually trying to get him in that operation. Because he wasn't with that many people. He was with like 3 people in a house. So it'll buff out. It's about a scratch. Yeah, well, you know, it's the usual, the Hasbroid fucking celebrations. People like Elon Levy, like, oh, he's in hell. I bet he regrets it now. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. What are you talking about? Like, how will this change anything? How big was his influence? I'll give you a take. Don't worry. I'll formulate and then I'll give you a take. Major, not safe for. Yeah, of course I've seen it. Yeah. Wait, what's this one? What tweet is this? Oh, yeah. The person who sends me all the memes has sent me this one. Yeah, this is like the first thing you see if you go on Twitter. It's very not safe for life. It's very, very not safe for life. Like, he's fucked up. He's dead. He's very dead. Whoever this guy, he is very dead. It's obviously him. I don't know why people are like, oh, DNA test. He's dead. My TLDR is I don't know if it's gonna guarantee fucking anything, but I think what we've learned about these organizations is they can sustain quite a lot of loss of their leadership because at the end of the day, the leadership is just a charismatic voice attached to the cause. It's not like cult of personality. I think it mattered a lot with Nasrallah. I don't know how much it mattered with Sinwar. I don't know. I think Sinwar's rule was much more you're liking this or I'll kill you. I think that was Sinwar's rule. Where did you see the video? I don't know if there's a video. There are pictures. Is there a video? I don't think there's a video. Make fun of Hassan more. Oh, don't worry, we will, because he responded to Ethan with some dumb shit. So we'll do that. But yes. Oh, wait, what? Hmm. What was this? Reddit? Me? Oh, you should see Hassan right now. Why is he crying? What's he doing? What's this? What did I do? 30 in 2 weeks. What are the odds Bibi takes his victory and ends the war in Gaza? That's not how it works. The war in Gaza. The war in Gaza is not contingent on Bibi deciding when it ends. Unless I know people are suggesting that. I know, like, it's okay. We'll go fucking criminal. Oh, is he doing the thing? He's probably. Oh, I know what he's doing. I'm wearing a different T-shirt, by the way. I'm not weird. These are just this. There's the same artist, but I've got two different T-shirts from the same artist. Is he? Is he watching the different print?
If you're not anti-Semitic, then you must have a problem with Hezbollah.
Oh, this one. I love it how he's so perplexed by that question. Like, what could you possibly mean? I'm pretty sure we've seen videos of him learning about Hassan Nasrallah's Holocaust denial and just kind of glancing over it.
Hezbollah is more pluralistic than like any of Israel's governing parties.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not really. That's
Shut
just
the fuck up. It's so. How did they get what? I turn these guys on for 5 seconds, and there's always some complete fucking dog
I like
shit.
That Asmongold
Hezbollah that had a fucking morale. Okay. Did my mic clip when I went really close to the mic? That's not good. Audio clip. Hmm. That is Felix from Chapo. Yep. No, he's dead, man. He's very dead. Unbelievable levels of dead. You're a bad man. What was that video of him at the... It was him at the Great March of Return. Like 1 week after the first protests. Talking about how we're gonna break through the wall and rip the hearts out of the Jews and shit. We've come out today and we will come out also in the next few days. Our people and our boys will surprise.
وسنخرج على مدار الأيام القادمة وسيفاجئ شعبنا وشبابنا وسيفاجئ شعبنا وسيفاجئ شبابنا العالم كله بما في جهد
The entire world with what they have put in store. Let them wait for our big push.
زحفنا
You
الكبير.
know what? I'll do it like this. He was doing like the MLK linking of arms with a bunch of guys as well, but he never actually went to the buffer zone. There were kids that did that.
سنقتلع الحدود.
We will take down the border and we will tear the hearts from their bodies.
وسنقتلع قلوبهم.
Unless it's an accurate translation, actually. Did I get memoried? Is that an accurate translation?
وسيفاجئ شبابنا العالم كله بما في جهبته ولينتظروا زحفنا الكبير. سنقتلع الحدود وسنقتلع قلوبهم.
Fucked up, bro. He dead. He's very dead. He's 106% dead according to accounting for inflation. Good one. When does Israel stop the war? What's their ultimate goal? I mean, their goal is a little bit vague, but I think the general idea is that they want Gaza to be governed by someone who's not Hamas and is going to try to do October 7th and shit. And the other goal is to get the hostages back. It's probably the two goals. Look at stream chat, thanks. Oh. The fuck? What am I looking at? What? Who
Today I'm gonna
decides who
talk
will
about
govern
how-
them? I don't fucking know. Probably the international community, I'd imagine. Whoever has at least some goodwill from the Palestinians that they won't just riot against them every day and that Israel can negotiate with. That's probably the two requirements. As far as I know, Sinwar's position on negotiating an end to the war was very much like, fuck you, what? Get out of my house and let me, give me concrete again. that was Sinwar's fucking proposal. That's what he wanted. He was like, leave, take the hostages, and give me a shitload of concrete. And some good men, and some pipes. This is what I have to watch.
Muslims
Why
of
do I
the
have to
Middle
watch
East,
this?
especially Arabs, named
My
themselves
God, that's me.
prior to modern times. And it's interesting for a couple reasons. One, if you do any reading of Middle Eastern history, the Crusades, or Islamic history, or any of that stuff, you come across a lot of names like these, and it can be a little confusing how they work. But it's also interesting, even if you don't read about Islamic history, because it gives a sense of how different naming schemes can be. Because we in the West, especially in the English-speaking world, especially Americans, I guess I shouldn't speak for anybody else, but definitely Americans,
You can speak for all the
think
Americans.
they kind of
Go
take
for
for
it, buddy.
granted how we name people and don't really think about it. The reason I feel that way is even in science fiction and fantasy literature,
Apparently, he was killed completely by accident by a small handheld mortar fired by a squad commander's course battalion. Completely based. They were trying to kill what they thought was 3 8-year-olds in a trench coat. Well done, IDF. If they, there's gonna be so many fucking conspiracies about the. There's gonna be so many conspiracies about the IDF strategy that all they were doing was just firing mortars randomly at Gaza in the hope that one hits them. Their intel's so bad that they're just like, listen, guys, just spray and pray, okay? Hmm. But it worked. Yeah, that's the NCV, you know, because I didn't even know that. There are still people out there who think that that death toll from the health ministry, 42,000, is like all civilians. There are still people like who think that. So now I think the NCV is going to be one sinwar for 42,000 Gazans. What is this? Your teeth look great. Do you floss? No, I floss sometimes. I should. I use an electric toothbrush. And I have about enough. I mean, my teeth aren't like so fucking tight together that the brushes don't go in between. So, screenshotted. I love you guys. You're so nice to me. You're so good for my self esteem. He's been ready. If death is written for me today, nothing will stop it from happening. If death isn't written for me today, nothing in the world can kill me. They all live on Imam Ali's words. Which Discord server is that? This person's white. This person's very white. And this person really doesn't like the fact that they're white. They try their best to de-white themselves. But they're white. This person's white. Anyway. Ah! It's a Hassan mod. Oh, okay. This person's so white that even if they were born black, they've turned white. Anyway, sorry. Never mind. He looks like your uncle in that picture. What, Sinwar does?
We are following.
You're going to watch the debate this morning with Crystal and Kyle. Who did they debate? I want to watch the Kamala interview. What debate? Huh? What am I looking at? Oh, they debated Hutch. On what? What did they debate on? What? Crystal and Saga are debating over Trump's dictator behavior. Interesting. Hutch made a video about Kyle. Did they debate, though? Or they're supposed to be? Hutch and Josiah? What the fuck happened? What'd I miss? Bruh. What server was that screenshot taken from? Oh, I think it was from... It was from Hassan's Discord, right? There's a Hassan mod. Is that... I think that blue is for mod? I think. Hutch criticized... I know Hutch criticized Kyle's takes, but where's the debate? I don't see a debate. Palestinians... Oh, he still gets good views on these stream segments. They're uploaded just about every day, right? Okay, not bad. He used to get millions for his Call of Duty. Okay, cool. It's been around for a while. I don't see a... So they haven't debated yet. What are you talking about? Oh, next video. Okay. You know what? I tried to get a conversation with Kyle about Palestine a while ago, but he never responded. He fucked me. I was thinking of, after yesterday, they're filming today. Yesterday I was. Oh, did he get invited onto Crystal and Kyle? That might be the case. I was thinking of you versus Kyle would be gold. Well, I think it would be because he's like a likable person as well. Like I feel like I would be able to argue with him and he wouldn't hate me, or he wouldn't try to suggest that He would. I don't think he would take me in bad faith. That's all I ask. You know. What was I supposed to look for? Oh, I saw that Ethan had to turn the comments off of his stream yesterday because it was getting so dogpiled
Oh my God.
by either audience overlap or Hassan's community. The ratio was really bad as well, which is so sad because Ethan made his case pretty clear. It was very easily digestible, and Hassan responded to it in the most Hassan way possible by just occasionally taking sentences from chat and interpreting them in the most bad faith way possible. Yeah. And just say, oh, he's obsessed. It's me. Yeah, fuck me. I know they're saying that Destiny wrote the script. I mean, I did think that some of the things that Ethan was saying were very similar to things I've heard Destiny say. Some of the things he said actually sounded like almost word for word what I would say. That whole thing about the big question about that Houthi kid being given access to the hostages, like he even worded the question in the exact same way that I always do every time that story comes up. But then I also thought, wait, these arguments are incredibly obvious. Every argument that he's making, it could have come from Destiny or me or someone else even, but then I thought, no, they're actually could have come from Willie Mack. Then I just thought, no, these are really obvious objections. They're actually, you don't even have to think about them. It's not like a light bulb goes off. You're just like, yeah, this is obvious. This is obviously wrong. Anyway. Would you talk to H3? Yeah, of course. I would talk to H3 every fucking day. He's a funny guy. He's got a big platform. Got a new audience that I probably don't know most of them. Yeah, damn right. Okay, what am I doing? Am I doing the Sinwar story? Let's watch this news item first.
Breaking news right now. The Israeli military is investigating whether the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, was killed in a strike in Gaza. Israel considers him the mastermind behind the October 7th terror attacks. Let's get right into this. Let's go straight to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv.
We're already at 1K. It's okay. I'm a growing person, growing human being. Thanks, guys. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is release notes of the new patch. Okay.
What more are you learning?
Well, Jim, this would be an earth-shattering development if indeed it is confirmed. The Israeli military says that they have killed what they describe as 3 terrorists in the Gaza Strip, one of whom they believe may be Hamas's leader, Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the October 7th attacks that set off this year-long war inside the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military is saying in a statement that, quote, the identity of the terrorists cannot yet be confirmed. They are also saying that this apparently happened in a building above ground in Gaza, which is extremely notable given the fact that the working assumption had been that Sinwar was hiding in tunnels for much of the last year. They also say that there are, quote, no signs of the presence of hostages in the area. Now, Sinwar has been, of course, a central figure in this war over the course of the last year. Not only did he greenlight the October 7th attack that set off this war that has now seen 1,200 Israeli civilians killed on that that day on October 7th. 1,200 Israelis, I should say, sorry, the majority of whom were civilians, but also, of course, more than 41,000 Palestinians have now died in the Gaza Strip, killed for sure by Israeli bombs and bullets. But make no mistake that Sinwar also bears some share of responsibility for launching this war. And certainly we have seen growing expressions of anger, including by Gazan civilians who have increasingly blamed Sinwar in the aftermath of Israeli airstrikes for the continued suffering, as they believe that he was hiding underground. We will see how this actually impacts the continuation of this war, and of course beyond that, whether or not this could perhaps make ceasefire and hostage negotiations easier to actually achieve, or whether instead the chaos that is likely to follow within Hamas following his potential death, whether or not that will make the situation worse. Jim.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, keep us posted. Thank you so much. We've got a lot of people to talk to about this. Let me bring in CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravid. Barak, your sense of things right now, obviously, as Jeremy was saying a few moments ago, there are massive implications if Sinwar is indeed dead.
Yes, definitely. I think it's highly likely that he is. There's no official statement by the IDF yet, but all the people I talked to say that he's dead. There are pictures of his body. I think everybody who takes a look at those pictures, it's clear to him that it's him. We're just waiting for the official statement. And, Yahya Sinwar was the mastermind of the October 7th attack. He is the one that decided to do it. He is the one that launched this attack that killed 1,200 people, most of them civilians, kidnapped 250 people. 43 Americans were killed in this attack. 12 Americans were taken hostage. This attack led to the most devastating war in not only in Gaza's history, but in the history of the Palestinian people, with more than 40,000 people dead, most of them civilians. And it all happened because of a decision of one man to launch this attack. So I think that this is...
It's maybe a bit simplified, but okay.
Again, I still want to say that there's a slightest chance that maybe it's not him, although I don't think so. But, if he is indeed dead, this is a dramatic moment for this war and a dramatic moment for the region. And it opens up the way for hopefully ending the war and moving on a new direction.
And Barak, yes, we all remember the horrendous images that came out of the October 7th attack. I mean, it's going to be impossible, I think, for anyone really to erase those images from their minds anytime soon. And I'm just curious, what kind of pressure does this put on the Israeli government to perhaps wind things down? Is there any appetite with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, to do just that? What's your sense of that?
My sense is that Netanyahu waited for exactly that moment, for this, victory picture, at least in Gaza. When you take out Yahya Sinwar, you can say, I won, even though Hamas hasn't been wiped out. It still exists. The situation in Gaza is super, super problematic for Israel, and there's no realistic day after plan. But for Netanyahu politically, in Israeli politics, inside his coalition, he can now say, we won. And therefore, we're ready to move on on another path, on a hostage deal, on ending the war, on trying to find a political solution to the current situation and not just continue on with this perpetual war.
Let me bring in CNN's Alex Marquardt. He is in studio with me. Alex, I mean, you've followed this very closely. I mean, this has big implications on a diplomatic front as well. I mean, we know the president right now is traveling. He has the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, with him. He has the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. And one of the things that we have heard time and again from Secretary Blinken through all of this is that one of the big impediments to getting some kind of deal that would release the hostages and perhaps start bringing this thing towards a ceasefire and a conclusion is Sinwar. He's been pretty, I mean, as much as there's criticism for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Blinken has made it very clear Sinwar has been a huge obstacle in all of this.
Yeah, when you listen to U.S. officials, particularly in the last few weeks, talk about the possibility of a ceasefire in Gaza, they essentially put Netanyahu and Sinwar on equal footing, saying it's not clear whether either of them has the political willingness to strike a deal. Now, you will often hear U.S. officials say that Hamas really is the impediment. Hamas has been changing the terms. We know that Netanyahu has also been changing the terms. Now, if Sinwar is off of the battlefield, a lot of the onus moves to Netanyahu. And he has a moment here, U.S. officials believe, where he can declare victory. He can say, we have decimated Hamas. We've taken 14,000, 15,000 of their fighters off of the battlefield. We've taken out their highest political and military echelon. It wouldn't just be Sinwar. It would be the head of the military wing, Mohammed Deif, and his deputy, Marwan Issa. So U.S. officials, who I've been speaking with this morning, no doubt see this as a moment where they could jumpstart the ceasefire negotiations that have been completely stalled in the water for the past few weeks. And more importantly, Jim, for months, the U.S. administration has seen the end of the war in Gaza, a ceasefire in Gaza, as the key to unlocking so much more, not just getting the Israeli hostages home, not just getting that critical aid into the Gaza Strip for the hundreds of thousands of people who are suffering so much in Gaza, but also ending the confrontations that Israel is facing with Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon, the increasing attacks by the Houthis in Yemen, as well as other proxy groups. So this really is could be a pivotal moment for not just the war in Gaza, but so much of these growing and brewing conflicts across the region.
Not to mention the tensions with Iran as well, which has been on the rise, of course. And CNN's Arlette Saenz is over at the White House for us. And Arlette, if you can pick up on that point from Alex Marquardt, because it's an important one. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said at the outset of all of this that one of the goals was to crush Hamas. Taking out Sinwar obviously gets him to that goal. By and large, what might be the domestic political implications in all of this?
$100. I have a picture from Israeli News of Sinwar's body. If you're curious, what really? You got those pictures of Sinwar's body. Those ones that are the first thing that you see when you go into Twitter. If you've been following this conflict for more than 3 seconds, what do you? Wow, that's is it classified? Oh my God, you have classified information. I see this classified information. How'd you get those? How many Jew shekels did you? I'm sorry. No, I've seen the. Yeah, thanks. I've seen them. Okay. How many jukels? I'm sorry.
It sounds like the White House is saying.
Yeah, I think he dead. What source? Who's the rat? I'm sorry.
That they see this as a goalpost for Netanyahu and for the Israelis.
Yeah, U.S. officials have long viewed the potential death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar as a potential game changer. And
that is not how you pronounce that name. What the fuck?
Post for Netanyahu and for the Israelis.
Yeah, U.S. officials have long viewed the potential death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar as a potential game changer, and their best.
Why is she laughing? The world's a better place without him, but he's like, it's still war, you know? Okay.
Chance to potentially bring an end to this conflict in Gaza, but also trying to tame some of the other tensions in the Middle East. Now, so far, the White House has yet to say anything publicly. They are likely waiting to see if the IDF does confirm that they killed Sinwar in operations within Gaza. But it would have major implications for the Biden administration, as they have spent the better part of the last year trying to find an end to this conflict. Now, officials have long viewed Sinwar as one of the major obstacles to achieving a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Just on Tuesday, National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby had said that there were no fresh negotiations underway and that Sinwar had shown no signs of wanting to have any serious discussions on this matter. So officials will be watching this confirmation if it comes very closely, and also trying to determine what it means not just for the war in Gaza, but also for the broader broader attention in the Middle East. But it also does come at a time when the situation in the Middle East, and specifically the war in Gaza, has been a major political issue in this 2024 campaign. It dogged President Biden as he was running, and it is now an issue the Vice President Kamala Harris continues to face, as there has been growing discontent among some people, including young voters, Arab American and Muslim American voters, about the administration's handling in this conflict. So we will see how exactly a potential death of Sinwar might play in the political season. But certainly this is something that the White House and officials across the administration will be watching closely. President Biden is on a plane to Germany for about the next 6 hours. He's on that plane with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Certainly they will be receiving updates throughout the day as they are waiting to hear if Israel is able to confirm that they have killed Sinwar.
Okay, let's look at Memory talking about him or showing clips of him. Because normally when this kind of news breaks, I will do like a 10-15 minute spiel about it and all my thoughts and a little bit of here's some things you might not know about the guy. But since I'm kind of haven't prepared for that because he died when I was about to start up stream. But apparently they've got like a 30-minute compilation of all his bullshit from 2017 to today. What happened there? Was he going for a fucking smooth?
زرعنا الأرض بالألغام وبالبارود ساقيناها بالشظايا وبطعم الموت شوفوا المركبة حركناها.
Bro, that kid's got no fucking idea what's going on. What the fuck? I wonder if the tankies will treat this like they treat the fucking Dalai Lama shit.
الأرض بالألغام وبالبارود ساقيناها بالشظايا وبطعم الموت شوفوا
Fucking smothering that kid. Jesus.
أنا الموجة تهد جبال لا مش قد البحرية احنا ضفادع بشرية أنا الحوت وأنا الأهوال على ظهر البحر خيال أنا الموجة تهد جبال لا مش قد البحرية.
That's pretty straight to the point. Okay.
قاسم سليماني تواصل مع قيادة القسام وتواصل مع قيادة السرايا كما نشر في الأخبار صحيحة. الرجل تواصل وأكد وقوف إيران ووقوف الحرس الثوري ووقوف فيلق القدس بكل ما يملك مع شعبنا من أجل الدفاع عن القدس وبقاء القدس عاصمة لدولة فلسطين. قال بشكل واضح إنه كل مقدراتنا وإمكاناتنا تحت تصرفكم في معركة الدفاع عن القدس، ولم يطلب ولم يشترط ولم يشجع على شكل من أشكال المقاومة. وأنا أقول لكم أنا جلست مع الرجل أثناء زيارتي لطهران عام 2012. مثل هذا الفعل النضالي الكبير من السابق لأوانه.
Wait, 2018 when?
2012.
May. Oh, this is just after the worst day of the Great March of Return, right? I think May 14th was the one where Hamas lost like 50 people in one day, where 60 people died and Hamas claimed 50 of them. That was the worst. I think that was the deadliest day of the Great March of Return. Yeah, 14th of May, so it's 2 days after. That's what he's talking about. Okay. Should probably provide some context.
مثل
Memory.
هذا الفعل النضالي الكبير
من السابق لأوانه أن نقول بأنه قد حقق أهدافه كاملة، لكن مما لا شك فيه أنه قد حقق جزءا هاما من هذه الأهداف. حتى اللحظة هذا الهدف الأول الذي تحقق، أنه هذه المسيرات قد أعادت إلى الوعي الفلسطيني والوعي العربي وإلى الوعي العالمي حقيقة تثبيت حق العودة كأحد ثوابت وحقوق القضية الفلسطينية وحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني الهامة. هذه المسيرات حققت هدفا آخر، وهو هدف أنه وضع القضية الوطنية الفلسطينية من جديد على طاولة العالم، حيث حاول بعض المنهزمين أن يروجوا أنه جدول أعمال العالم مزدحم ومكتظ وأنه لا متسع للقضية الوطنية الفلسطينية. ومن ثم هو من الصحيح أن موضوع شكل مقاومة الاحتلال تختلف من فترة لفترة وفقا لظروف ذاتية وموضوعية. هذا الوقت يناسبه هذه الوسيلة، قد تتغير الظروف وقد يلزم أن نلجأ إلى وسيلة المقاومة المسلحة، وحينها لن يتردد شعبنا ولن تتردد فصائله ولن تتردد حركة المقاومة الإسلامية في استخدام أي وسيلة تلزم ويوجبها طبيعة الظرف. العدو حين يقول بأنه نحن نستخدم الناس كدروع بشرية وندفع بهم إلى هذا السلك الزائل، نحن نقول بأنه هؤلاء الشبان وهؤلاء الرجال كانوا يستطيعون أن يلجأوا إلى خيار آخر، كانوا يستطيعون أن يمطروا مدن هذا الاحتلال بآلاف الصواريخ لحظة افتتاح سفارة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في القدس، ولكنهم لم يختاروا هذا الطريق. الكثيرون منهم خلعوا بذاتهم العسكرية ووضعوا سلاحهم جانبا، تخلوا عن أو لم يتخلوا، تركوا مؤقتا وسائل المقاومة المسلحة وانطلقوا إلى هذه الوسيلة الحضارية الرائعة التي يحترمها.
See, he's admitting that these were soldiers. He's admitting that this was an effort, like a conscious, coordinated effort by Hamas soldiers to move towards that fence, right? Yeah, okay. In civilian clothes.
هذا الظرف فرض شعبنا أجندته على العالم كله.
إذا ما اعتدت إسرائيل.
Some Israeli Twitter suggesting DNA says it's not him. Oh. Well, I only gave a 99.9% conviction, so.
إذا ما مارست إسرائيل عدوانا عسكريا على قطاع غزة سنشهد مفاجآت لم تكن مسبوقة خلال ما حصل في 2014 وقبل 2008 2009 وقبل 2012 من عدوان إسرائيلي على غزة.
بالتأكيد هذا شيء مؤكد ولا شك فيه. لقد طورت مقاومتنا في قطاع غزة قدراتها تطورا كبيرا بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى أولا، ثم بدعم الصادقين المخلصين الأحرار من أمتنا، وعلى رأسهم الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران، حيث أنها قد أمدت كتائب القسام وفصائل المقاومة بالكثير من المال والعتاد والخبرات بعد عدوان طبعا وقبل العدوان، لكن بعد العدوان بصورة خاصة بالكثير من المقدرات التي طورت قدراتنا تطورا كبيرا. نحن علاقاتنا ممتازة للغاية.
I've never heard someone pronounce Gaza like that. Huh, okay.
مع الإخوة في حزب الله.
He speaks Hebrew as well, doesn't he? I think he learned Hebrew in prison, in Israeli prison.
وهي متطورة بشكل رائع جدا، وهناك تنسيق وعمل مشترك واتصالات شبه يومية بيننا وبينهم، والعلاقات في.
Hamas said to Al Arabiya that Sinwar's dead. Confirm. Okay, yeah. Fuck it, obviously. Okay, don't put doubt in my head.
في أوجها وفي أحسن مراحلها، كما أن علاقاتنا مع الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران ومع
None of these interviews are October 7th. No, these are from 2017 until 2022.
الإخوة في قيادة الحرس والأخ قاسم سليماني في غاية القوة
Did you give up on reading in Arabic? No. I'm just learning very slowly, okay? I'm picking up some words. If I look away, I know when he's saying mukawama for resistance, because they say that a lot. I know when he's naming all the different countries.
والمتانة والحرارة والدفء. علاقاتنا مع الجمهورية الإسلامية ممتازة.
إسلامية.
رسالتي اليوم للمطبعين. اليوم عواصم دول عربية تفتح أبوابها على مصراعيها لنتنياهو ولوزرائه وللصهاينة المحتلين الغاصبين.
Quds, that's Jerusalem. He's gonna say that.
يدنسون قدسنا.
Hey.
أيها المطبعون استحوا لهم
That be
عواصمكم.
that was normalization or something. Normalize.
واستقبلوهم في قصوركم وبشوا في وجوههم وأكرموهم وأحسنوا وفادتهم. أما نحن هنا في غزة فلن يلقوا منا إلا البارود والنار. لن يجدوا منا إلا الشهادة. لن يجدوا منا إلا الموت والقتل. الضفة الغربية في عامين قدمت قرابة 300 استشهادي. هؤلاء الشبان والفتيات الذين خرجوا بالسكاكين يطعنون أو خرجوا بالسيارات يدهسون ويصدمون. لو كان وراهم قيادة تحميهم وترعاهم وتؤيدهم وتدعمهم بالمال والسلاح كما هو الحال في غزة لكان وضع قضيتنا.
Channel 12 said that the 6 hostages who were recently killed in that tunnel were the ones that Sinwar was keeping close to him for security. Oh.
غير ما هي عليه اليوم. نعلن أن هذا الصراع لن ينتهي إلا بزوال الاحتلال عن كافة أراضينا المحتلة، وحتى نعود إلى القدس ونصلي في رحاب الأقصى محررا مطهرا بإذن الله. هذه الروح روح رضعناها من أمهاتنا.
That means mother.
ترضعها الأمهات
He said it again.
مع الحليب لأطفالهن. هذا الصراع لن ينتهي إلا بزوال الاحتلال عن كافة ترابنا المقدس. كان لدينا في فصائل المقاومة بضع صواريخ جراد 20 زودتنا بها الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران، وبعض الصواريخ من الصناعة المحلية وبعض قذائف الهاون.
Okay, 1 minute. Where we get here? Okay. OV. Goodbye. Calling to nuke Gaza and shit. Fuck off.
وتفاجأ العالم بالمفاجأة التي فاجأت مقاومتنا بها الاحتلال حين ضربت مدينة بئر السبع بصواريخ جراد 40 كيلو. بعد 4 أعوام في عام 2012
That means 4.
ضربت مقاومتنا لأول مرة تل أبيب بصواريخ فجر من دعم الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران وصواريخ محلية الصنع. في عام 2014 ضربنا تل أبيب ب170 صاروخ، منها صواريخ فجر من دعم إيران وغالبيتها تصنيع محلي.
Yeah, man, I'm sure by being a little fucking piss baby, that's going to definitely strengthen your case. The fuck
بدعم
are you doing?
وإسناد مالي وفني من إيران أيضا.
I
إذا
see you,
قدر الله
chat.
سبحانه وتعالى وحدثت مواجهة وحرب مع هذا المحتل فسيتم دك تل أبيب بأضعاف مضاعفة مما دكت به في عام 2014.
How did they get him? It looks like they just fired a handheld mortar. I don't even think they were trying to get him. It was just like they just knew that there were 3 fucking fighters in some place. There was just a gunfight, I think.
وغيرها
Tank
من
shot.
المدن أيضا. أعيد وأكرر لولا دعم إيران للمقاومة في فلسطين.
Looks like, as in, that's what I heard in the news, not like I assessed the damage to his fucking skull and I was like, that looks like mortar fire. Wait, come on. Why, what the fuck was he out in the open? He was probably trying to move between places, or just because the IDF have been destroying so many tunnels and flattening so many fucking buildings that it's harder for them to move around. They might have just had their fucking escape route or whatever choked off.
لما امتلكنا هذه القدرات نعم لقد تخلت عنا أمتنا في اللحظات الحرجة والصعبة تخلت عنا أمتنا ودعمتنا إيران بالسلاح والعتاد والخبرات.
He was killed in Rafah.
لدينا اليوم مئات الكيلومترات من الأنفاق تحت الأرض.
Ummah can mean mother or nation.
مئات كثيرة من غرف التحكم والسيطرة والقيادة تحت الأرض وفوق الأرض.
Oh, really? Wait, what did he say? I thought that was fake. Who said that what? I thought the graphic with the command and control was fake. Oh no.
لدينا اليوم مئات الكيلومترات من الأنفاق تحت الأرض. لدينا مئات كثيرة.
Hundreds of kilometers.
من غرف التحكم والسيطرة والقيادة تحت الأرض وفوق الأرض. لدينا مئات وآلاف الكمائن التي لو فكر العدو أن يدخل إلى قطاع غزة فسيخرج له أبناؤنا ستخرجون له أنتم وإخوانكم من باطن الأرض ستتفتق الأرض
And our youth, okay.
برجالنا بشبابنا
Oh, shit.
يخرجون لدباباتهم من باطن الأرض بالقذائف المضادة للضروع التي صنعت في قطاع غزة. اليوم لدينا بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى وبتصنيع من شباب غزة الآلاف من هذه المضادات. لدينا اليوم بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى الآلاف المؤلفة من القذائف الصاروخية التي ستحيل مدن الاحتلال.
Sorry, I should really take timestamps for this because this is all fucking quite fascinating. Okay. When's this speech from? These are all between 2017 and 2022. So when did he say this one? to 2022. This is me trying not to be lazy here, okay?
نعم لقد
تخلت
عنا أمتنا في اللحظات الحرجة والصعبة تخلت عنا أمتنا ودعمتنا إيران بالسلاح والعتاد والخبرات.
So this one's from, okay, 2019. November 4th, 2019. All right.
لدينا اليوم مئات الكيلومترات من الأنفاق تحت الأرض. لدينا مئات كثيرة من غرف التحكم والسيطرة.
Timestamp. Okay, I'm gonna be fast. Okay, we're gonna type the shit out of this. This is from about 11:30. Okay, 11 minutes 30. We'll say. Okay.
لدينا اليوم مئات الكيلومترات من الأنفاق تحت الأرض. لدينا مئات كثيرة من غرف التحكم والسيطرة والقيادة تحت الأرض وفوق الأرض. لدينا مئات وآلاف الكمائن التي لو فكر العدو أن يدخل إلى قطاع غزة فسيخرج له أبناء.
Okay, don't worry about typos. We'll fix it all later.
عنا أمتنا في اللحظات الحرجة.
Read the statements for listeners. Kill yourself. Focus. Okay, I need to slow down. Fix it in post. It's the horrible, horrible ethos.
والصعبة تخلت عنا أمتنا ودعمتنا إيران بالسلاح والعتاد والخبرات.
Oh. Of traps. Okay.
لدينا اليوم مئات.
We now have hundreds of kilometers of underground tunnels.
لدينا مئات
We have
كثيرة
many hundreds
من غرف
of control and command
التحكم
rooms, both underground and
تحت
above
الأرض
ground.
وفوق الأرض. لدينا
We have hundreds and thousands of traps. And if the enemy so much as thinks to enter the Gaza Strip, our sons will go out. You and your brothers. You and your brothers will emerge from the belly of the earth. God, it sounds so fucking glorious, doesn't it? Okay, you and your brothers will emerge from the belly of the earth. The earth will spew forth our men and our youth. We'll go out to the... Okay. Don't need the rest, it's fine.
اليوم لدينا بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى وبتصنيع من شباب غزة الآلاف من هذه المضادات. لدينا اليوم بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى الآلاف المؤلفة من القذائف الصاروخية التي ستحيل مدن الاحتلال إلى خرابات وإلى مدن أشباح إذا ما قدر الله سبحانه وتعالى وارتكب العدو أي حماقة باتجاه قطاع غزة أو باتجاه قضايانا الوطنية الكبرى. وسترى وسيرى العالم أننا ما صبرنا على الجوع، ما صبرنا على الجراح، ما صبرنا على الحصار.
The graphic was to show they used hospitals. They did though. Like, that was shown, but anyway.
إلا لنبني قوة نمرغ فيها أنفك وأنف دولتك وجيشك في التراب، وسندق تلابيب ونجعل صفارات الإنذار تدوي فيها صباحا ومساء وليلا 6 شهور كاملة.
It's a bit of a false promise, but okay. May 26, 2021.
لي بصورة خاصة أن أخص الجزيرة بالتحية.
13,
فقد
15.
تيسر لي من غرفة العمليات التي كنت أدير العمل فيها أن أحضر الجزيرة بصورة خاصة. يمكن هذا خلى لها شوية خصوصية. لقد كانت الجزيرة أفضل منبر يعبر عن حقيقة موقفنا وجرائم الاحتلال، وأنا لا أنقص وسائل الإعلام الأخرى. الصورة كانت واضحة والفارق كان شاسع، البون كان شاسع بين الإعلام العروبي الوطني الذي يعيش هموم الأمة وينقل قضاياها، وبين الإعلام الهابط دون أن أذكر أسماء الذي حاول أن يسوق لرواية العدو وحاول أن يكون جزء من الحرب المعنوية على شعبنا وأمتنا. فكل التحية لكم أيها الفدائيون الأبطال.
Okay. All hail to you, heroic fedayin, which means self-sacrificer, more or less. Ah! Addressing Al Jazeera employees. Al Jazeera staff. Interesting.
سيناريو موجود ومعروف وباتت البروفا معمولة له. ستنطلق غزة بمقاومتها بكل قوة، وستنفجر الضفة الغربية بكل ما أوتيت من قوة. سيهاجم
I think this is after they've started planning October 7th, because it's 2022, right? This is probably after they've started making plans. No, definitely 23. Yeah.
شعبنا كل المستوطنات مرة واحدة، وسيقف لكم أبطالنا حتى من رجال الأجهزة الأمنية في الضفة الغربية على كل المفترقات وكل الطرق الالتفافية، وسيهاجمونكم في كل المستوطنات على كل أرجاء الضفة.
But I don't know if they just say this shit all the time.
وسينتفض أهلنا في الداخل المحتل. 1 مليون متظاهر أو أكثر سينزلون إلى الشوارع يغلقون الطرق. وأنا متأكد تماما أن لدينا في الداخل المحتل ما لا يقل عن 10,000 استشهادي إذا ما تم المساس بالمسجد الأقصى.
If the Al-Aqsa Mosque is harmed. Damn. Seems to be referencing October 7th plans. Hang on, how do I... Let's put another indent here. Seems to be referencing October 7th plans. I'm going to take all this as well. Ah!
سيهاجم شعبنا
People
كل
will...
المستوطنات مرة واحدة، وسيقف لكم أبطالنا حتى من رجال الأجهزة الأمنية في الضفة الغربية على كل المفترقات وكل الطرق الالتفافية، وسيهاجمونكم.
Wow, he's so fast. How do people do this? I feel like my WPM is pretty decent, but my god.
واحدة، وسيقف لكم أبطالنا حتى من رجال الأجهزة الأمنية في الضفة الغربية على كل المفترقات وكل الطرق الالتفافية، وسيهاجمونكم في كل المستوطنات على كل
Q in all the settlements
وسينتفض أهلنا
all
في
over
الداخل المحتل.
the West Bank.
1 مليون متظاهر أو
Blah!
أكثر.
And we'll just finish it there. Are people in the land occupied in 1948 will rise. Okay, gotcha.
1 مليون متظاهر أو أكثر.
1 million demonstrators or more.
وأنا متأكد تماما أن لدينا في الداخل المحتل ما لا يقل عن 10,000 استشهادي إذا ما تم المساس بالمسجد الأقصى.
1,000 martyrdom seekers if the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Man, Trump really fucked up by moving that embassy, didn't he? My god. That really triggered the absolute shit out of these guys. Each one of them will pick up a knife and stab. I think these are inferred, right? An Israeli. Okay.
سيجد كل واحد منهم إما
كله.
سكينا يطعن به أو سيارة
Take his
يدهس بها
car to run
أو
over.
زجاجة حارقة يشعل بها قلوبكم أو
Cocktail.
جالون بنزين يحرق بها هذه الغابات بها قلوبكم
That will burn your hearts.
بنزين يحرق بها هذه الغابات المترامية. بدوا يضحكوا على إنه بها قلوبكم أو جالون بنزين يحرق بها هذه الغابات.
Gallon of fuel to burn down those vast
100
forests.
كيلومتر دمروا من أنفاق
They're saying that they destroyed 100 kilometers of
أنا أقول لكم
tunnels.
أن ما لدينا من أنفاق في قطاع غزة يزيد.
Okay. That's probably an exaggeration, but okay. I feel like there's always this kind of, it's always like fascistic people who, it's either like you add a 0 to the number or you just double it. I think they probably had 250 I don't know if they had 5, anyway, whatever. The tunnels we have in the Gaza Strip exceed, these are all hard words to type, wow, kilometers.
على 500 كيلو متر. يعني لو صحت روايتهم فهم دمروا بس ايش 20%. والعهد علينا في قيادة المقاومة أنه لن ينقضي هذا العام بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى إلا وقد تحققت انفراجة كبيرة في
Before the end of the year. Oh, 2021? Okay.
الحياة
21, not 22.
الاقتصادية
Okay.
والإنسانية في قطاع غزة. لن ينقضي هذا العام ومشاكل قطاع غزة التي نجمت عن الحصار والحرب والتدمير كما هي.
Ow.
لن ينقضي وليسمع العالم أجمع. سنحرق الأخضر واليابس إن لم تحل مشاكل قطاع غزة. الآن بلينكن بيحكي على إنه بده يلعب على التناقض الداخلي وإنه أموال الإعمار بدها تيجي من خلال السلطة مش من خلال حماس على أساس نسكر على حماس ونقوي السلطة. نقول لبلينكن ولا غير بلينكن دعك من اللعب على إيه؟ على تناقضاتنا الداخلية. إحنا بنعرف نحل مشاكلنا مع بعضينا. فالشكر كل الشكر للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران التي لم تبخل علينا طيلة السنوات الماضية ولا على فصائل المقاومة الفلسطينية الأخرى بالمال والسلاح والخبرات والدعم في كافة المجالات بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى. فكان لهم فضل كبير جدا وكانوا معنا حقيقة وإن كانوا غير موجودين على الأرض كانوا معنا من خلال هذه القدرة التي دككنا بها العدو وزلزلناه زلزلة. أننا مع زوال إسرائيل وبالجهاد والكفاح المسلح. هذا عقيدتنا. يجب إزالة الاحتلال هذا وكنسه عن كامل ترابنا. لكن عشان الموقف الفلسطيني الموحد والقواسم الفلسطينية المشتركة وعشان في إرادة دولية قلنا بأنه احنا جاهزين نروح لهذا الخيار. ليس لدينا مشكلة إذا كان في استعداد لدى دول العالم الكبرى والمنظمات الدولية لإرغام الاحتلال على احترام القانون الدولي والقرارات الدولية بأنه نقيم دولتنا على أرضنا في الضفة الغربية والقدس وقطاع غزة مع تفكيك المستوطنات ومع إطلاق سراح الأسرى وإنهاء الحصار وعودة اللاجئين. إنه في إمكانية إنه يصير في مجال لهدنة أو تهدئة طويلة الأمد نسبيا.
What is تهدئة?
شك في الكلام هذا.
Oh, okay. Is this about that?
طيلة الحرب على تواصل مستمر إخواننا في الميدان يعني وفي بعض القطاعات المختصة مع الإخوة في لبنان. وكان هناك مستوى عالي من التنسيق وإحنا كنا موضحين لإخواننا في لبنان وفي حزب الله وفي الحرس وفي غيرهم بأنه هذه مجرد رسالة نوصلها للعدو وليست معركة حقيقية. وإحنا كنا واثقين بأنه إذا تدحرجت هذه المعركة وكبرت واشتد أوارها إحنا كنا واثقين بأنه سيكون هناك تدخل حقيقي وفاعل من المقاومة في كافة الجبهات. فيش شك أنه الدور الروسي دور مقدر ومعتبر. روسيا لاعب دولي كبير ومؤثر كان لها خلال الفترة الماضية والسنوات الماضية دور كبير. بالتأكيد خلال الأيام القليلة الماضية كان لها دور ونحن نعتقد أنه دورها يجب أن يكون أكثر فعالية
This is quite a long segment.
روسيا ممكن أنها تلعب دور كبير جدا في المعترك وفي الساحة الفلسطينية وفي ساحة الصراع في المنطقة. وإحنا واثقين بأنه مستوى التنسيق بيننا وبينهم إن شاء الله رب العالمين سيكون بمستوى عالي خلال الفترة القادمة إن شاء الله رب العالمين.
Okay, this is on Al Jazeera, June 5th. What's he saying here?
الإخوة الإيرانيين والإخوة في حزب الله اللي ما بخلوا علينا، واللي الآن إخواننا في فصائل المقاومة وفي كتاب الشهيد عز الدين القسام يرممون ويطورون ويعيدون بناء ما تم استنفاذه أو استهدافه في المعركة بمال ضخ الإخوة الإيرانيين خلال الأيام الأخيرة. يعني خلال الأيام الأخيرة وصل الإخوة في كتاب القسام في فصائل المقاومة مبالغ مالية بدأوا يشتغلوا في الترميم. الآن الإخوة الإيرانيين أو الإخوة في حزب الله أو جهات أخرى، طبعا في جهات أخرى احنا لا نستطيع أن نذكر اسمها اليوم لأنهم بيخافوا، الإيرانيين والحزب مش فارقة معهم، لأنه إيش بيشتغلوا بشكل معاكس للإرادة الدولية، ما يسمى بالإرادة الدولية، ومش فارقة معهم حتى يسرهم أن نعلن إنه هم بيدعموا المقاومة. الآن في إخوة عرب ومسلمين آخرين يدعمون المقاومة دعما سخيا وبإمكانات ومقدرات كبيرة. موضوع المقرات العسكرية أو الأمنية الموجودة بين السكان، هذه المشكلة كانت كبيرة جدا.
Wait, what did he say?
مسلمين آخرين يدعمون المقاومة دعما سخيا وبإمكانات ومقدرات كبيرة. موضوع المقرات
T1. Wonder where this goes. In regard to, he's probably going to say something interesting here. Don't know what. Maybe he'll say it's a lie. I don't know. With regard to our military or security headquarters that are located residential areas, this was a. Hang on. Oh, they're moving them, they're saying. Okay. He's saying, with regard to our military or security headquarters that are located in residential areas, this was a major problem in the previous bouts of fighting, comma. And at the resistance factions, we worked to gradually transfer these headquarters from populated areas Wait, did I miss something there? What the fuck? Did I just go back a minute? What the fuck? Why did I go forward? Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. We have succeeded in removing many of them, but some still need to be transferred. I wonder where they put them. Do we know? Do they? Okay. All right. That's an interesting statement. I wonder if there's like a longer clip of that. That might be to see where he goes.
ومن سيأخذ القرار بتكرار هذه الصورة باستباحة المسجد الأقصى فهو نفسه قد أخذ القرار باستباحة آلاف الكنس والمعابد اليهودية على امتداد العالم أجمع.
Oh, that's a good quote. Whoever makes the decision to repeat this desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be making a decision to desecrate thousands of synagogues and Jewish temples all over the world.
هذه الصورة تعني معنى واحد أن العدو يريد أن يحول هذه الحرب وهذه المعركة إلى معركة دينية. نحن نفضل ألا تتحول المعركة إلى معركة دينية. لكن إذا أراد قادة الاحتلال والمتطرفون عنده أن يحولوها إلى معركة دينية فنحن لها وقد قبلنا التحدي. لأن استمرار هذا الكيان بسياساته، أنا أقول لكم والله أراها رأي العين، سيغير شكل الكرة الأرضية، لأنها حرب إقليمية دينية ستحرق الأخضر واليابس. الآن مع العالم فرصة أنه يطلع ويتحرك للحيلولة دون وقوع هذه
Oh no. The go be gay in the Middle East shit is extra wild. Yeah, man, a lot of these countries are awful on gay rights. They haven't had a fucking moment where the gays can go out and protest because the American-backed fundamentalists that were the best at killing the popular secular commie-adjacent leadership, and now they run the show. Okay. Okay. He's so fucking dense, man. You realize that like Hezbollah assassinated fucking leftists. Like that's okay. And they were backed by Iran and Syria. It's not that chill. The fuck. Fucking crazy fuck. All right. It's literally the fucking Drake meme. American-backed fundamentalists, like, oh no. But Iran-backed fundamentalists, aha. Okay. Soy. I don't care. Not interested.
تدخل في مسارات الله أعلم وين تصل. لكن نحن كفلسطينيين وكعرب وكمسلمين ونحن في محور وتحالف القدس نقول بشكل واضح أننا على أتم الجهوزية والاستعداد للدفاع عن أقصانا. انكشف قبل أيام أننا قد أعددنا في الرشقة الأولى
It's a very precise number of rockets.
حين يلزم أن ندافع عن الأقصى 1111 صاروخ. الأهم من الرقم لماذا 1111 1111 11 يعني هو ذكرى استشهاد القائد الخالد أبو عمار. هذه الرشقة اسمها رشقة الشهيد أبو عمار. يا أهلنا في الداخل المحتل، في النقب، في المثلث، في الجليل، في حيفا ويافا وعكا واللد، ليجهز كل واحد عنده بندقية بندقيته. ومن ليس عنده بندقية فليجهز ساطوره.
Holy
أو
shit.
يجهز بلطه أو سكينه. إذا أرادوها حربا دينية فقد كسروا الخطوط الحمراء، ويجب أن نكون على أهبة الاستعداد. صورة المنطقة يا أهلا.
Is it bad that all I'm thinking is you shouldn't have moved the fucking embassy to Jerusalem? But I don't know. Would it have definitely stopped it? But it did not fucking help, bro. It did not. You understand that people keep saying, oh, it's the blockade, it's the material conditions and all that. Bro, these guys care, like Hamas and these people are so much more fucking incensed about Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa than they are about any of the others. You notice how so much, like such a massive proportion of their fucking discourse is about, it's about Jerusalem. It's about Al-Aqsa. Same with Arafat and the negotiations. People say it was all about right of return. It's not entirely true. Like, Arafat cared more about Jerusalem than he cared about right of return. The sticking point on Al-Aqsa was fucking insane. Okay. People, bah. under occupation inside. I don't know why they do this for Israel. Is it because he's saying something else? Why do they put Israel in brackets? And recognizing settlements. Negev, the triangle, the Galilee, Haifa, Jaffa. Does kulla mean gun? I don't know, he keeps hearing that word. Jaffa, Accra, and Lod. I don't know. Lid. Should prepare it. And whoever does not have a gun should prepare his cleaver, axe, or knife. If they want a religious war, they will be shattering all red lines, and we should stand.
يجب أن تكون نار مشتعلة إذا أرادوها حربا دينية مقدسة وإذا لم يوقفوا استفزازاتهم لمشاعرنا اتجاه مسجدنا الأقصى المبارك فإنني أريد أن أخاطب جماعة القائمة العربية الموحدة وعضو الكنيست منصور عباس.
Oh, Mansour Abbas. Oh, what's he saying about him?
إن تشكيلكم شبكة أمان لهذه الحكومة التي تأخذ القرار باستباحة المسجد الأقصى هو جريمة لا يمكن أن نغفرها لكم.
Oh, they're just saying the Zionist entity. That's what I thought they were saying. I didn't want to jump to the conclusion, though. I'm just going to write what he's actually saying.
باسمي وباسمكم وباسم أهلنا في قطاع غزة وباسم شعبنا الفلسطيني أحيي الأبطال الذين نفذوا العملية صبيحة هذا اليوم فجر هذا اليوم في أرئيل قرب سلفيت.
Were there attacks on settlers on April 30th,
يا أهلنا يا أحبابنا.
Interesting.
إذا ما تضافرت جهودكم حتى نهاية هذا العام سيتم تفريغ الضفة الغربية من المستوطنات بالكامل كما تم تفريغ مستوطنات قطاع غزة. يا أهلنا في الضفة الغربية يا شبابنا في الضفة الغربية لا تنتظروا قرارا من أحد وقد أثبت العمل الفردي أنه ينجح وبصورة متميزة. عمل فردي بس 2 3 كحد أقصى وما حدش يعرف ولا تكتبوا على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي لأن العدو براقب مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي بشكل مليح. اليوم احنا قادرين بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى أن ننطلق لنحقق إنجازا كبيرا في الضفة الغربية. في غزة نحن نقول بشكل واضح وبدناش نحكي كتير. سنبدأ إن شاء الله رب العالمين خلال الفترة القريبة القادمة بالتنسيق مع محور القدس بتشغيل الخط البحري لقطاع غزة.
Okay. I want to take a note of a lot of these, actually. Oh no, these are fuck. 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 Okay. Okay. So we've got this one. Praising Al Jazeera. Referencing October 7th plans. What do I summarize this one as? Oh. Apparently moving military HQ away from residential areas. Okay. Okay. Importance of Al-Aqsa. Okay. Tunnels. Okay, I need to get some of the previous ones because that was all very fascinating. Okay. Okay. This is from 2021, May 24th. 21. I'll just put it here. Fuck. Ugh. May 24th, 2021. Is memory reliable? I don't think I've ever seen them do a bad translation yet. At least I've never, because there's always like at least some Arabic speakers in chat. I've never heard anyone be like, these are bullshit. What the fuck are they doing? This is like bad translation. Obviously, they're selective of things that make these people look bad. But okay. Look at the printer transcript button to get subs in seconds. Fuck that. I do things the hard way. Okay. Weird child soldier shit. It makes sense because like how stupid would you have to be to just have your go-to website for showing up Hamas and fake Arabic translation? It would be so dumb. What was the 2017 one? Did I care about this one? No, I didn't care about that one. Oh, this one was important, I think. What did he say here again? Oh, the right of return, world's agenda. Okay. Oh yeah, this was really interesting, this one. This was on May 16th, right? Am I wrong? Hey, May 16, 2018. Okay.
مثل هذا الفعل النضالي الكبير من السابق لأوانه أن نقول بأنه قد حقق.
And this was from 2:30. Okay.
حقق أهدافه كاملة، لكن مما لا شك فيه أنه قد حقق جزءا هاما من هذه الأهداف.
Goals.
حتى اللحظة هذا الهدف الأول الذي تحقق إنه هذه المسيرات قد أعادت إلى الوعي الفلسطيني والوعي العربي وإلى الوعي العالمي حقيقة تثبيت حق العودة كأحد ثوابت وحقوق القضية الفلسطينية وحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني الهامة. هذه المسيرات حققت هدفا آخر، وهو هدف إنه وضع القضية الوطنية الفلسطينية من جديد على طاولة العالم، حيث حاول بعض المنهزمين أن يروجوا إنه جدول أعمال العالم مزدحم.
IDF posted the photos. Okay.
حاول بعض المنهزمين إنه وضع القضية الوطنية الفلسطينية من جديد على طاولة العالم، حيث حاول بعض المنهزمين أن يروجوا إنه جدول أعمال العالم مزدحم ومكتظ وأنه لا متسع للقضية الوطنية الفلسطينية. ومن ثم هو من الصحيح أن موضوعية هذا الوقت يناسبه هذه الوسيلة. قد تتغير الظروف وقد يلزم أن نلجأ إلى وسيلة المقاومة.
Oh, okay. Despite people saying that they tried non-violence with the March of Return and then said, oh, look, they're just shooting us, let's go back to it. He's already like anticipating going back to armed struggle in the middle of the marches. Okay. I guess this is after the worst day, but let's see. Okay. Circumstance might change and we might have to return to the armed struggle.
مع المسلحة، وحينها لن يتردد شعبنا ولن تتردد فصائله ولن تتردد حركة المقاومة الإسلامية في استخدام أي وسيلة تلزم ويوجبها طبيعة الظرف. العدو حين يقول بأنه نحن نستخدم الناس كدروع بشرية وندفع بهم إلى هذا السلك الزائل، نحن نقول بأنه هؤلاء الشبان وهؤلاء الرجال كانوا يستطيعون أن يلجأوا إلى خيار آخر، كانوا يستطيعون أن يمطروا مدن.
It's not exactly the most interesting counter argument, is it? It's like they're saying we used human shields by sending them towards the fence, but we could have fired missiles. Like, okay.
هذا الاحتلال
I want to take that whole quote down, actually. It's quite interesting.
أن يستطيع العدو.
Let's see how fast I can do this. Okay. Let's give me a head start. Enemy says that we use, people as human shields.
حين يقول بأنه نحن
But we
نستخدم الناس كدروع بشرية وندفع بهم إلى هذا السلك الزائل، نحن نقول بأنه هؤلاء
youth and men could have opted for another option. Good. They could have rained thousands of missiles down on the cities of the occupation when the US
ولكنهم لم يختاروا هذا الطريق. الكثيرون منهم خلعوا بزاتهم العسكرية ووضعوا سلاحهم جانبا، تخلوا أو لم يتخلوا، تركوا مؤقتا وسائل المقاومة المسلحة وانطلقوا إلى هذه الوسيلة الحضارية الرائعة التي يحترمها العالم والتي تناسب هذا الظرف. فرض شعبنا التي يحترمها العالم لو تركوا جانبا، تخلوا عن أو لم يتخلوا، تركوا مؤقتا وسائل.
Okay, gotcha. What's he saying in 2018? May. This is during March of Return again.
إذا ما اعتدت إسرائيل، إذا ما مارست إسرائيل عدوانا عسكريا على قطاع غزة، سنشهد مفاجآت لم تكن مسبوقة خلال ما حصل في 2014
وقبل 2008
2009 وقبل 2012 من عدوان
كبيرا بفضل الله سبحانه وتسام وفصائل المقاومة. لكن بعد
It's just about Iran giving them arms and Hezbollah. Okay, don't care. Soleimani, okay. November 2018.
عواصم دول عربية تفتح أبوابها
Shitting on normalizers.
المطبعون افتحوا لهم عواصمكم واستقبلوهم في قصوركم وبشوا في وجوههم، أما يجدوا منا إلا أن يلقوا منا إلا.
Okay. November 2018. Shitting on normalizers. I'll take this one down as well.
غاصبين لنتنياهو عواصم دول عربية تفتح أبوابها على مصراعيها لنتنياهو ولوزرائه وللصهاينة المحتلين الغاصبين الذين يدنسون قدسنا. أيها المطبعون افتحوا لهم عواصمكم واستقبلوهم في قصوركم وبشوا في وجوههم واكرموهم واحسنوا إفادتهم. أما نحن هنا في غزة فلن يلقوا منا إلا البارود والنار، لن يجدوا منا إلا الشهادة.
Okay.
لن يجدوا منا إلا الموت والقتل. الضفة الغربية في عام.
Okay, West Bank. Oh. This is like 7:30-ish. Praising attacks in the West Bank. These young boys and girls used knives in their attacks. Oh.
سكاكين يطعنون أو خرجوا بالسيارات يدهسون ويصدمون لو كان وراهم قيادة تحميهم وترعاهم وتؤيدهم وتدعمهم بالمال والسلاح كما هو الحال في غزة لكان وضع قضيتنا غير ما هي عليه اليوم. إلا بالله.
Only end with the end of fucking Israel, blah 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 blah. It's all very obvious. Okay. Hundreds of tunnel. Okay, good. We're done. Good. James Crawford, thanks for 10 euros. Really appreciate that. Pounds. I'm so sorry. Why would I call them euros? Oh. Okay. Huh. Okay. Blah. This is the earlier one. This is from April 6th. One week into March to the GMR. Let's take this one down. We have come out today, and we will come out also the next few days. Our people and our boys will surprise.
وسنخرج على مدار الأيام القادمة وسيفاجئ شعبنا وشبابنا وسيفاجئ شعبنا وسيفاجئ شبابنا العالم كله بما فيه
Entire world with what they have in store.
زحفنا الكبير
Let them wait
سنقتلع
for
الحدود
big push.
وسنقتلع قلوبهم
Take down the board. Oh, fuck me. What did he actually say instead of with Israel? Did he say with like the entity or some shit? Or did he just say with his, what did he say? Just the border? Or are they just inserting the with Israel so people know what border he's talking about? As if we're like confused about which other border he might mention. We will tear out their hearts from their bodies. Might be saying the occupation. I want people to know, who know what exactly he said. I try one more time. What exactly did he say where they're putting Israel in brackets?
فلينتظروا زحفنا الكبير سنقتلع الحدود وسنقتلع قلوبهم.
What did he say? What's he saying? Were you taking quotes for video incoming? Oh, it's just so I can have them stored just in case. Because I remember that when I'm learning stuff on stream and I don't take notes and I forget where I found the videos and everything, I just I get really triggered. I don't like it. Okay. Debate ammo? No, it's just so I can know. It's just so I can refer back to it. If I ever want to do a segment on it one day, or if I ever want to reference it another time, it's if I want to just remind myself. I say, yeah, it's just like, it's for learning for its own sake is not a sin. Okay. War. Get it. You need to archive and download. Fuck you. I know. One day I'll actually organize my life, but who? You should just interview him. I don't think that's likely. Ben Thorpe wants to discuss the morality of assassinations with me. Progressive Windsor, thanks for the 5 gifties. I really appreciate that. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Okay. Okay, you guys want the TLDR, the story. Yahya Sinwar, leader of Hamas in Gaza since about 2017, is dead. There were some pictures circulating on Twitter of a very mushed up looking man with a big dent in his skull. Bit of a graphic thing going on with his leg as well. He dead, okay? It's confirmed. It's confirmed by Hamas. It's confirmed by Israel. He dead. It doesn't even seem like the IDF were trying to get him in the operation. They think there was just there was a gunfight in Rafah, I think. 3 people died because of tank fire and mortar fire onto this building that they were in. And one of the people was Sinwar. They just kind of like stumbled into him, I guess. Another thing that we've learned since the just today is that those 6 hostages who were killed, who were shot, and then left in a tunnel, the tunnel that was underneath the child's bedroom with the Disney pictures, that was confirmed by an international journalist. He apparently they were with him. He was using them as protection, but there was a certain point in the operation when I guess they either maybe some people got injured or they just couldn't bear them as a burden or they had to leave too quickly. So something happened, or they were just reacting to, I think, other events, maybe with Lebanon. But yeah, they shot them. They just shot 6 of them and ran away. So, but yeah, that's him. They've got Sinwar. He is dead. The Hamas leader of Gaza of the last 7 years is kaput. What does it mean? Well, let's first of all just get some understanding for who Mr. Sinwar is. Like many Hamas leaders, he was born to a refugee family. He grew up in Khan Yunis. His original family came from Ashkelon, actually, South Israel. They fled or were expelled from Ashkelon in the 48 war. He grew up in the Khan Yunis refugee camp. He studied, I think he just did Arabic studies. He was already a bit of a naughty boy when he was younger. He abducted Israeli soldiers in the 80s. He killed suspected collaborators in the 80s as well. He was imprisoned by the Israelis for 22 years. He got released in exchange for Gilad Shalit. He was released. He was one of the 1,026 people who was released in exchange for Gilad Shalit, the Israeli soldier who was kidnapped in just outside Gaza. What's interesting about Sinwar is that when he was in Israeli prison, I think he actually learned Hebrew. He was also a patient when he was in Israeli prison. He had cancer. He had a tumor. Yeah, I don't know if it was cancer. Yeah, he had a brain tumor, and it was removed by Israeli doctors. Yeah, so they saved his life. But he was released in exchange for Gilad Shalit and sent back into Gaza. And in 2017, he was elected the leader of Hamas in Gaza. Previously, the leader was Ismail Haniyeh. So, his rule in Gaza is basically described as very autocratic. They see him as basically ruling with an iron fist. He replaced Haniyeh, who eventually went on to live in hotels in Qatar and in Turkey. So, when he had control over Gaza, he ruled with an iron fist. He was notorious for murdering people who were suspected of being collaborators, to the point that he actually got branded as the butcher of Khan Yunis. So very aggressive leader in Gaza. And a lot of Hamas's activity in Gaza was in large part dictated by him. One example is the Great March of Return. So there was a period in the sort of like late 2010s where he would basically boast this idea of like peaceful popular resistance. Now, as we know, if you've ever seen my research on the Great March of Return or even just watched some videos, is these marches were in large part peaceful. They were organized by civil organizations and civil leadership. And even like when Hamas and PIJ and all those people got involved, it was their civilian wings that were involved. The Al-Qassam and Al-Quds brigades were not officially involved in the organization. They would do sort of similar MLK kind of stuff where they would disarm people. They would search people for weapons at the events. And they would also link arms and do their little marches for the cameras. But what was also happening underneath the surface was that on one side of the road, you had tents, you had families, you had kind of festive activities, talks, poems, music, everything. But on the other side of the road, where the buffer zone is to the fence, you had very, very much smaller groups of people attacking the IDF, trying to attack the border fence. And their intentions there were quite clear. So this is Sinwar on April 6, 2018, 1 week after the first march. He's saying, we have come out today and we will come out also in the next few days. Our people and our boys will surprise. The entire world with what they have in store. Let them wait for our big push. We will take down the border and we will tear out the hearts from their bodies. So he was very tactical, Sinwar. Sinwar was very good at tactics. He openly said that the goal of the Great March of Return was to restore the right of return to Arab and international consciousness. And he also said that it was to place the Palestinian cause on the international agenda, right? He also actually more or less admitted, as Hamas did as well, that this is 2 days after the bloodiest day of the Great March of Return, when like 60 people died. Hamas would eventually claim 50 of them. He even kind of admits here that rather than using missiles and rockets, Hamas soldiers took off their military uniforms and put their weapons aside, and says, turn this into a wonderful civilized method. What we also know, and even the UN report says this, is that Hamas were literally coordinating people into different units of like, you had like tire burning units, and you had fence cutting units, and you had Molotov cocktail units and incendiary balloon units. Yeah, they really were soldiers. Some of them were, yeah, like the key directors of the marches were. Obviously, civilians joined in and civilians engaged in that action as well. But yeah, it was like Hamas and Sinwar were very much involved in the direction of that, the attacks on the fence. I don't know how much they were involved in all the nonviolent stuff that was happening on the other side of the road, but the efforts to, fight with the IDF, yeah, Hamas were disproportionately represented in those attacks, yes. And we also know, and you can see this from the Great March of Return as well, that Sinwar has this tendency to encourage very young people to fight. There's a bit of a misconception about the Al-Qassam brigades. They don't use, quote unquote, like child soldiers. The Al-Qassam brigade does not conscript people who are under 18 usually. Sometimes they will. It's quite rare though. Islamic Jihad, I think, do it a bit more often, but it's still, most of their fighters are adults. They're over 18. Most of them are over 20. But that doesn't stop them from encouraging civilian youth, under 18s, sometimes even under preteen, to fight with Israel. There's one pretty popular video of him that goes around of him engaging in some pretty weird shit with a child soldier, or at least promoting the image of child soldiers.
خلت كافر وقول انا وما الموجة تهد جباله لا مش قد البحرية رحنا ضفادع بشرية.
Musical people. Anyway, sorry. They will. So this was a large kind of strategy that he would push. You say Hamas recruits boys down to 13 to 14. The youngest I've ever seen on the Al Qassam website was 15 when they joined, but it's very few and far between. However, encouraging young people to fight with the IDF, just out like to engage in hostilities, but not being within the army. Oh, they'll do that all the time. When he speaks about tunnels, when he's speaking about how many hundreds of kilometers of tunnels they've built in 2019, he'll talk about having, if the Israelis attack, then people will emerge from the belly of the earth. The earth will spew forth our men and our youth. He'll always mention the youth. When he was talking about his aspirations for attacks on Israel, there's a few things mentioned in this compilation where he is quite clearly alluding to October 7th, because I think we know now from captured documents that Hamas were trying to solicit support from the Iranians and from Hezbollah to help them with October 7th, to join in the effort. Iran and Hezbollah effectively said no, not flat out, but they said no. They said it wouldn't be like a coordinated attack. So Hamas eventually realized that they were going to have to go by themselves. And Sinwar, through these documents, it shows that they were, even from 2019 and earlier, they were preparing their tunnel networks. They were doing things that they hadn't done previously, like installing blast doors and stuff like that. So they were, this is a different article. They were anticipating it for quite a while. And they were also hoping that the initial attack would inspire as many people as possible from the West Bank and Israel and other countries to join in. So I think when he's actually, this is interesting because he's addressing Al Jazeera journalists when he was saying this in 2021. He's addressing Al Jazeera journalists and praising them as fedayeen, which means self-sacrificer. He's praising them in the propaganda war and everything. And he's telling them that at some point, he's saying that the people will attack settlements all at once. This will be the West Bank. He's talking about how people will be waiting at junctions and bypass roads, and that they'll attack people in the settlements and all over the West Bank. And even the people in the 48 lands, so Israel proper, will rise up. There will be 1 million people demonstrating and protesting, or there will be 10,000 martyrdom seekers if the Al-Aqsa Mosque is harmed. We'll come back to that in a second. He's talking about how people in Israel, like Palestinians in Israel, will pick up knives and stab Israelis, or like run them over with cars, or throw Molotov cocktails at them. So they were anticipating a region-wide uprising against the Israelis. And this rhetoric of Sinwar is shifting largely from what he considered a less violent approach, like the March of Return, like a less armed approach, to this, not because they were disillusioned by the failure of peaceful protest, okay? That's the Western narrative. It's stupid, okay? No. But the West is not entirely blameless for why this shift happened. In large part, this shift happened because, one, I guess because the March of Return had kind of exhausted its ability to gain things for them, and because people lost interest. People didn't really want to go along with just running towards the fence and getting shot, right? That wasn't really that appealing to a lot of people because they're not really causing any damage on the other side. And a lot of people got injured and killed. So, but one bit of Western policy that actually you can tell is being referenced again and again when Sinwar is talking about attacking is the aggression, he calls it, on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Al-Aqsa Mosque in the old city of Jerusalem. And this is in large part, and he references it quite a lot, is because after Trump moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, signaling to Israel that he supported a unified Jerusalem, that the east of Jerusalem would not ever have to go to the Palestinians in a peace deal. And later on, actually, Trump's peace plan confirmed that, because he said that in the peace plan, the Palestinians would get East Jerusalem, but they kind of lied about what East Jerusalem was. Their vision for East Jerusalem under Trump for the Palestinians in Trump's peace plan was that they would take one neighborhood from the very far east of Jerusalem called Abu Dis and just rename it to Al-Quds. So they wouldn't get the Temple Mount, they wouldn't get Al-Aqsa compound, none of that shit, right? They just literally said, take this little neighborhood and just rename it. Right? That was the plan. It was such an insult, like Dis. It was called Abu Dis. It was a Dis. Yeah, get it? Okay. So, and what people, I think a lot of people like don't really understand is that as far as key issues for Palestinians, it's not like material conditions, like not really. At least that's not how they see it. That's not the kind of thing that they talk about that much. It's not necessary. It's not like the blockade is definitely part of it. The occupation is part of it. The settlements make them angry, all these kind of things. But the real things that they talk about are national narratives. And the two big national narratives are, one is the right of return. That's a big thing for them. But the other really big thing for them, and this was the big sticking point in all the peace negotiations with Arafat, and this is what Sinwar speaks about a lot as well, is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's Al-Quds. It's the liberation of that entire area where the Temple Mount is the old city for the Islamic world. So when Trump moved the embassy to East Jerusalem, this resulted to West Jerusalem. But when he moved the embassy to Jerusalem, this emboldened a lot of far-right nutcases in Israel, particularly Itamar Ben-Gvir, to go to the Al-Aqsa compound and start attacking the mosque. So Ben-Gvir would take a bunch of dipshits up to the mosque and they would harass Muslims and attack the mosque, right? And there would be fighting in the mosque. It's like they see it as desecration. So when you see Sinwar saying things like, there's even one of these speeches later where he says that we don't really want a religious war, but if you're going to bring it, we're going to hit you back, right? Like, yeah. So he, like I think in 2022 he was saying, whoever makes the decision to repeat this desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be making a decision to desecrate thousands of synagogues and Jewish temples all over the world. Plot twist, as some people in chat have mentioned it, the mosque itself, I don't think was actually attacked, but settlers did go there and cause a bit of a fucking stir up, right? That's like Ben-Gviroids went there and to that area and made people mad. So actually, I'm going to double check that. There were rock fights in the complex. No, wait, sorry, wait. Chat is downplaying, though. They didn't storm the mosque. The police went into the mosque and fought with people. But no, there were fights in the compound. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, there were attacks. There were attacks on the mosque. Okay, it wasn't stormed by... The claim was that there were like thousands of settlers who stormed inside the mosque. That's not what happened. But yeah, there were fights. There were fights in that area. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Anyway. They were really fucking incensed about attacks on the mosque. Or attacks on the area. And they were also really incensed about Trump moving the embassy because they saw that as a green light from the United States to hand over this whole area to Israel indefinitely, like forever. So they see that as like the big act of aggression. They get really fucking mad. And then this is where a lot of the kind of incitement from October 7th comes from. That's why they called it Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. That's why there was one point when Iran actually tried to say that October 7th was a revenge attack for Soleimani. And Hamas had to say, no, it's not. It's because of Al-Aqsa. Like that's where you can see like there was even a rift between Hamas and Iran on the narrative of why it happened. So it kind of shows you as well that people like Sinwar, he's not quite the same as Nasrallah or the Houthis. Hamas, like I've said, are not exactly the same in terms of their relation to the Ayatollah. They're Sunni, first of all. They're not Shia. But they're not really part of the axis of resistance in the sense that they don't swear allegiance to the Ayatollah. They don't follow the exact same religious doctrine, or they don't get like the exact directions. They get support. Hamas is a contractor for Iran. They're not like a member of the same family as like Nasrallah or the Houthis or anything else. So you can see where the narratives differ a little bit. But what is true is that, and again, Sinwar talks about this a lot, is that before October 7th, a lot of the weapons that Hamas used on that day and have been using in the war were coming from Iran. Like, they do have that support. The problem with Sinwar during the war is that there is quite a bit of evidence to suggest that he went, whilst he was ruling and crushing his opposition and murdering suspected or actual collaborators or whatever else, he apparently kind of lost his marbles. There's this really interesting Haaretz article that is suggesting that Sinwar had actually deluded himself into believing that they would be able to actually hold on to Israeli territory for a substantial period of time, and to split the country into and to create cantons in the area. So at some point, it's very possible that he just completely crashed out. I don't know if that's definitely true, but we do know that during this war, whilst Western negotiators like Blinken and Biden have rightly called out the intransigence at times of Netanyahu, the other person who has been completely intransigent for these negotiations was Sinwar. The problem was that even when Hania was still alive, negotiating from Qatar and from Iran, is that anything that outside negotiators and leaders agreed upon, they could only action through Sinwar, because Sinwar was the guy who could actually make the decision on the ground in Gaza. He was the last point. So if Sinwar said no, it wouldn't happen. And it seems that the only terms of ceasefire that Sinwar would ever accept throughout basically the last year was one where Israel leaves, they can take the hostages or their bodies. They wouldn't say which ones were dead and how many were alive, but they would leave, and then Hamas would be left back in charge, and that they would be the ones who would receive all the concrete and the equipment and the aid and everything to rebuild the strip, whilst never actually, walking back any of those times when they said that they would want to fucking redo October 7th a million times or anything else. So Sinwar's terms were basically get out of Gaza, leave us alone for like 10 years whilst we, hopefully don't build up and just try the exact same thing again without any assurances or promises. So that's more or less Sinwar's position. And that's why, because that's a red line Israel will never agree to, the ceasefire procedure, the ceasefire process has basically just been a PR war. That's how I describe it. It's a PR war where people will say, oh, I accept this ceasefire, balls in your court. And then Hamas will be like, yeah, we accept it, but they'll change all the terms. And then they'll be like, balls in your court. And then Israel will be like, oh yeah, we're really happy with the ceasefire terms. We're really happy with this new ceasefire deal. Balls in your court. And Hamas will be like, yeah, okay, but we'll change it. Balls in your court. So that's basically how it's been going for the last year. That's my summary of the ceasefire terms. So there is a suggestion that with Mr. Sinwar gone, someone else is going to be in charge of negotiations, potentially, or what happens to the hostages or anything else. But I don't know if that's necessarily for better or worse, because Sinwar was a very brutal leader. And I think that suggests that there's going to be I don't know how much of a contingency plan there was for his death, what was set in place for him, for the organization afterwards. For example, I don't know if Hamas have been so decapitated now that there is no unifying leader who can replace Sinwar, and the people who have the hostages, whether it's Hamas militants or affiliates or just random civilians, will just do whatever they want. There's no one to direct them what to do with the hostages. That's a potential thing. It's also a possible thing that Hamas becomes so demoralized that the only person next in line who can have any kind of control over the area will just say, okay, yeah, we surrender. That's probably a bit pie in the sky. Or there's just going to be a power scramble, or Hamas will just do what they always do, which is what they're very good at, is splitting up into fragmented circles without any central control. So I don't really, I mean, I think the world's a better place without him, you know? Sorry that happened to you, buddy, but you fucked around, you found out, rip, you sacrificed 40,000 of your own people and gambled with the lives of basically 2 million plus people in the Gaza Strip for a fantasy, basically, for like a martyrdom fantasy. Fuck you. But whether it helps the situation forward towards peace or prosperity for Gaza or anything else, but I think it's up in the air. I don't think there's anything set in stone about what happens next, whether it's for good or for bad. There's easily a scenario where his death makes things worse or less stable, at least, or there's a scenario where it makes things better. But that's my Jesus Christ. That's my TLDR. Chat. Wow. Take a time out. But okay. Was Sinwar a musical person? You know what? I don't know. I don't know. This one was wild. When he was talking about this was his aspiration for what happened in Israel after October 7th. It sounds like it anyway. It sounds like he's basically saying if the desecration of Al-Aqsa Mosque continues, whatever, this is kind of what he is aspiring to.
هذه الرشقة اسمها رشقة الشهيد أبو عمار. يا لنا في الداخل المحتل في النقب في المثلث.
So he's referencing the Palestinians in Israel are people under occupation in the Negev, Triangle, Galilee, Haifa,
في الجليل في حيفا
because they consider the occupation all of Palestine. That's what it is.
ويافا وعكا واللد. ليجهز كل واحد عنده بندقية بندقيته. ومن ليس عنده بندقية فليجهز ساطوره أو يجهز بلطه أو سكينه. إذا أرادوها حربا دينية فقد كسروا الخطوط الحمراء. ويجب أن نكون على أهبة الاستعداد. صورة المنطقة في الأقمار الصناعية يجب أن تكون نار مشتعلة إذا أرادوها حربا دينية مقدسة. وإذا لم يوقفوا استفزازاتهم لمشاعرنا اتجاه مسجدنا الأقصى المبارك فإنني أريد أن أخاطب.
Anyway. Must have been a bit disappointing when that basically didn't happen, and the Palestinian-Israeli response to October 7th was actually quite a bit of a nothing burger. Ah, well. Sorry that happened to you, Mr. Sinwar. Yeah, okay. What does our resident... Hello.
Hello. You said the the Palestinian-Israeli response was a nothing burger. It's actually not a
based
burger.
on it's not a nothing burger, it's a nothing burger in the sense that it wasn't armed uprising like the Second Intifada, right? It was a...
Okay, you misunderstood me. I'm saying it's not a nothing burger as in there was more people sympathizing with Israel than before.
Yeah, okay, that's not... Yeah, I don't think that's enough.
It's not. Yeah. It's not a nothing burger.
That's obviously not. That's what I fucking mean. Obviously, it was a big surprise to fucking everyone that the Palestinians in Israel were like, "Fuck that." Yeah, that was actually like really nice. That was cool.
Yeah, and from what personal experience, no statistics on this, that the more educated the people were, like people who went to like in academia, the more likely they were like disgusted by this. There's definitely people who like supported it within Palestinian Israelis, but usually the least educated ones that did. About this though, I wanted to some doomer speculation about what was it called? About Sinwar, about how deranged and evil he possibly was or is. Did they confirm his death or?
Yeah, I think it's confirmed.
Didn't they say they're going to do a DNA sample or some shit to confirm?
I think Hamas confirmed, didn't they? Didn't one of the Arab news stations got a report.
I
from
don't know.
Hamas.
I had a long day today,
Bro,
so I
look
just
at the
got
fucking
home now.
pictures. It's him. Okay, he is dead. He's dead as fuck. There's no
Listen,
other.
we all look alike. Okay, he could have gotten a body double. There's all right.
I think they already
Anyway.
did like a. Well, can you DNA test that quickly? I guess you can. Yeah, looks like the dental tests matched. Visuals, DNA results not yet released. Okay, yeah, yeah. I think it's him. I think it's him.
I hope so. I 100% hope it's him, regardless of that shenanigans. Do you think he was sadistic enough and evil enough to say if he like a contingency plan if he dies to kill all the hostages?
He
Or
might.
like the hostages
I
they
have no
have?
fucking. I have no idea. Maybe.
Because like as soon as I heard he's dead, I immediately thought this motherfucker could have possibly instructed Hamas like soldiers to just execute hostages if he dies.
Yeah,
As a-
that was the first thought that came to my head as well. Is like this might be actually really scary for the hostages right now. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
because all I could think of is like this guy wants to like destroy Israel, doesn't really give a fuck about Palestinians. I'm pretty sure he's willing, if he dies, he's willing to give one last fuck you to
Yeah,
Israel.
but the problem is that whoever's after him, whoever actually can have discretion after him, might have some more self-preservation than he seemed to, or some more
Of
clarity
course.
than he did, and be like, okay, well, I'm probably going to get something out of these guys. Yeah.
Okay, so now think about it this way: if he had that plan in mind, where you kill all the hostages if he dies, do you think he would have had a proper structure left behind after him for someone to take command after him?
I don't know.
Because if someone after him takes command and obviously prevents the hostages from getting hurt,
Yeah.
that could be used as a proper bargaining chip from the new leader.
Bro, I think it's all, to me, it's
Oh,
all.
that's why I said it's
history,
doomer
yeah.
speculation. Yeah, that's why I said it's doomer speculation. Bro, this cat's about to give birth. What the fuck? Move. Okay. Anyway. I hope he's gone. I hope.
You're not
And
a
I
fan.
I just want the war to end. I fuck this dude. I want both him and Netanyahu gone.
Oh.
Yeah, because they're both like obstacles.
When you
to the
say gone to
fucking-
Netanyahu, to your prime minister, to your fellow
as
citizen, you
in-
mean like kicked out of office and jailed for corruption, right?
Yeah,
Obviously,
doesn't matter.
yeah. Okay. I'm just keeping Ben Gavir's police off of your ass, okay? Hmm.
Sorry, I had someone come into my room. What's it called? I was talking about yeah, no, I as in I don't want him in power anymore.
Yeah, don't worry. It's okay.
Yeah, no.
We got you.
Yeah. Thanks for the PR. I'm not PR trained like you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my doomer speculation. Hope it doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah. Fuck, man. All right.
Bye
Take
bye.
care, man. Bye
Bye bye, Sinwar.
Okay. Hello, Murmur.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. I want to ask you a question. Do you think like if you were in Israel's position, would you still do the hostage deal?
Which one?
The one, and like the Hamas deal or something, because I know a lot of Israelis. I mean, I'm a very leftist person, but there are a lot of Israelis who do want the deal too.
Well, the Hamas deal, if the Hamas deal is still, they give back the hostages. They don't even say how many are dead or alive. And
True.
Israel just leaves and they allow, was it 600 aid trucks a day of concrete and everything else that they need to rebuild the place. Would I accept that? I don't know. That's like, you're just asking for another attempt. They'll just try the same shit. Unless there's any guarantee they can give that they wouldn't do that. Yeah, it's fucking mental.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Because on one hand, I really want the deal because I do want the hostages back and this bloody war to end. And yet at the same time, we can't really say like, oh, we can guarantee that the hostage can guarantee like. I mean, even getting some of the hostages like is good, but if they try another October 7, it will be a huge problem.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a really I'm I'm for a deal anyways. I think Israel has like the obligation to return its citizen and like prepare for the next attack, because even if you give Hamas that opportunity, I think the most important thing is to defend your civilians, and you as an army, we need to prepare for that. Something which they didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just really hope that the only thing I can see working that I've heard proposed is that the IDF takes what areas they can control and allow some kind of like civil life to, and just try to create these like Hamas free bubbles and try to set up like some kind of alternative governance that can show as an example and that can actually show that it's possible to have a Gaza without Israeli or Hamas administration. Like, I don't know who they'd bring in, whether it's but I feel like it's like, you know, in the Lebanese war, right? It was like you had Italian fucking troops, you had French, you had Americans, you had all these wankers here trying to preserve some kind of order. I feel like you need this for Gaza as well. Like it takes a world to rebuild this place. So that's what we did in, like, after anytime a place gets blown to hell, World War II or something, that's what you do. It takes a lot of coordination to make these things work.
Exactly, and I think it will be, and I do think like Israel should not control the area. I think it should be like the PLO or something, because I don't trust the government to do this shit. Because we saw what's happening in the West Bank. We don't need another.
Well, I think Israel will probably want to have some kind of security presence. They'll probably want to, at least those corridors or whatever the fuck they talk about. They love corridors. So I don't know, but as little of their presence as possible, ideally, because
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so thank you.
All right, take care, buddy. There's another little fucking toddler combat uniform memes. Nice one. At least this kid is marginally more into it by the looks of things. You gotta give him that one. Wild. BB is going to speak tonight and apparently has new ideas and is going to talk about the hostages. Wow, BB with a new idea. That's fucking crazy. What?
Sir, that child had drip and you know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Green looks good on him. And the flag.
Wow. I mean,
The hat I don't
That hat
like
is
really.
fucking retarded. What the fuck is
Yeah.
that?
It's a military. No, look at the child's hat. That's a military
Oh, the
hat.
child's hat's okay.
Wait,
no.
what the fuck is the sinwar hat? What is that? Does it even say anything? Is it just green?
I'm a man of peace, okay? I like his shoes. The shoes are
Hey,
quite
he's doing the
fancy.
peace sign.
Is that what
Look
it
at
means?
them.
Is that what it means in Palestine? Is that what that means? It means peace.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah.
2 pieces, 2 states.
What is this Tokia you're doing to me right now?
Okay, I'm not Shia, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, good one. It means victory, doesn't it?
Is it? I'm pretty sure it's a peace sign. Do people use this for victory?
I thought. Okay, I don't. Okay. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, no,
It's peace. I
peace.
get, yeah, because everyone wants peace, really, but after a shitload of war, you know, whatever.
Hold
It's
on,
for
the V-
vendetta. Okay, whatever. I don't care.
I do now. Okay, they're the same sign apparently. Both of those signs are the same. Peace
Okay.
and victory.
Could be 50-50 then. Who knows?
Maybe
what they
peace
want.
is a victory.
Okay. All right.
He was for peace all along, man. All right.
Obviously. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yahya sin peace. True. Bruh. I guess we can wait for. This is not true. This is fake. This is fake, right? This is fake. It's fucking fake. 22 upvotes. Fuck off. It's so, like, stop being so fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Fake, cringe bullshit. Where's other? Okay, I don't care. Hey! Please stay respectful. There you go. I think it's a joke. So silly. At least it's tagged with meme. Yeah, but it's still cringe. I don't care. It's not a good meme. Usually there's like some truth in the joke. BBC aren't going to do that. Israel's foreign minister confirmed it too. Yeah, how many confirmations do you need? Bro, look at the picture. He dead. He ain't coming back. He dead as fuck. Can you show the picture to us? No. Oh my god, this just in. The Israeli Minister of Youth Culture in Judea, Samaria has confirmed. I don't care. Your opinions are not important. Seems very clear that Sinwar has been killed. Okay, so you can now agree to the pre-existing prisoner swap with Hamas, withdraw your troops, stop the bombing, end the genocidal siege of Gaza. That's it, right? Isn't it? No, he's so dense. He's so dense. He's mental. He's fucking insane. He's lost his marbles. Okay. Do you think it marks the beginning of the end of the war? I don't know. It's maybe the beginning of a new beginning. That is still a long way from the end. Why did someone tweet with no engagement? Okay. Lornabox believes that Trump moving the US embassy to Jerusalem and recognizing it as the capital of Israel motivated Hamas partially for October 7th. Yeah. It didn't help. I don't think it caused it. It didn't help. March of Return, that was definitely triggered by Jerusalem. 100%. Does anyone think that's not true? Ooh. What? Okay, you guys wanted to see the picture, okay? This is the TOS friendly version of it. Okay. Just saying. Fucked up. I wonder what you thought was going to happen. Mr. Sinwar. Okay. What is this? Apparently, because we watched Ethan's little takedown, or not even a takedown. We watched Ethan addressing the Hassan situation yesterday. It was a pretty well put together video. He brought his screenshots, he brought receipts for every single claim. He introduced some new information to people that I don't think they might have heard before. I imagine there are at least some people in that audience who didn't actually know that the Houthis do really bad shit, like stealing aid and kidnapping aid workers, and that the ships that they attacked were not Israeli, that the people they kidnapped were not Israeli, that the ship wasn't even going to Israel. I think that's all quite interesting, you know? And it seems a little bit silly and cringe of Hassan to glaze them in the way that he did and to downplay the Houthi sympathies or potential Houthi membership of that child. He's not even a child. He was 19 and now he's 20. Anyway, well, I don't know why I called him a child. It's because everyone else calls him that. But then I realized Ethan is quite left-wing. And the problem with being quite left-wing is that left-wingers these days tend to leapfrog each other. Everyone wants to be the most pure version of that ideology. And Hassan is very good at painting people who are even a little bit to his right as Nazis. Hassan's very good at that. He's very good at shoehorning people. Very good at the bad faith stuff, at accusing people of being racist or settler colonial or white supremacist or anti-Arab, even if you criticize Hamas. So even if you're specific about the organization, I've seen him call people Islamophobic or Arab, anti-Arab over that. But I thought Ethan's response was really good. It was well pieced together. It wasn't just like he had receipts. He made his arguments fairly concise. He really shone a bit of a light onto what it's like to be a Jew in the Western world, especially as a student or whatever else, and to find yourself implicated almost by default by other leftists. And that's because for all the we don't actually hate Jews, it's just Zionists. It's only, we're okay with that guy publishing a picture of a guy getting impaled on a spike. If he says it's about Zionists, we're okay with that. Which is basically another way of saying, we don't hate Jews. We don't hate all Jews, just most of them. We're okay with dehumanizing most of them. Because most Jews in the world are Zionists. They would cross that threshold because they have some sympathy with Israel. They believe Israel has a right to exist. They believe that Israel is somewhat important or slightly meaningful even to their Jewish identity. The idea that Israel has a right to exist is Zionism. Zionism is a national ideology. It's a nation for Jews. It's a Jewish state. That's if you think that Jewish state has a right to exist as a Jewish state, that makes you a Zionist. Not that the threat. You can be a left. You can hate all the settlers. You can want all the settlers dead. You can want Netanyahu dead. You can want Israel literally be chopped in half, and all that given to, and at 50-50 go to Palestine and still be a Zionist. Okay, that's all possible. But it's not good enough for some people. And Ethan is learning that the very hard way. So I wondered, how's Hassan going to respond to it? And I was like, okay, I think what Hassan's going to respond with is he's going to strawman. He's going to base his critiques off of telephoned, mangled translations that he gets in chat. He's only going to read the ones in chat that he thinks are easier to respond to. And then he's going to use that to telephone again and draw conclusions about Ethan's positions that has never been mentioned. That's the Hassan approach. It's the opposite. He's the master of Chinese whispers, telephone, simulacra, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, I saw 2 clips. We'll see. Because he only really reacted to Ethan piecemeal while he was talking about other things. Is this to do with Ethan or is it?
Genocide. Okay. This is Hossam. Okay. This is Hossam. Is that Anne Frank? Your mother should have swallowed you, you fucking piece of shit. Okay.
Oh no. Okay, that's nothing to do with Ethan. Well, this one came up. Oh, because part of Ethan's argument was that he showed a clip of Hassan flat out denying that rapes happened on October 7th, and him scoffing and laughing to himself when Kamala mentioned that people were horribly raped. And Ethan brought up evidence. He showed the now fairly old UN report which said that there was pretty good evidence of sexual violence in at least 5 locations. They set up an entire investigatory standard because remember, this was just a 2-week fact-finding mission. It wasn't even like a full-on investigation with to go beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. It was a fact-finding mission, and they even had to separate 2 standards of evidence because some cases actually met a higher standard than others. I can give you an example of that. So the standard they used was reasonable grounds to believe. This is what they said. Reasonable grounds to believe, which is consistent with UN practice for these investigations. And they said that based on the information gathered by the mission from multiple and independent sources, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred during the October 7th attacks in multiple locations across Gaza periphery, including rape and gang rape in at least 3 locations. Across the various locations of October 7th attacks, the mission team found that several fully naked or partially naked bodies from the waist down were recovered, mostly women, with hands tied and shot multiple times, often in the head. Now, for some, because the problem is, as Ethan very admirably, very cleverly noticed, is that in wartime situations, it's not easy for rape survivors to talk because if you are close enough for a militant to rape you, you are close enough for them to kill you. It's very unlikely they're going to rape you and then not kill you. So, especially when there's not really any discernment and they're trying to kill as many of you as possible, etc., etc. Anyway, they also raised the standard of evidence when it came to hostages who survived. So for this, they said that they also found clear and convincing information with respect to hostages, and clear and convincing to them, I think in section 27, is that that's above the standard of reasonable grounds to believe. So the primary standard of these UN reports is reasonable grounds, but they found a higher standard for hostages because they had survived and they'd spoken about it. Since this UN investigation came out, I think at least 2 hostages who survived have gone public. In this report, they do mention one survivor who wasn't taken hostage, who was in care, but was not ready to speak to the investigators. But she had spoken to doctors, and the doctors relayed this to the UN. So if you think that there's someone in that chain is lying, then we actually have survivors from October 7th as well. They just haven't spoken to the New York Times or anything. Hostages have spoken. People have said that they were sexually assaulted. So that's the evidence that we have, and we can talk about how strong that evidence is in a minute. But this report found this evidence based on hostages saying that they were sexually assaulted. We have circumstantial evidence, which is a bunch of bodies that are stripped. It was 5 locations where bodies were stripped, mostly women, often from the waist down. There were some videos of that, actually. Someone was found with nothing from on the waist down. We have care workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, and everyone else saying that they are talking to survivors who are too traumatized to talk to UN investigators or to the press. So we have this evidence, and for some reason, people decided to apply skepticism to it. So we'll get to that in a minute. What's interesting about this, though, is that this UN report, I have one critique of it, and I'd really love to know their answer to this. This report also analyzed sexual violence against Palestinian prisoners, or rightly so, they should have. The interesting thing is, though, is that it seems to be that their evidence of sexual violence changes a little bit. I don't know if it's intentional, but they said that stripped bodies from the waist down was reasonable grounds to believe there was sexual violence. Whereas for Palestinian prisoners, they mention as examples, not grounds to believe, but just examples of sexual violence, one of which is prolonged forced nudity. And I do wonder, is stripping someone against their will not sexual violence? I think it is. So it's 100% the case that sexual violence occurred against Israelis on October 7th. Now, whether or not they were full-on raped, that's the more circumstantial evidence, although we still have witness testimony, survivor testimony. We have reports that survivors are alive and in care, but they just don't want to talk to the press, which is their fucking human right. So there's quite a bit there, okay? But let's see.
Someone was saying that he called me a rape apologist.
Again, you notice the thing here, not watching clips, not watching the video, not engaging with the arguments. It's, we have a chatter who said someone said. Classic.
No, someone was saying that he called me a rape apologist for October 7, which I think is not only incorrect, but it's also a weird line of attack when, you know, Israel. Haaretz recently came out with an article that the pro-rape protest that the Israeli rabid weirdos engaged in was actually significantly more violent than we had previously seen, and that they were actually literally with arms, like wearing balaclavas. They like violently apprehended the military police.
Yeah.
Literally nothing to do with you denying rapes on October 7th. Nothing. That has nothing to do with the accusation that you denied rapes on October 7th. Did you know that, Hassan? Did you know that? Did you know that that has nothing? The difference is, does Ethan deny that Palestinian prisoners were raped and abused in State Taman? Do you think Ethan denies that? The sinwar quote is occupied interior. Okay, thank you. I'll change that. I'm sorry. Ethan, that's the difference, Hassan. Ethan doesn't deny that. That is a whataboutism. That's a really low IQ dipshit thing to say. Anyway.
That came out yesterday. The pro-rape protest happened where, you know, Israeli concentration camp guards at Side Taman brutally raped a Palestinian to death. Numerous ones, but one that was like made it to the headlines. So it's weird. He played a video of you laughing at Kamala talking about rape on October 7 and said that's proof. Yeah, what am I supposed to do in that situation? Sit there and be like, this unsubstantiated, one of the most well-documented acts of violence overall, where the least substantiated news coverage over it was met with like just no fucking resistance whatsoever, with the exception of like internal communications with the New York Times editorial team being like, this is a bridge too far for us. What the fuck are we doing? We're like dropping the ball on this, which kind of went nowhere. And everyone just kept repeating the unsubstantiated reporting on it as though these violent barbaric monsters were just like breaching the fucking Gaza boundaries.
By the way, the only reason Hassan believes that the New York Times reports were unsubstantiated reporting is because the Intercept article. The Intercept wrote an article that was basically, as we'll find out, just a nitpicking venture of the most sinister degree, but that's what he's referring to, okay? There was one incident, I think, that the New York Times actually retracted from their report because it turned out that the person who spoke to them had either told a misremembered story or had just lied or had told something that they saw in one area but recalled it happening at a different location, which again can happen. This is very common, actually. You know, in times of crisis and trauma and times of intense combat and everything else, witness statements are inconsistent. It doesn't mean people are lying. It means people are misremembering. It means that these are chaotic situations. There are literally soldiers who were interviewed after wars not being able to remember an entire battle that they were in, even a month later. That's why also witness testimony it goes out of date very quickly as well. But there was one example of that, and it was one responder who said that they saw two 13-year-old girls or two young teenage girls, one with semen on her back in one of the kibbutzim. But it seemed that the girls that were mentioned had actually been killed in a shooting as they were embracing their mother. And it seemed like that they were found alone in this bedroom was just that didn't account for the two people that he would have been referring to. He might have seen something else somewhere else and misremembered, or he might have made it up, or it might have been, it could have been a bad faith mistake or a good faith mistake, whatever. Yeah, but the fact is that the two people he was talking about in that area, there were two young girls who were found. There wasn't a sign that they'd been stripped or semen on them or anything, but there was evidence that they were shot, I think through a door, or even after the door had opened, they were shot as they were hugging their mother. That's it. So it's funny that people will say that, oh, they're just using this rape stuff to justify a genocide. It's like, bro, who the fuck is sitting there thinking we need to genocide these people because they raped two girls? Oh no, actually, now that we found out that they just shot them as they were clinging on to their mother for dear life in their last moments, come on. It's so dumb. But anyway.
To go and rape the beautiful is bridge too far for us. What the fuck are we doing? We're like dropping the ball on this, which kind of went nowhere. And everyone just kept repeating the unsubstantiated reporting on it as though these violent barbaric monsters were just like breaching the fucking Gaza boundary, specifically to go and rape the beautiful Israeli women. Like it's repackaged.
Oh, now it's the mischaracterizing Ethan's position to make it sound like it's like this is, again, for people who don't notice what he's doing here, Hassan is trying to frame this in the language of right-wingers, of fascists. Like that's something like a in Hassan's mind, this is how Nazis would talk, right? The barbarians came into our civilized country to rape the beautiful woman. He's trying to characterize Ethan's position that rapes happened on October 7th as bigotry. That's what he's doing. Just so you know. It's kind of disgusting. Anyway.
Being like, this is a bridge too far for us. What the fuck are we doing? We're like dropping the ball on this, which kind of went nowhere. And everyone just kept repeating the unsubstantiated reporting on it as though these violent barbaric monsters were just like breaching the fucking Gaza boundary, specifically to go and rape the beautiful Israeli women. Like it's repackaged colonial propaganda.
Yeah, Israel has never offered like actual coherent evidence for this.
Israel has never offered coherent evidence. Again, I don't know why. It's always Israel. I love it that apparently you're Islamophobic if you criticize Hamas, a political organization. But for everything any Israeli does, like a right-winger, a settler, it's always Israel did this, right? It's Israel did this. Israel did it. It's so fucking stupid. Even though in a lot of cases, like even for example, State Haman, do you know why we know that happened? Because people from fucking Israel spoke about it. It's like because they were arrested by Israelis. Now, obviously, you can criticize the fact that it's not likely they're going to get a very strict sentence for what they did, and that's really horrible. And that obviously it's really reprehensible that they were defended by far-right politicians. But they were detained by Israelis because they had broken rules set by the Israeli state. But you're allowed to generalize it in one way, but not the other. It's really bizarre. So the reason Hassan thinks this is because of this Intercept article. And I just want to show you, I think I only need to show you one example of why. I need to show you one example of why this article is so horrendous. It's when they mention Blumenthal. Is it this one? So they talk about Cohen. Why is it not control Fing anything? What the shit? Okay. Will they let me look at this normally? Whoa. Oh, skip the propaganda. Sign up to read independent journalism. Nice. Wait, so why can't I search words? Oh, you can. Oh, okay. Is this the right article, or are we looking for a different one? This might be a different article. Oh, hang on. Rebecca Watson. One second. Is it this one? Oh, was it this? This was it. Okay, okay. So, Raz Cohen is an ex-Special Forces witness on October 7th, okay? Who was hiding when he said that he saw a group of Gazans raping a woman, okay? So, let's go from here. Despite saying on the podcast that only Cohen witnessed the event and the others were looking in different directions, the Times story, Shoam Guetta, is presented as a corroborating witness to the rape. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up between their legs. He said they were talking, giggling, and shouting, and that one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, literally butchering her. Guetta did not mention witnessing a rape in an interview he did with NBC on October 8th, a day after the attack, but he did describe seeing a woman murdered with a knife. So there's this, again, what is the implication there? Is the implication that this person, why would you mention that they didn't mention it the first day, but they did mention it a couple of days afterwards when in a different interview? Like, what? That doesn't, are you suggesting that what, they had time to think about it and decided to make something up? It's such a bizarre objection. Anyway, that's not even what I'm pointing to here. We saw terrorists killing people, burning cars, shouting everywhere, Guetta told the NBC. If you just say something, if you make noise, you'll be murdered. Subsequently deployed to Gaza, the IDF, okay. Posted TikTok videos. They did not respond to requests. The independent sites, this is Raz Cohen, October 7th fact check, Mondovice, and journalists Ali Bunima, Electronic Intifada, and Blumenthal of the Grey Zone. Fucking doorbell, sorry, 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry. So here, this is why. This is why. It's the only one example I need to point to show you how ridiculous the thought process was behind this article. So Raz Cohen is one of the witnesses, ex-Special Forces, who's hiding in a bush, and he watches a woman getting raped and stabbed, okay? But they mention here, the independent site, they talk about their little fact check websites, or Electronic Intifada and The Grey Zone, famously reputable sources, have flagged numerous inconsistencies and contradictions in the stories told in the Times report, including the account of Cohen, who had initially said he chose not to look, but he could hear them laughing constantly. Okay, interesting. And the thing that they're referencing here is this tweet from Blumenthal. Here's the exact one. Oh, it's a whole thread. Here's the one. This is the Raz Cohen one. NYT and CNN star Hamas mass rape witness Raz Cohen is caught in another serious contradiction, okay? So this is their independent source that is caught an inconsistency in this witness's statements.
Do you remember Raz Cohen, a star witness in the New York Times mass rape story? He was just caught contradicting his own story. In the New York Times article, Cohen claimed to have seen with his own eyes 5 men, all wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in a half circle around her. But in his original interview from October 9th, Cohen says he chose not to look and drew conclusions based on hearing sounds.
He said he chose not to look, but he could hear them laughing constantly.
Cohen also insisted that the men...
That's what they mean by chose not to look. And the rest is just, yeah, they're in civilian clothes. So it's nothing to do with Hamas, apparently, but different argument. He chose not to look. You understand the problem with this argument, right? You know, why did you choose not to look? Was it maybe because of something you saw that you didn't want to keep looking at? You know that you can witness a crime and then look away and still hear it happening. And these fucking psychos are presenting this as their independent journalism, avoid the propaganda argument. The whole article is like this, by the way. It doesn't actually contradict basically anything apart from, I think there was that one story about the guy talking about the 2 girls that seems to have been not true. But everything, and again, that happens in every crisis and every chaotic situation. You are going to get parts of the story that are not true. But this is the kind of thing that they're doing. And Ryan Grimm is a bit more intelligent than Hassan, a bit. So he will actually say that obviously rapes did happen on October 7th. He just thinks there aren't as many and it wasn't as systemic as people claimed it was. But then his argument is to take every individual instance and nitpick the shit out of it because it's imperfect. And it's not even imperfect. Like, I chose to look away. I chose to look at... There's a camera there. I'm looking away. I don't like it. Have I not just looked at a camera? Have I not just witnessed a camera? What the fuck? How disgusting do you have to be? And it's just so bizarre that Hassan takes it a step further and just says that apparently what did he say?
Of violence overall, where the least substantiated news coverage over it was met with like just no fucking resistance whatsoever, with the exception of like internal communications from the New York Times editorial team being like, this is a bridge too far for us. What the fuck are we doing? We're like dropping the ball on this, which kind of went nowhere, and everyone just kept repeating the unsubstantiated reporting on it as though these violent barbaric monsters were just like breaching the fucking Gaza boundary specifically to go and rape the beautiful Israeli women. Like it's repackaged colonial propaganda.
Yeah, Israel has never offered like actual coherent evidence for this.
Yeah, he's denying all of it. He thinks all of it was fake. Grimm said it was civilians, but not Hamas. Even that is a very bold claim for 2 reasons. One, Hamas doesn't always operate in military uniforms. They have affiliates who might come with them. For example, if you're a Gazan, why are you standing at the border fence at 6 o'clock in the morning, ready to go in and fight with people? How do you even know something's going on, right? Also, if you're Hamas and you are at the border and you are ready to do your attack and there are a bunch of fucking civilians next to you who are ready to join in, you realize that when you let them, you're responsible for them. We all understand this. If the IDF hangs by with a bunch of settlers as they attack a city like Huara, a town, and riot and injure people and kill people and set fire to fucking cars and houses and trees, the IDF is involved in that. Actually, they would just say Israel did it. The entirety of Israel, the royal we of Israel did it. But we understand this. If the Hamas is an army, they're a military, they're a de facto government. It was their decision to penetrate that border fence at 6:30 in the morning under a rocket barrage to go in. If there are civilians with them, it's okay, and the civilians did the crimes that we're talking about, which again is not even confirmed that they had nothing to do with Hamas. They could have been civilian members of Hamas. How do you not know that? They were obviously close enough to Hamas to know where to be at that time of the attack. So come on. Yeah, that Hamas bears responsibility for that. And it's okay to have an article with that witness statement saying that this is how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. Because they did. There were multiple strip bodies, multiple witness statements, survivor statements. Yeah, that's usually, in a time of crisis, that's usually the best evidence you're going to get. That's actually how it goes. And the interesting thing about it is that Hassan, he said this once. This was a mad, I can't remember. This clip was wild. No! And they don't archive it. I didn't archive it. I'm so stupid. Oh well. It was apparently him saying that survivor testimony wasn't enough for an indictment. But it's like, how do you think most rape cases happen in peacetime? Anyway, it's okay. Can you show evidence for the systematization of rape? It depends on what you mean by systematization. When people talk about it being systematic or systemic, there are three standards, I think. One is easily proven that it happened to a fairly large degree, given that this attack didn't last very long. The second is that it was so acceptable to Hamas that it happened in multiple locations, and the same patterns were discovered in areas that were attacked by completely separate units, i.e. stripping of women's bodies from the waist down. That's where I am. I would say that was systematic or systemic. The only sign of evidence that's not met is that they were literally ordered to do it. You understand it, right? The other evidence for it is that this attack lasted, like, they had free reign over the Nova site for, what was it, 6 or 8 hours before the IDF came? And most of those areas as well, it was about sort of between 6 and 12 hours. They had access to these people, to these civilians for about half a day. And you have 5 locations where there are stripped people, and 3 where this UN report says that there was good evidence of rape. So, yeah, I would say that's a pretty high concentration of sexual violence in one attack. And do you know what? Every left-winger agrees with what I just said, because they all say that for other events. They will all accept that narrative. They will all accept that analysis for other events. For example, where is the... For example, Sabra Shatila, very famous massacre, but committed by the Phalangists with the help of the IDF and a few other Lebanese militants from the south in Beirut, 1982 war. So, quick rundown of what happened there. The IDF, with a complete fabrication by the defense minister, by Ariel Sharon, decide that there are 2,000 terrorists in these 2 refugee camps in Lebanon. They shell the place, they surround it, they set up checkpoints, they completely barricade all the ways in and out, they set up watchtower points, and then they get this group of Christian militants, like far-right Christian militants, to go in and do the clearances of terrorists, right? Now they say, one of the generals says, don't kill civilians, don't hurt civilians. You guys, and they actually picked who they said were the best guys for discerning civilians and militants. They go in, and it very quickly becomes apparent that whilst the IDF is blocking the exits and shooting up these flares, that they are just murdering civilians. That there were barely any weapons found, that there was maybe like 1 or 2, like a small handful of casualties. No evidence of 2,000 PLO people who had stayed. They'd all been evacuated as part of the ceasefire earlier. And we also know, based on a shitload of journalistic and witness testimony, and even some admittance from the soldiers, that what they were doing was they were going door to door, gathering people. Generally, they would separate the men and women, send the women off and the children sometimes to get interrogated in a stadium that they'd occupied with knives. They would interrogate them and then slash them if they didn't answer questions. Sometimes they just killed the women as well. The men, they just lined them up against walls and shot them. There were 15 men who were found all tied together with rope and then shot and then scalped. There were women who were found with their dresses ripped open, yes. And everyone agrees, rightly so, that quite a few of these women were raped. Now the question is why? What evidence do we have if we're going to apply the Hassan Piker forensic fucking requirements or the Intercept? Well, you can go through it. The reason we know that rapes happened at Sabra Shatila is not that different from the reason we have for October 7th. We have witness testimony. We have women who have been stripped, often from the waist down, and that's actually about it. That's why we know rapes happened. That's usually good enough, because what else do you think they're doing? If they have free reign over civilians and they're stripping women from the waist down, and in some cases, as was the case on October 7th, and I think the one difference is in Sabra Shatila, there was wounds, like clear wounds in areas where you'd expect there to be from rapes. And I think in Israel, the difference is that survivors spoke. I think in Sabra Shatila, everyone who was raped was killed. As far as I know, I don't think I've ever read a witness testimony from Sabra Shatila where a survivor, where someone who was raped actually survived. I can even show you, so you can go through all of it if you want. I can show you an example, and this is the kind of shit that, like, if you applied Hassan's standard to this, you would be using it to cast doubt. And actually, people do. There are plenty of, like, it wouldn't be hard to go to Lebanon and find right-wing Phalangist sympathizers who would see this and nitpick about it and say that the evidence isn't good enough. And we would all call that out for what it is. It's gross. If I can show you here. So these are examples of some of the reports from Sabra Shatila. And you can read through all of these. This is eyewitness reports. And from this eyewitness reports, if it ever comes up, we know that families, sometimes of just women and children, were taken out of their houses and turned to face a wall, and then the soldiers just went bang, 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 bang. And we know that happened because some people survived. They survived a shot to the soldier or to the side, and then they somehow got up and escaped. Yeah. That's how we know that happened. We know that a pregnant woman, at least one, was killed. And we know that the soldier who killed her was asked by an Israeli soldier why he did it. And he said, because the pregnant woman will give birth to terrorists. We know that one woman had her baby cut open in front of her because the guy said he will grow up to be a terrorist. We know that, and this is from witness testimony, okay? We accept this. Because journalists were right there and then, only a day after it happened, to interview people about all this. The IDF oversaw it. The IDF basically told them to go in and clear out terrorists, right? And the Phalangists were like, okay, everyone's a terrorist. That's basically, yeah. That's how it happened. And as for the IDF's responsibility, the reason we know so much details about this is because whilst Israel still had control over the area and whilst there was a lot of press there, the Israelis had a commission. They had an inquiry from the High Court. The High Court in Israel had an inquiry into this where everyone who was involved was forced to testify, where they had to release communications between soldiers, the communications especially between Israelis and the Phalangists. And we discovered quite a few revealing things. We discovered that Sharon actually did have good reason to believe that the Phalangists were incredibly dangerous because their leader had just been assassinated, and that the people who were sent into the camps were people who had come from Christian towns that had been attacked and massacred by the PLO. So they were out for revenge. And Sharon knew this. But he also told his generals at the time, there's nothing to worry about. These guys know what they're doing. They're professional. He made contradictory statements to people. We also know that one general, I think about 10 hours into the massacre, it lasted like 2 days. About 10 hours into the massacre, we know that one general tried to call it off. He ordered them to stop because they did not hear combat. They heard people getting shot. They heard one-sided killing. And they heard soldiers who could see what was happening, some of them, saying that that's what they saw. But he was ignored. And we also know that a little bit later, into the afternoon of that day, that Sharon, who was in charge, was like, yeah, we'll call it off. We're calling it off. Called it off at 4:30 in the afternoon. But then he tells the phalangists, you've got until tomorrow morning to finish your job, to finish the job, because they were like, can we get more time? So we know all this happened. We know so much details about this event. And the reason we have so much detail about this event is because we have a shitload of, first of all, I think this might have been one of the first times, if not the first time ever in the Middle East when an atrocity like this was subjected almost immediately to an inquiry. Yeah. Hobeka, who was the head of intelligence for the phalangists, was in charge of the operation. And he was asked by one person what to do with a group of women and children who he was escorting to the place to get interrogated. I think they asked him what to do with them, and he said, don't ever ask me that question again. You know what to do. Now, most of the people they killed were men, but they did actually kill quite a lot of women as well, and children. We know that one child survived as his entire family was gunned down against a wall, and then dragged himself into his room and just hid underneath a mattress for an entire day. Yeah, we have loads of details about the story. We know that some people from South Lebanon were involved as well, from a different faction, because of their accents and because of their names, as reported by witnesses. We know that the phalangists encouraged some families to come out of their houses by pretending to be Israelis. We know that they said that they were Israeli from behind the door, and the mother said to her kids, come out, it's the Israelis, they're a normal army, they won't hurt us. She comes out and sees a cedar tree on the guy's badge, and then he beats the shit out of them, and I think a couple of them die as well. So, as for the sexual assaults that happened here, the one example that I think got spread the most was about a 19-year-old nurse, because there are 2 hospitals in the Sabra Shatila camps, and they obviously filled up very quickly during this event. People with gunshot wounds and injuries and all those kind of things. We know that the doctors were attacked by the phalangists, but at one point they actually went into the hospital and attacked people in there as well. And a bunch of doctors went to hide. And we know that one 19-year-old Palestinian nurse was gang raped and then killed when she was caught by phalangists. And how do we know that? Well, it's mentioned in the UN report, and they cite to an article that is here. Her name was Intisar Ismail, 19-year-old Palestinian nurse. How do we know that she was raped? Because she was separated from the other staff who went into hiding. One of the doctors, an Asian guy, went down into the shelter and found her dead. And he said that she had been raped repeatedly and then shot. Can you imagine if someone decided to go intercept mode and says, oh, wait, so you didn't actually see it happen? This is the equivalent of, oh, you closed your eyes. Did you look away? You would know what that is. So, no 2-witness verification. Yeah, it's like, it's insane. It's just absolutely insane. There's no world where you believe that rapes happened at Sabra and Shatila, but not on October 7th. Because the evidence for one is about as good as the evidence for the other. And anyone who says that it's not good enough, that they need to, oh, now we've got forensics and video footage, it's because they want to see Hamas rape pornography. Okay, that's it. That's it. The only explanation. You would never do this, even in peacetime. Hassan testimony in stream suggestions. Oh, this. No, it's unavailable. Sorry. You should have checked, dipshit. We can find the video of Hassan denying the rapes altogether if you want, if you think that hasn't been provided. He does deny it altogether. Do people in chat think that's not the case? I can find it and then Aaron can squeeze it into the segment. Worked for me 3 minutes ago. Well, well. You should add those articles and PDFs to the Obsidian notes if you haven't already. Yeah, one day. Oh, I'm being dumb. Never mind. I should have made this a bit more planned. It's kind of spontaneous. Oh yeah, after Sabra Shatila happened was the biggest protest in Israeli history. Yeah, 400,000 people came out because they were so outraged by what happened. Do you know what Sharon's punishment was? They demoted him. They kicked him off of being defense minister after finding him personally responsible for what happened. Because his testimony was contradictory. He was bullshitting. Yeah. He could never be defense minister again. He did become prime minister about 20 years later. So not good, not good. Oh God, where is this clip? Where's the clip of him scoffing at Kamala Harris for saying that people were raped? And there's another one where he just said, who was raped? Because he's saying there's like, he was saying that even in that clip we just watched, it was not credible. Oh, here we go. Okay, gotcha. Well done. The scholars of Hassan clipping.
You don't understand.
Oh God. Why isn't it timestamped, motherfucker? Right. This is the clip.
Yeah, you deserve more. It seems you.
What did he say? Okay. What's
coalition
Mr. Netanyahu saying that he's responding to?
interest
Israel.
like you're talking about you're talking about America and you.
With the rapists of Hamas and Hezbollah, but your leaders do. You deserve more. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you.
Yeah, you deserve more. It seems you haven't been enough as of late.
You. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? Like, there is one
Sorry, the next time someone, okay, who said that? Who said in chat? Who said in chat that Hamas didn't do any rapes on October 7th? Who said that? He is denying all of them. Just so you understand, he's not doing the Ryan Grimm thing. I don't know why people keep on lying for him.
And peace.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? Like, there is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again. Meanwhile, we know Israel has done it. What do you mean there's no Lebanese army? Hasn't America donated more than $3 billion to
Also, it's funny that he's not sure about Hezbollah because there have been at least a couple of heads of Hezbollah who were sanctioned by the United States government because they were running sex trafficking operations. At least 2 senior members. And that's just senior members. This doesn't mention soldiers or whatever else. And it's almost definitely, it is definitely going to implicate other members as well, because the people who were being sex trafficked were largely Syrian refugees, because that was what Hezbollah did in the Syrian civil war. They fought in Syria against Assad's enemies, and that drove a shitload of refugees into Lebanon, out of the frying pan into the fire. And when they were in Lebanon, in Syrian refugee camps, they were exploited by Hezbollah. So, yeah, that is actually a thing.
Lebanese armed forces to advocate for its security, according to the U.S. Department of State. Yes, there is a standing Lebanese military, but it's basically nothing in comparison to Hezbollah. Yeah.
And this one is response to Kamala Harris mentioning it. Just that people were raped, by the way. I don't think she even says anything that was like mass systemic or whatever. Wait, what the fuck? What is this play button? Is this a picture? Oh, it's a freeze frame. Okay. Kill me. Kill me. Why would you do that? It even has a timer on it. Dear me. This is it. Okay, this is not a freeze frame.
And that's
you
not going to change.
disgusting fucks.
But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel had a right.
This is not the reaction of someone who is like, yeah, of course they were. Yeah, we've actually got good, strong evidence that it happened to quite a few people in at least 5 different locations at the hands of Hamas. I just don't like it that people suggested they were ordered to do it from the top down, like on a raping spree. That's all you say. This is not the reaction of someone who thinks that. This is the reaction of someone who thinks it's all fake.
Right, has a right to defend itself, we would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
Oh, well. Okay. Hopefully, Aaron, you feel confident making a segment out of that one. Okay. What did Netanyahu say? Was he speaking in Hebrew or English? What did he say? Super chats, sorry. Thornbone, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Punished Foxo, thanks for the €2. Metro 2033 players be like. I don't know what you're referring to. Shit. Should have reacted more immediately. Punished Foxo, thanks for the €2. Why do their on-screen graphics rotate so slowly? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I don't know. Good question. James McPherson, thanks for the $5. The most insane shit I heard Hassan say yesterday was that Iran was more pro-trans than the US. He's intentionally lying when he says that and knows it. I thought he just said that they were strangely pro-trans, which is also retarded, but I don't think he said they were better than the US. Good news for all the Muslim Jews in chat. Luffy says you will be safe and he respects you. Nice one. Honkler, thanks for the tier 1 sub. So glad to see continued growth for a great voice. Wow, that's so kind of you. What the fuck? Nasrallah, now Sinwar. What's next? Farfor. Thanks for the $5, Fast and Bulbous. Really appreciate that. I don't know. I hope Farfor is... I don't think Farfor deserves to die. We're not doing October 7th apologism in the chat. Who's doing it? Who's doing October 7th fucking defenses in chat? Apparently this is a Hassan clip of him saying that sexual violence will occur.
Testimony of like, there was a gang rape happening and then like they killed the woman while the guy was inside of it. And it's like, dude, like I will never discount ever that in any kind of military conflict, especially one with like militia groups, okay, that sexual violence will occur. Okay, of course it's going to occur. This does not obviously mean it's appropriate. It's not like I can't believe I have to repeat myself on that front. Okay, it is totally valid. That
so did he change 10 months ago? Since the last 10 months? Because now he's saying, what rapes did Hamas carry out? Apart from what, the one hostage? But because she spoke out? Okay. The evidence is not just one person. Anyway.
People want investigations to occur into this, to make an assessment and to literally fucking hold people in contempt to figure out who did it so they can fucking actually prosecute it properly. Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous. It blows my mind. Have you heard the Haaretz article? They even say that the proof is circumstantial that rape was widespread. Yes.
Circumstantial. Do you know what that means, Hassan? That's like every atrocity ever. It's circumstantial evidence. Yeah. It's not very common. I don't even.
Part of the reason why I didn't cover it too much is because we simply, at this stage, still don't have enough information.
That's just not true.
So check the search for Frankel there.
At this point, we had enough information. We had witness testimony. We had doctors who were saying that they were treating patients who had been raped. We had this. We had it.
I've been internally raging about for about 2 months, said Representative Lois Frankel of Florida, who heads the Democratic Women's Caucus. There's anti-Semitism involved. And there are some folks who are more interested in portraying the loss of life in Gaza than highlighting the complete inhumanity and viciousness and the brutality of Hamas. Ms. Frankel plans to introduce a House resolution later this week condemning the use of sexual violence in war and has been pushing for congressional hearings on the topic. And it's like, who the fuck is like pro-rape in war? I've never met a single fucking person.
There's and for the chat.
Just so you understand, you're still allowed to, that doesn't mean you shouldn't have a House resolution to condemn it. Also, in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it is true that rape, compared to other conflicts, hasn't happened that often. It's not a very common feature of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. There were a few sites where it happened in the 48 war on both sides. I think there was one very well-documented gang rape incident by the Israelis. There was one by the Arab forces. I think it was the ALA in fucking the West Bank. There was a few others. There was one where they basically fucking where the Zionists basically enslaved a fucking girl and made her sweep up their floors for a few days before shooting her. But October 7th was quite exceptional because it was so many instances in such a short space of time. Remember that Hamas did that with Remember that Hamas did that with 6 to 8 hours of free reign over those civilian sites, the kibbutzim and the Nova site. They didn't really have that much time, and they managed to accomplish so much, so many dead in such a short space of time. And some were a bit longer, yeah. Well, in some of the kibbutzim, they were there for days, but I'm saying free reign. Their free reign didn't last more than half a day, I don't think. Some places were 2 days. I don't think they had free reign over anywhere for 2 days. I don't think they had free reign over anywhere for more than like 8 or 12 hours. And they achieved quite a lot. 5 different locations where multiple, mostly women, were stripped from the waist down. Multiple witnesses seeing rapes happen.
If you have any book readers out there, there's a book called Our Bodies, Their Battlefields. It's just one of the first like deep historical dives into the use of rape as a weapon of war, something that gets overlooked because men have historically made up.
Okay, I don't think anything. Brian Graham has nothing of value to say. I don't care. All right, good. Where is... Oh, well. I think that's fine. We've done enough of that. We've done enough Hassan content for the day. Plenty, plenty. What the fuck is this? There's a thing that can word search someone's streams. Of all the times Hassan said mass rape on his stream. What the fuck am I looking at? He's hanging out with his
that
friends.
There's mass rape happening at the hands of Hamas on October 7. Yeah, also, he literally, I forgot about this. Douglas Murray in Australia. Douglas Murray is arguably the most impressive current advocate globally for Israel and its conflict with Hamas. Australian Academic Alliance Against Anti-Semitism wrote this. Is now side quest to do like mass rapes or whatever. Obviously, that also did not make sense.
Wait, what's he saying here? That just sounds like something very stupid. What the fuck did he say?
Which never happened. And then people tried to yell at me for saying, I don't agree with this. I don't believe this. I don't think there's any verifiable evidence for this. I tried to do...
This guy, by the way, who believes the story that in the middle of the fighting in Deir Yassin, that some guys from the fucking Irgun or the Lehi decided to take a baker and force him to throw his son into the oven. Again, if you want to, I did a little dig on where the original source for that claim is, and it's completely fabricated. It doesn't even make sense given the timeline of the event. But yeah, anyway. But he loves that one. That one makes him really happy. The baker did get shot. And it looks like the son got shot as well. I don't think there's any evidence that they played this game of throw your son in the oven. There's never been any evidence for that. Anyway.
My very best in my coverage. And I have maintained that principle since then. I did not jump to conclusions when immediately people were saying on the other side, people, and by the way, they were correct at the end of the day when they were like, oh, the Israeli military killed a bunch of Jewish Israelis themselves. I was familiar with the Hannibal doctrine, but I did not until there was.
No, you're not. You're not familiar with the Hannibal doctrine, if that's what you think.
Conclusive bunch of.
If you were familiar with the Hannibal doctrine, you would know that it is gone. They don't do it anymore. When that stupid Haaretz report, oh my God, the one where there was a call given on the radio by the guy saying Hannibal Erez. Remember? That would happen on October 7th. You're like, well, why would they say Hannibal if the Hannibal doctrine is not a thing anymore for the IDF? Hannibal just means that someone's been taken hostage, that there's been a kidnapping. That's the word that they use. That's not the Hannibal directive. That doesn't mean, oh, go kill them. That just means there's been a kidnapping. It's not an order. It's just a description of something that's happened. That's the word that they use. I noticed that when I was reading about the Second Lebanon War, because that war was started over a kidnapping. And I was like, wait, what's going on here? Why have they titled this chapter? Why have they titled this chapter Hannibal, second time round? Why did they do that? Because I know about this story. They didn't give any order to murder the fucking soldier. Actually, I don't even think initially, I think the people who tried to rescue these two soldiers did it of their own volition. They weren't ordered to do it. So Hannibal, why do they call it that? It's because that's what you call it. A Hannibal situation is an abduction of soldiers. That's it. And people are taking this Haaretz article and saying a communication by someone saying Hannibal, Erez, and they're like, oh wow. They're saying what? First of all, it was only ever for soldiers. It was never for civilians. But people somehow translated that into, oh, there's a civilian who's been kidnapped. Go and fucking airstrike them so that they don't become a bargaining chip. It's so dumb. It's fake. It's completely fake. The Hannibal directive was a controversial policy at the time. One of the reasons it was controversial is that it was kind of vague. It didn't actually make that much sense because you can read interviews with the person who actually came up with it. The whole idea of the Hannibal directive was that if a soldier was taken hostage, it was the idea that you were allowed to try and rescue them, even by using means, or even in situations that meant that the rescue operation had a risk of killing them. I think that's all it meant. It basically just meant like, if you've got but what does that mean? Like if you've got a 90% chance of saving them, but because it's a hostage situation, it's high intensity, I feel like that's every hostage rescue operation. Like every hostage rescue operation, you have a risk of killing them, but, and it was changed several times, but it was never murder your own civilians because you don't want them to become bargaining chips. It's never meant that.
Jewish, immediately people were saying on the other side, people, and by the way, they were correct at the end of the day when they were like, oh, the Israeli military killed a bunch of Jewish.
A bunch of? I think there were 14 who were killed, confirmed, because of tank fire on a building that had hostages in it. As far as I know, that's still getting investigated. And I don't think there's any evidence yet that it had anything to do with the Hannibal directive. Mistakes happen in war, sorry.
Israelis themselves. I was familiar with the Hannibal doctrine, but I did not, until there was conclusive evidence, I did not dive into that side either. Okay, I said, we're going to wait and see. Same thing with this. It didn't make sense. Why?
It's funny now that I know, now that I've finally figured that out about this, about why, because that Hannibal thing from the Haaretz article was like, wait, that's a bit weird. What the fuck? Why'd they do that? But no, it didn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. It's just funny hearing him say, I'm familiar with the Hannibal doctrine. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. It's because you read about it on Twitter.
As to why Hamas would like behead babies or whatever. Okay. Or engage in like a kidnapping operation where they also took a side trip, a side quest to do like mass rapes or whatever. Obviously, that also did not make sense.
It's not a side trip. Hamas had free reign over some of these areas, especially the Nova Festival, for hours. Okay. Dumb fuck. Whatever. Okay, we're done. I don't need to go through every time Hamas. Hassan, sorry. I swear it's an accident when I do that. I swear. I don't have time. It's okay. Is it supposed to make sense? Wait, what? Hannibal means kidnapping. Yes! I know, right? It's like I've... And you know what? If people spoke to Israelis more often, they'd know that. Because everyone in Israel knows that. And for some reason, that bit of information just never gets communicated to the rest of the world. I feel like I've just... split the atom, and I'm running around naked, like out of the bathtub in the streets, showing everyone. Hannibal is just a code word. It's just the word that they use for a situation when someone's been abducted. That's it. That's what they say. That's why they say it, even though the Hannibal directive is not a thing anymore. It's not IDF practice. That's why people still say it, though. They say Hannibal because it means someone's been abducted. Novara is coping. They're saying Sinwar grew up in a refugee camp. We should consider the material conditions he grew up in. If they mean material conditions isn't just like income or wealth or whatever, it's kind of stupid, but I don't know. I think, when people talk about different cultures or even different religious groups or different races having integral qualities, I feel like Israel and Palestine is such a interesting argument against that, because especially for the Arabs in the region, because isn't it kind of interesting that because these borders were just arbitrarily drawn in some ways, or at least not arbitrarily, they were drawn for reasons, but they were drawn for reasons that were not necessarily inherent, for reasons that were not ideal for the people who lived there. Isn't it kind of interesting that you've got like Arabs here, 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 and the fact is that you have a situation where some of these communities, sometimes families or clans or whatever, like that have been tight knit for hundreds of years, get split by these borders, whether it's up here or over here, and the lives that they ended up having, and their children and grandchildren ended up having, and the cultures and the way that they express their ideology and everything else was so radically different. I said this to Sev as well. Like, imagine living in the Triangle area, knowing that like a few hundred meters, maybe like a kilometer, could have changed your entire life and your entire family bloodline's life as well. Like, you understand how people say that, Israeli Arabs didn't like what happened on October 7th. The Palestinians in Israel were like, that's shit, fuck that, we don't like that. But then like just 1 kilometer over, the exact same ethnic group, the same religious group, the same national group, maybe often sometimes people who were once part of the same family and used to live with each other because they're split by the border. And it's like how radically different their opinions are just in a couple of generations. Or like if you're in a border town up here, imagine if you're like a Muslim, like a Palestinian Muslim living in northern Israel, just like if the 48 war just went a slight bit different, you'd be like a South Lebanese person, like living with Hezbollah. Like it's like a petri dish. I think it's such a perfect example of socialization. That's why also when people say that, Islam is the reason, that's the one reason that all these countries are regressive on gay rights. Well, that's not necessarily true either. Like there are lots of Muslims who live in Israel, but they are not nearly as socially regressive as the ones who live in Gaza. So, and again, it's just like, but once upon a time, most people who live in Gaza, their families came from Israel, what's now Israel. So yeah, maybe like Sinwar, if his parents had either stayed or been allowed to stay, I don't know exactly what happened to Ashkelon in the 48 war, but if they'd stayed and been allowed to stay, they'd have been put under military rule. They might have been harassed by IDF soldiers. They might have been maybe had a chance of being killed by IDF soldiers. Or you wouldn't have had the Sinwar that we know today. It's very unlikely. that had just this one moment in history gone even just like a little bit differently for this one family, then Yahya Sinwar would have been more like someone like Sev than he would have been like who he was. So yeah, that is actually quite interesting. Yeah. I think it does tell you quite a lot about how your social upbringing affects your behavior and the way that you think. Because this is such a small geographical area. And the radical divergence between these two groups happened over the space of what, like 1 or 2 generations? Just something to think about. Would you have pulled the trigger on Sinwar if it guaranteed the end of the war? Yeah. I'm pretty autistic, so I don't know. Would I even care that much? I don't know. Even if I felt bad about it, even if I didn't have the stomach for it, I'd probably try to do it anyway because it ends the war. God. And he's not like an invalid military target. That guy loves killing people. The Butcher of Khan Yunis. Anyway, material conditions. Okay. I don't know why, when people say material conditions, why don't they just say environment? Or if they really want to be full Marxist and say it's all just about relations of production, well, just talk about their income or their wealth or their property ownership status. Like material conditions just sounds, it sounds so exclusionary because, and it also does sound like you are trying to add a much more lofty academic fucking veneer to a pretty simple idea. That's kind of annoying as well. Like, it makes you sound like you're trying to be exclusionary.
אז אני אומר.
שמוש לולפלוך. שמוש לולפלוך. Sorry.
חיסולו הוא ציון דרך
Why is
חשוב.
he not fucking subtitled? Motherfucker. Cardinals, thanks for the gifted sub. Really appreciate it. Is there anywhere where he's actually being dubbed or subtitled? Or do I just have to cope? Oh, Israeli PM. Okay, give me the subs. Hebrew is triggering. Yeah, isn't that the Jewish Voice for Peace thing where they say that you shouldn't speak Hebrew in front of Arabs because you might traumatize them? Oh no. Only has Hebrew. What? Why? Auto-translate, please. Okay, here we go. English. Okay, I'll read this to you guys because you guys love the sound of my voice. So close to 2K viewers. Wow, who rated? And I've been reading for a lot of it as well. Or just yapping. You guys must be bored as shit. Stop pretending you don't understand Hebrew. Good one! Also, yes, thank you for wildly improving my material conditions, Marcus. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you. Wow. Shit. Okay.
Israel.
Okay, wait. I need to, okay, turn him down and then just talk over him. Okay, fuck this guy. Boring cunt. Citizens of Israel, a year ago, we celebrated the Sukkot holiday. At that exact time, Yahya Sinwar was engaged in final preparations for the Shiva massacre in October. I stand before you today to inform you that Yahya Sinwar has been eliminated. the one who committed the most terrible massacre in the history of our nation since the Holocaust. Mass murderer who murdered thousands of Israelis, kidnapped hundreds of our citizens, was eliminated today by our heroic soldiers. Is the volumes okay? Should I turn them down? He dead. Down. I think that's as low as it goes. Okay.
Abusing the material conditions card is cringe, but is also very cringe when Sam Harris says that ideas is all that matters. Love from London.
Two sides of the same dipshit coin. I agree. Thanks for the £10. Wow. And today, as we promised to do, we came to account with him. Today, evil has suffered a heavy blow, but the task before us is not yet complete. To the dear families of the kidnapped, I say, this is an important moment in the war. We will continue with all our strength until the return home of all your loved ones, who are our loved ones. This is our highest commitment. This is my highest commitment. And to the residents of Gaza, I say, Sinwar ruined your lives. He told you he was a lion, but in reality, he was hiding in a dark den. And was killed when he fled in panic from our soldiers. His elimination is an important landmark in the decline of the evil rule of Hamas. And I want to say again, in the clearest way, that Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. This is the beginning of the day after Hamas. And this is the opportunity for you, the residents of Gaza, to finally break free from his tyranny. To the Hamas terrorists, I say, your leaders are fleeing and they will be eliminated. I call on everyone who holds our hostages. Whoever lays down his weapon and returns our hostages, we will allow him to go out and live. And in the same way, I say whoever harms our hostages, his blood on his head, we will reckon with him. The return of our abductees is an opportunity to achieve all our goals, and it brings the end of the war closer. To the people of the region, I say, in Gaza, in Beirut, throughout the entire region, the darkness recedes and the light rises. Daf, Hania, Sinwar, Nasrallah, Moshen, Akil, and many of their associates are not. I call you, the people of the region. We have a great opportunity to curb the axis of evil and create a different future. A future of peace, of prosperity in the entire region. Together, we can ward off the curse and promote the blessing. It is now clear to everyone, in Israel and in the world, why we insisted on not ending the war. Why did we insist in the face of all the pressures to enter Rafah, the fortified stronghold of Hamas, where Sinwar and many of the murderers hid? I would like to express my deep appreciation to the IDF and Shin Bet fighters and their commanders. For their determined and courageous action, there are none better than them. Today we clarified again what happens to those who hurt us. Today, we once again showed the world the victory of good over evil. But the war, my dears, is not over yet. And it is difficult and it exacts heavy prices from us. I wish to express my condolences from the bottom of my heart to the families who lost their loved ones. I want to hug the families of our fallen heroes. Their supreme sacrifice, including the last few days, brings us closer to victory. As King David said, I will pursue my enemies and destroy them, and I will not return until they are dead. Citizens of Israel, we are in the war of resurrection. Big challenges are still ahead. Citizens of Israel, we are in the war of... we are required for long-spiritedness, the unity of ranks, for courage, for a firm stand. Together, we will fight with God's help. Together, we will win. Wow. Fucked up. Good luck, bro. Stop saying the N-word, okay? Even if you're black, stop. Because we don't know that you're black, okay? Okay. Wait, what? I'm sorry. No. No, please, not another Hassan clip. I can't just watch Hassan clips all day. You can't just show me Hassan clips. Come on. My favorite part of Hassan's latest blunder was an Iranian subreddit tearing him a new one. Oh no.
Ever since, there are plenty of gay and trans people. By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans, but I'm sure that you probably didn't know that. They're very homophobic, but they are very pro-trans. A lot of cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America. Maybe to a fault at times, like Iran, when they do forcible gender.
Oh, he did say Iran was more progressive. Oh my god. Do you know? It's people simplify this. It's not that as soon as you're gay, they force you to transition. That's not how it works. They do allow sex reassignment surgery. The doctors who do it are very poorly trained, and there are massive risks with it. There's not any health and well-being education for people who are fucking trans in Iran. The reason people do it is that they feel socially pressured into it because they want to marry. I think that's why people do it. Because it goes with the gender binary and allows them to marry. Doesn't mean that they are pro-trans, okay? People in Iran who get gender-affirming care get bad gender-affirming care, dangerous gender-affirming care, botched gender-affirming care, and they also get disowned by their families. They get harassed. They get the shit beaten out of them. They sometimes have to flee the country. They have to claim. You can claim asylum if you're trans in Iran, right? You can get disowned by your family. You can have people threatening or actually beating you to death. You can lose your job. You can get kicked out of your house. It's like, sorry, it's not a pro. Like that's like the common experience, not like the Alabama of Iran. That's like the standard. Okay. It is not a pro-trans by any means country, nor are third genders in fucking Hinduism. You dumb fuck. Anyway. So apparently the Iran subreddit is having a pop. Hassan claims that Iran is pro-trans. This is all diaspora, but it's still funny. Okay. He should look into why sex change surgery is allowed at all before calling it pro-trans. I don't have any idea who the guy is, but he's literally talking about that before the others interrupt him. Forced gender change. He even acknowledged this. This is hilariously misinformed. They are only pro-trans as far as they can conceal and camouflage the lifestyles of what they view as gay men. Their ideology demands that such individuals must be eliminated either by being hanged or option B, turning them into a woman and rationalizing their behavior as acceptably heterosexual. They will let these individuals avoid being stoned to death for now if they undergo surgery to become a woman and then act like a heterosexual woman with full head covering and never mention again that they were a man. Again, I don't think it's like forced by the state, but there's like a large social pressure around it. Transgenderism, as understood and celebrated in the West, with individuals ascribing to either gender or being gender fluid and all the other myriad manifestations that continue, would be viewed by the regime in Iran as indistinguishable from homosexuality, and it would be punished through the most severe means. I have a bunch of women slaves that I sent to the field, so therefore I am a feminist who wants to see a more diverse work investment. Oh God. Okay, this is the Hassan reaction. Okay, this is the Hassan reaction. Okay. What is this? What? People from Iran are calling you out on Reddit and saying you're anti-trans? Yeah, dude. Yeah, what, the English-speaking diaspora pro-Shah subreddit thinks that I'm regressive? That's funny, dude. Okay. That's funny, dude. What, please coup me again, CIA? All right, that'll be the reaction. This guy talks about politics like a high schooler presenting a project from ChatGPT. All he's doing is releasing a verbal diarrhea storm of half-baked takes and spoon-feeding garbage to his fanboys. Stay in your lane, blah, 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 blah. This is from Saudi, okay. Can't stand the dude. Whoa. What am I supposed to do with that? Buffoon, blah, 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 blah. Coercing homosexual individuals to undergo... Someone got downvoted. It's not the same as being trans-friendly. It's whitewashing the crimes of the Islamic regime. How can someone be this stupid? Someone tried to say, for whatever reason, Iran is remarkably trans-affirming. Fuck me. Good memes. Funny. Okay. James McPherson, thanks for the $5. Been depressed since deconstructing beliefs and realizing every media figure and org I looked up to was intentionally misleading me. Sorry that happened to you, bro. I'll try our best not to do it here. Jesse Irwin, thanks for the $10. One narrative I hate that Hassan and co push is the way that Zaka handled burials with some kind of Israeli conspiracy to dupe the world. Would you say this about any other country? People grieving just want to bury their hundreds of dead in the wake of a massacre. It would have been prudent to do a better job gathering forensic evidence, if only to appease people like Hassan. Yeah, can you imagine if people were like challenging the fucking health ministry for botching some of the burials and some of the recovering of bodies? Anyway. But do you really think that was at the forefront of people's minds? Would you apply the standard to every other country? Yes, clearly some Zaka people were there as opportunists who wanted to fundraise or whatever the fuck else. But yeah, most of them were there because most countries are not prepared to fucking collect 1,200 of their own dead bodies, of their own people. They're not, most people aren't prepared for that. Most countries, you know, Scotland, I don't think Scotland has like a recover 1,200 bodies in one day unit. I don't think we have that. I don't think we have people who, yeah. If we did that, even professionals would have no fucking idea what they're doing. It would be chaos anyway. Zaka does have problems, but it's overstated, I think. Oh no. Can we get to the content now? Excuse me, Embo. What do you think what do you want me to do? What am I doing? Hang on, Sev.
Content.
All right, what do you want? Sorry.
Before you get to the content. Does this mean that Sinwar wasn't hiding with like 20 fucking hostages like previously reported?
Those 6 were apparently with him for like an insurance policy for a while, but for whatever reason, they killed them. Maybe because they were a burden, because they had to escape and they couldn't.
The 6 that were shot in the head before?
Yep, the kid's bedroom with the Mickey Mouse.
Do you think that means they only had access to those 6 hostages and everyone else they don't have accounting of?
I imagine that because the IDF has blown up so much shit and because they have split up the region, it's probably quite difficult to move in transit, right?
Yeah, it's probably easy for the IDF to track them unless like they haven't and still an intact tunnel system.
Yeah, like say you're Sinwar in Rafah, right? And you there are some hostages in Deir al-Bala that you can go and fucking pick up, but how do you even communicate with the people over there? How do you get to them? I think the whole thing right now that the IDF is trying to do is they're trying to disconnect each city from the other, right? I think that's what they're trying to do, at least in terms of tunnels or monitor the transit.
At least from what I've heard, that it was a firefight and he didn't have a bunch of fucking civilians around him.
Yeah, but apparently he was in transit, so we'll find out. They're saying that there's a video of him taken by a drone of him dressed as a woman and waving it away. And I guess the drone strike aborted because they weren't sure. I have no fucking idea.
How would they know if it was him or not?
Yeah, because if he's properly disguised, you would. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I have no idea. I just saw that. Like,
okay, okay, it's 100% fucking not real.
We'll see what they show you in a fucking video. I don't know.
All right.
We're gonna
Relax.
transvestigate Yahya Sinwar. You know he's
Yeah,
remarkably pro-trans. Cross-dresser.
and quite the musician.
Oh my
And,
god, I was watching some of the fucking Hezbollah musicals that Sundowner sent me. They're actually so good.
I was about to ask you who sent you that?
Sundowner, obviously.
Yeah, no, it was a stupid thing to ask. I already know the answer to it. I think he just linked me it too. Maybe his ears were poking out of the hijab.
Maybe.
You realize if he was dressed like a niqabi, his ears aren't allowed to show either.
Someone saying he was injured, and because they might have known where he was beforehand, and then just they saw someone dressed as a woman coming out, and they're like, "Wait, is anyone else there?" No. Oh, okay. I don't know, something like that. Maybe I don't know.
Well, anyway, hopefully nobody innocent died because of this. Or do you think he knew he was gonna die and they killed the hostages that he had with him? And what's it called?
I think they hannibaled. I
and
don't.
Was it called?
Wait,
they
hang on.
didn't find the bodies because they were in transit.
Are you talking about the 6 hostages?
No, other hostages, because the 6 were killed ages ago.
Yeah,
No?
I don't know. Like maybe if he's in transit, maybe he was moving separately from them. I have no idea. I imagine they'll probably tell you the whole story about this operation because it's like a big thing, right?
I hope so. I need to know. I'd like, fuck's sake. Anyway, chat you.
Bye. I'm waiting for the Hagari video. Oh god, the Hagari video is going to be such a banger. Hagari speaking soon. Yes! I hope they've prepared graphics. Literally, highlight of my day. Oh no. This is a documentary about Iran's transsexual support society. Interesting. Okay. First of all, though, before we get to the, to the content, we have to do the research first, okay? Okay. Let's do some research though, okay? Let's do some academic work for a minute. Frogan clip. How did that get there?
Do content now.
Thanks for the $10.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. You know? I do the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So the U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like I'm changed. Like fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD, and I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into.
You know the Americans who were in Lebanon in the '82 war when they were there throughout the Civil War period. I don't think were there. How many documented like American war crimes were there in Lebanon in the '80s? Was Hezbollah angry with the American soldiers in Lebanon because they were terrorizing the population? Or is it because they were angry that they didn't like American interest in what they wanted to be an Islamic, like Iran, Syria leaning country? I know that Hezbollah, they bombed the embassy, killing like 40 people. Then they bombed that Marine barracks, killing like nearly 300. I don't think they existed in 82. Their people did, though. They existed informally. They were gathering up the because the IRGC went in with those 1,500 people in 82, you know? They weren't official until 85, but I think most people agree that Hezbollah were still kind of operating. The people who became Hezbollah were still operating militarily in 82. And they'd still gathered arms and were doing operations. They weren't official until 85. Am I wrong? I don't think that's wrong.
Fucking America.
Okay. Good memes. Good memes. How much fighting did other NATO forces do in Lebanon? I don't know. Because I know so many people were there. So many people were there. The French were there. The Italians were there. The UNIFIL people from all those different countries were there. The Americans were there. The Syrians were there. The Palestinians were there. The Israelis were there. Bro, everyone was in such a small country as well. Benny Morris was there? He was, wasn't he? Ethan is unable to take criticism. My God. My wife is an American citizen. I'm not worried about her. 80% of Israelis are born there. Literally nowhere to go. You better figure out that if you want peace instead of telling them to just go somewhere else. This is actually vile, embarrassing, and what's he? Damn. He's gone full lefty arc. My God. Ethan. Oh. Corey's made an interesting video. What's the clip though? I don't know. I don't have Instagram. If someone has the clip, they can send it to me. If Hassan was responding more to Ethan than the things I saw, which was like 1 or 2, we can watch it. Why not? Why not? Did Americans even do much fighting? No, that's the thing is I don't think they did. I don't think there was that much American combat in Lebanon. I don't think they definitely didn't commit, I don't think they committed any war crimes. I feel like people would know. Like they would have names and shit. The something massacre. But it's funny that she's like, oh, fuck the American soldiers and all that. Like, yeah, it's funny that like a Lebanese person would talk about American soldiers like they're the exceptional ones. Meanwhile, like Lebanon got occupied by Syria for 29 years. You had Israel there for 18 years. You have Hezbollah terrorizing the local population. You've got fucking Iranians soldiers in Lebanon fucking shit up. You had the PLO who were fucking shit up. Like you had the Phalangists, like so many, like you could think of so many different factions that would have soldiers in Lebanon fucking shit up and being horrible, but she picked the Americans. It's just funny as a Lebanese person saying that. The Druze, even the Druze did horrible shit. Those guys. Okay, what am I doing? What's this video? Hebrew. Oh, this is the other guy. Is this the who's the Arabic speaking guy? Is that him? No, it's not him. Is this him? What are you saying? This is not the Arabic speaking guy, because the Arabic speaking Israeli soldier is like a really happy guy. He tells jokes and shit. This is not him. This guy has seen some shit. What's he saying? What's the story? One of the Hassan fans should go into his chat and tell him that I'm spent the whole day watching IDF propaganda and believing it all to get the fucking story. All right, let's see. This is the army commander. Wow. The general. The chief of staff. God, this guy's got so many jobs. This guy's a multitasker. He's saying Shabbat Shalom. He's just saying they killed bad guy. They just killed a bad guy. He's happy. Anything interesting? Shaboom shaboom. All right. No, fuck that guy. That guy is no Hagari. We only watch Hagari post-operation statements in this house. Okay? Last act was to offer a ceasefire. Didn't want war, just wanted to kill Syrians. Died in a bunker. Picked a fight. Ambushed IDF patrol. Died by a tank shell. Gun in his hands. Bro, free Syria is just such a... I feel like for being a Western left-winger, trying to pin these guys down ideologically must just be such a drag. It must be so hard for them to figure out, wait, are these guys based or cringe? Well, they hate Israel, so we like that. They like Palestinians. Okay, yeah, we like that. They hate Hezbollah. Ooh. Or they hate Iran. Ooh. Oh, they like the West a little bit sometimes. Ooh. Oh, they're secular. Ooh. Oh, they don't like Assad. Ooh. Okay. My God, Adam and Sitch cringe.
In emails.
Let's hear. Come on. I know it's a very divisive American election, but thank God we have someone ready to cleave through the division and provide us with balance in this incredible moral dilemma. Adam Friended.
You know,
What
even
are you
I've
gonna
gotten
say?
my fair share of pushback in my YouTube comment section and in emails and on Twitter and stuff like that. And my position is that if somebody to the left of me criticizes me or lashes out at me, even in the most vicious ways, and it's happened a time or two, not only, like Hutch, like you say, not only would that not drive me away, but I am actually determined, just almost out of spite, to be even more of an ally. Like, you're not going to get rid of me. I will continue to be an ally to the progressive left, even if the progressive left hates my guts because they think when it comes to, you know, domestic partisan electoral politics, I'm too willing to.
I'm sorry, listen. I'm sorry. But this just seems like the most cuck shit I've ever heard.
I know. Look, I was going to say, we discovered.
Oh my God.
We discovered how to make him a better ally, right? We literally just have to put him in a chair in the corner and
just berate him. It's so weird. It's such a weird like answer. It's like, oh yeah, when the progressive.
That's not what he's saying. He's just saying he'll fight for the cause that he believes in, even if it means you get blowback from crazy people. Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's he's like that guy. You know that Gazan guy who lost like double digits numbers of his relatives, but he doesn't like Hamas. So everyone thinks he's like a cuck. What's his name again? The baldy guy? Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. That's the two-stayer. He's talking. He's like this guy, right? This guy gets so much shit, ironically, from a lot of white leftists because of his very vocal opposition to Hamas, even though he also opposes Israel, and he's literally lost like a shitload of relatives in the war. But yeah, whatever. I think that's more what he's talking about.
The left shits on me. That just makes me want to help them more. I'm like, all right, you have like a masochistic cuck fetish, I guess. You know, you do you.
To me, I would almost like run in the opposite direction instead of like running away from the left. It's like I would almost want to annoy them further by saying, "Nope, you're not going to drive me away. You're not going to scare me away." But this is just ridiculous.
It's so funny. It's like he's basically praising the undying loyalty to one side, to one faction, the brainwashed capacity to one political team. That even if you don't want me, even if you try to throw rocks at me and tell me to get out of here, get out of here.
That's actually the principal position, though. You shouldn't have a political position because the people in that camp are nice to you. What the fuck? Mental giants. You should believe in something because you believe that is the most correct position. And you should continue to believe it even if you get a shit ton of blowback for it. Blowback should not be a reason to change your mind. You should change your mind because you hear better arguments or you hear better positions. Okay.
I'm still gonna run back to you like a loyal dog. And he's just saying it's like it's a good thing. And it's very weird that that he would think that this would come across as like a positive.
Yeah,
And
it's strange.
And listen, maybe I'm doing a little bit of mind reading here, but I mean, I'm looking at the faces of the other guys in the call, and I don't know, man. I don't know if they're feeling the same vibe.
Okay, whatever. Banger. I think this does come from a bit of a place of bad faith, but it's just... Oh god, it's quite mean, but it's also kind of fun. Okay. Oh god, this is so cope. In Gaza, in Hebrew, Gazan children to the Israeli Jewish people, shalom, shalom, shalom. Is this... That's not him. This is like...
أحلى شالوم 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 أحلى
Bro,
شالوم.
that guy's gonna get fucking executed. That guy is gonna get beaten to death with fucking pipes. Mike from PA. What's this? Oh, because do I need to see this one as well? Okay, let's go and open it in thingy. Couldn't they just be saying hi instead of peace? Yeah, they could be. That could mean anything. That clip means nothing. Looks like I won't be voting Harris. Okay, don't care. What? Oh, he's in Pennsylvania. Sorry for the docs. He's in Pennsylvania. It's like the swing state of this election. Oh, what a piece of shit. Anyway. You live in New York City. Your vote doesn't matter. If she picks Waltz, I'll be voting for her, and I live in a swing state. Oh, he said he would vote for her if she picks Walls. Ah. What's that? A leftist threatened to withhold their vote unless the Democrats gave them a particular concession. Then, once they got that concession, they just moved on to the next thing with zero acknowledgement. Wow, you're telling me for the first time. Wow. Why is he like this? Because he's greasy and miserable. That's what I'll do to you. He's a very troubled person. He's very insecure, kind of dumb. Newly appointed Hamas leader Bahad al-Banahda has released a statement. At least I'm not fat like all the Israelis you're destroying now. Bro. You could have thought of a funnier Arabic name. You re-uploaded the clip I was looking for earlier. Can't even put links in chat. You have to put it in Discord. Stream chat or stream suggestions. Discord.gg/lonerbox. Eliminated. Yahya Sinwar. Wow. 3 people died. 3 terrorists. Sorry. Fucking hell. They really... Corbyn has been irrelevant for quite a while now, but they still seem to care so much about him. Anyway. One bodyguard supposedly from UNRWA? No idea. I would need a lot of confirmation for that one, bub. Oh, was he accused of pedophilia? Since when? Okay. Talk about Sam Harris. I don't care. What? What should I say about Sam Harris? Sam Harris is okay. This is the Sam Harris take on Sinwar because that's the news today. Okay. Yahya Sinwar in the Gaza Strip has been terminated, and it behooves one to learn why he pursued such a destructive course in his life. And obviously, the Western left seem reluctant to acknowledge the prominent role of jihadism in shaping his practices. That's the Sam Harris take. Okay. Bro, what the fuck? Man, these guys got so fucked. Ugh. Oh, they got so mad. Ugh. So that Hezbollah guy was getting, the captured one was getting interviewed by the IDF, and he said that one of the reasons a lot of people join is that they can't get, like, it's the only place that they can get a decent salary. The people who fled, he was like, yeah, they don't give a fuck about the cause. They want, this is how you get paid well. And I'm guessing they probably thought that Nasrallah had learned from 06 and wasn't actually going to provoke such an intense reaction from Israel. Okay. What the fuck am I doing? All right. Well, Hagari will show something. Okay, Hagari always brings the receipts. Okay, with the best Arabic translations. That's what Hagari will bring. Oh yeah, Corey Gilshitter video. Why not? Corey Gilshitter. Let's go. Corey. He's bringing something, okay? I can trust him to bring something. Corey Balamori. No. Corey Gilshister. Shlomo.
Would you have sex with an Arab?
I would.
Yeah?
I would.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Are we talking just female or male and female?
Female, I would not have sex with a man publicly.
You're just like the... Never mind. Would you have sex with an Arab?
Yeah, I guess if I wasn't married.
Is that your husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy shit.
He's not here. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so you would.
Yeah, it depends on the personality.
She's so progressive.
Yeah, totally.
Would you have sex with an Arab? Yeah. Oh, say, I'm talking to gays. Have you had sex with many Arabs? Yes, of course.
We don't see any reason why not.
Have you? Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, we don't differentiate them by being Arab or not. I mean, we judge people, oh God, that sounds like a cliche, but we judge people by who they are, I mean, not by their ethnicity.
Okay, and if they're good kissers?
Yeah. And other good things.
Yes.
Being a good kisser is the main thing.
But not only.
Yeah.
Not only.
Yeah? Would you have sex with an Arab?
If she's pretty, I think so.
Okay. Have you ever dated an Arab?
No.
No? Okay. Would you be worried that her brother would try to kill you?
Is that a thing? What the fuck? I feel like this video is only going to be good if we find some mad bigots. I wouldn't bother public if everyone's just like, yeah, what the fuck? That's not really that interesting. Hello, Sev. What's your strong opinions on this, eh?
It is a thing. There is brothers that would probably the brother's more likely to kill the guy that had sex with his sister than the sister, but it has happened also where they killed the sister. So yeah.
Fucked up, man.
It has happened, absolutely.
And is this why Israelis might say like no, or
some Israeli? I know. I have a friend who's like Russian convert Jewish who dated an Arab girl for a while, but her family didn't approve of it. Her family wasn't extreme or anything, but they just didn't approve of like dating.
And is it for sleeping with a Jewish guy, or is it because of dating like outside of marriage, or is it why?
Dating outside of marriage, sleeping with a Jewish guy, they probably wouldn't be approved. Like she was from the Triangle area, so I would assume they weren't okay with like dating a Jewish guy either, and dating outside of marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, so her family didn't approve, so they broke up. But like in other cases where the girl pushes back and wants to stay with the guy, yeah, you would probably have an extreme where the family steps in and maybe breaks them up forcibly, or actually threatens the guy, or ends up hurting one of the people from the couple. Like
what does a girl do if her brother hooks up with a Jew?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. That's the double standard they have. They don't give a shit if a dude hooks.
Does she doesn't judge or anything?
I mean, it's never made public, and the girl just doesn't acknowledge if it happens.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a huge double standard. I probably don't know a single Arab dude that hasn't slept with a Jewish girl in my town.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking. It's so normalized. Fucking stupid. Anyway,
good for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chat. Yeah.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Don't get my brother to kill you. Bye bye.
People, viewers, it's a thing. Would you have sex with an Arab?
Yeah, I would.
Have you?
I haven't. I've gone on a date with a Palestinian.
Okay. Here or somewhere else?
In Tel Aviv.
Okay.
And it was a great experience. But also to live in Tel Aviv, I feel like, you know, you got to be more open-minded. So we had good conversations, and like I asked her like questions I was wondering. And I grew up in a Jewish school, so I grew up learning like specific things
In Miami, to give
in Miami.
some clarification.
That, you know, I
Would you move to Gaza with it? Shut the fuck up.
grew up learning specific things about, let's say, like the other side, Arabs, and when I like moved here and I see like how coexistence is real, and like walk to Yaffo, walk around Tel Aviv and see Arabs, Jews, Christians, anyone else in between, like just walking and not like throwing rocks at each other, because that doesn't actually happen in the day-to-day. It's nice to see.
Whoever wants to answer can answer. Would you have sex with an Arab?
No.
Why?
I don't know. That's my beliefs. Because I'm a Jew, you know. That's something that we grew up with.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have sex? What,
No,
sex?
no.
Okay.
Actually, no. What's the question?
Would you have sex with an Arab?
Probably not.
Holy shit,
First of all,
Fabio.
I have a girlfriend.
Well, besides
Jewish,
that.
but if I think no.
Who are these
Can you explain why?
Who are these two John Travoltas? Come on, if you're gonna own the first position, elaborate. We don't know why. What the fuck?
You know, this is the beliefs. The beliefs. Probably
What the
nothing.
fuck does that mean? Why are they so shy? Why? I've noticed bigots do this. They'll say like, "Oh, I don't like black people" or whatever, but they won't. But they get annoyed when you ask them why. I don't understand.
Okay. No.
Would you?
I'm a Jew, and I've had a lot of sex with Arabs.
Oh, really?
Oh, a lot. A lot.
They were Muslim or like Christians?
All.
Oh,
all
really?
the above. All the above.
Crazy one. You know, it depends. Maybe because, you know, who's the woman and what's her, you know, personality. But like, you know, it's not from the racist place. It's just from the beliefs. We respect all Arabs, all Muslim people, all Christians. Just from the beliefs. We respect all of them. But you know, just
Corey freak-offs.
for the, you know, for the mind, I wouldn't do it.
Wait, is this your girlfriend?
Yeah, this is my girlfriend.
Okay, I'm going to ask him a very inappropriate question.
Okay.
If you didn't have a girlfriend, would you have sex with an Arab woman?
I don't know. I don't think I discriminate, but I don't meet Arab women in my surrounding. You know.
Corey just said, this is the reason Corey did this prompt is because he just wanted to tell some bigoted people that he slept with a shitload of Arabs. How many? What the fuck? Why didn't I ask him that? I had him for a whole day. Believe it or not, that question never came up. A lot. A lot. Should I go back to Israel and find out?
Okay.
I don't think I discriminate because he's
Okay. Would you have an Arab girlfriend or wife?
So dumb.
Would you discriminate on that sense, or do you have to marry Jewish?
I would like her to be Jewish, not because not liking Arab or something, just because it's the same culture, same sort of way of growing up. I like the tradition. I'm not religious or something, but I do like the tradition, and it's important to me. And my family does Kiddush every Shishi, and it's important to me. You know, I don't think it's wrong when you stay within your culture and that sort of stuff.
Okay. Girlfriend, did I piss you off? Would you have sex with an Arab?
Uh-oh.
No. Why not?
Because I have a girlfriend.
Why is this guy walking around fucking tops off and shit? What the hell?
Okay,
Tops
that's
off.
what every guy who has a girlfriend says. But if you didn't have a girlfriend, would you have an Arab girlfriend?
I don't think so.
No? Why?
Oh, this is near the... I feel like I recognize this area. This is near the beach.
It's not feel right.
You?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that honestly. I don't really care about like that kind of thing really. It's just about whether we at the end of the day it's really about like cultural difference, I guess. Same with everything, right? Like it's not just about whether it's an Arab or a Russian or someone from can be someone from Scotland, right? For all I know. Just a matter of if we vibe and like
This guy's a
the
Runner Box
important
fan.
things for me and the important things for her, like we
Oh,
agree
is that
on.
the first fucking country you thought?
a nice Arab girl.
How's that the first country you think of? Scotland. Bro, this guy's in chat right now.
Could it happen?
Even a Scottish person. Wow. Damn, you'll hook up with anyone, won't you? Even a Scottish person. Wow. Wow.
Essentially, yeah.
Would you have sex with an Arab?
Well, I don't like the word Arab because I'm half Iraqi, right? So an Arab is anyone whose mother is a native Arabic.
You know what I mean, but I mean by someone who's Muslim or Christian or Druze.
I would date them.
Sex? I'm asking about sex.
Well, I would.
I wasn't gonna say anything. Chats. There's a bit of self-policing. Okay, good. I like that. I like the self-policing in chat. I don't need to say it.
I think only those who understand that. I mean, I'm not religious, I'm an atheist, but I am Jewish. I'm, an Iraqi Kohen, so the kid would be Jewish no matter what I do.
Well, you're not having babies right away. I'm not asking for babies.
Just, sure. Yeah, I would date them, for sure.
Okay, timeouts are getting
Yeah, of
dished
course,
out.
I'm from the Galilee.
We're dishing out some.
I dated a lot of Druze guys.
Dishing out some
They're very
timeouts.
spoiled.
Okay, let's go.
Mom's
Let's go.
boys.
Okay.
24 hours. I'm gonna keep
they're
raising
very
the timeout for everyone I see.
Nice,
Okay.
they treat you well, but they're always married to beautiful Druze girls, so it's...
Yeah, so it's just...
Yeah, so it's just for fun.
For
And
practice.
in the army, I had a lot of Druze guys. Dated a
24
Christian
hours.
once. Was just dating, just for the parties. Dated a Bedouin from Tershikha, who's a Muslim and served in the army. But again, just a date. Because we just like different things, I guess.
Bro, she's half Iraqi Jewish. I feel like she would appear in one of those memes where they're like, indigenous to the land, not indigenous to the land. Simple as. Like, she's half Iraqi, bro. People would literally, I can totally see like the really like low IQ shitheads would make a meme out of this. You know those memes that you see on Twitter when people are like, you're telling me both of these people are indigenous to the Middle East? You're telling me?
Do you want coffee? I just got offered coffee.
From the cute guy? Oh, sure.
Cute guy, yeah. I have here Arabic coffee. I was just offered by a random person on the street. Arabic coffee. Thank you very much, Mr. Cute Guy. If you want to support the channel, I would love to hear from you. Please subscribe. Please donate so I can come to places like this and ask your questions. And please keep sending me questions. I love your questions. I love coming here. Watch the Ask Project.
My ex-girlfriend's father was Egyptian Jew. Does it count as having sex with an Arab? I don't know. She didn't seem to like separating. She didn't like the term Arab because she's half Iraqi, which means that she probably feels like she's kind of Arab herself. But I think most Sephardic or Mizrahi, whatever, Jews don't see themselves as Arabs. That's what I thought. Even though they, I'm sorry, they are. I mean, they don't speak the language anymore, most of them, but they're from that region. But I guess as far as it's a social construct, I guess they're not, since they don't like saying that they are. And also, they're going to show the drone footage of Sinwar throwing rocks at the drones. Huh. You timed out 20 people. I timed out like 5. Arab is an ethnicity, not nationality. What are you on? Listen, it's not that simple, because by that logic, Mizrahi Jews are Arabs because they came from the Arab world and they spoke Arabic for most of the time that they were there, apart from the last couple of generations. It's also the whole thing with Maronites and how they identify whether or not they're Arab or Phoenician, because they all speak Arabic, but a lot of them don't really like the idea of being called Arabic, Arabs. So, and politically they don't identify because like Pan-Arabism and shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot the next person who just talks about Arab identity being something specific like a nationality or a fucking ethnicity. It's so fucking annoying, bro. It's too complicated to be labeled one thing. It's like a split fucking identity. It's linguistic for most people and fucking ethnic for like people in the Gulf. It's super different wherever you go. And fucking for North Africans, they don't like being called Arab because it's like like they were not completely separated from the original culture, like in the Levant were. So yeah, it's fucking It's not like. I think did I do the explanation on your stream before? I think I did on Destinies.
Maybe.
About how it's a linguistic identity for a majority of the Arabs in the
Well,
Middle
that's the
East.
one thing that Arabs have in common is they all speak Arabic.
Yeah,
'cause
linguistic.
generally, yeah.
But that's the thing. It's all Arabic only because of politics. Like if they
Yeah, it's
didn't
not
have
because it's not all from Arabia. It's not. Yeah.
yeah. Not it's not just that. Like if you categorize what all the Arabs speak as like their individual dialects, you would look at them. They're way too different to be compared into the same languages. The only time you can separate the same language into two different languages is because of politics. Like the Baltics and the Balkans or whatever the fuck. So many countries have two different languages, but the language is practically the same. Like almost the same. And it's all because of politics. At the end of the day, the reason we call all of it Arabic is because there's like that notion of what's it called? Fucking yeah, being like one Arab world.
Pan-Arabism.
Pan-Arabism. Yeah, Pan-Arabism. That's the only reason Arabic is still counted as one language. Yeah, like there's no other reason for it why they all just say, "Oh, we speak Arabic." Fucking it's a city. Fucking stupid.
Okay.
All right, bye, Loner.
Alright.
Love you. Ask Corey where he lays pipe.
Oh god. Man, this video of all these soldiers just fucking gooning over Sinwar's body. Wild. They're really having a good look there. The fuck is this? Man, he just beat the shit out of that woman. Okay, I'm not watching that on stream. Why do I keep getting recommended fight videos? Thank you, Elon. I really appreciate it. Has this been a thing? I've heard that women keep on suddenly getting, and this is only the last couple of months maybe, they keep on suddenly getting eating disorder fucking tweets. Like eating disorder content. Is that a thing? Is that a thing recently for the women in chat? The women? And apparently a lot of it's just popped up suddenly on people's feeds in the last couple of months. People are saying no generally. Okay. No women here. You'd be surprised. Despite you guys, some of them stick around. I don't know why. Who's this? What do you mean by eating disorder content? Like anorexia shit. Like, oh, this person's so skinny. Awesome. That's so cool. Wow. Goals. You know, like was just like a really skinny person. Like that content. Goals. That kind of shit. Ads. Not just ads, but like other accounts as well. Because for some reason, I keep getting recommended fights, like videos of fights. I don't even, and I tend to just scroll past them like I would anything else. But for some reason, they're just like, "Hey, you might like this fights compilation video." And I'm like, "Whoa, sickest fights!" And this last one I've got is a guy I can't even show it because her fucking tits pop out. But he punches her in the face, and it's just a screen cap of her falling so like far back, and her fucking crop top like dropping down. I'm like, why do I need to see that? And he just knocks her the fuck out. It's like a 5-second. Why? Why are they like, what happened to the algorithm? Why am I, this is, okay, maybe I'd watch this if I can't sleep or whatever. This is funny. Like, these guys are avoiding snakes. But I keep on getting all this weird fucking irreverent shit that's got nothing to do with the kind of channels that I actually subscribe to. Your wife's been getting anorexic content. Yeah, it's been a thing. It's been appearing a bit more lately. Look at him go. Nutters. Twitter pushes whatever makes you anxious. That didn't make me feel anxious. That made me feel like one of the gang. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I was supposed to watch the Kamala content, wasn't I? But I do need to probably eat something. People are posting their mail-in ballots in Discord. That's cute. Ooh. Someone... Who the fuck called, Did someone come in the Discord and call Bambi a race traitor? Holy shit. What the fuck? I guess, oh, I know why. It's because Sinwar died and tankies are upset. So they've come to take out their anger on people like on this community. They've probably decided to tune into the stream and be like, I'll bet this disgusting piece of shit is so happy that the martyr, peace be upon him, Sinwar, was killed by the treacherous Zionist tank fire. Oh god. It's like when your team loses at football, you know, you need to go and pick a fight. Or beat up a woman. Who is this person? What the fuck? Their messages didn't get deleted. Hello? Oh, you, hi.
Are people, it's me, are people posting pictures of their completed, like filled in ballots?
Oh. I don't know. That's a good
Okay.
question. Why?
Don't. Well, it depends on your state. So I'm going to link something in Stream Chat because certain states have different rules about that. And it could end up, like, if it gets out, it could end up negating your vote. Like, they might cancel your vote out. Is that it's supposed to be confidential. So be on
Oh.
the safe side. Just don't do it. But I'll post a link in Stream Chat.
Like you can actually get in trouble for not making it confidential.
You will get, yeah, I don't think you'll get in trouble. They'll just like strike your vote, I believe.
Okay.
So,
That's fucked
yes.
up. Okay, be careful then.
It is. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, Turkey Tom did a whole thing.
So apparently Ethan is right now talking about Hassan.
Ethan is stream content. That's crazy. Oh, he's just watching the thing. Okay. Oh, wait, Hassan actually uploaded a segment. He talks about it for half an hour. Oh no. Kamala made a statement about Sinwar. What did she say? Let's see what Holocaust Harris has to say, right? That's what we call her. Kamala Harris Sinwar. The farming continues. I'm sorry. I'm just listen. I went to bed at like 3 in the morning last night, maybe a bit earlier, and for some reason, I had a weird fucking dream that I was on some fucking boat, like an old wooden boat, in the Atlantic in the winter. It was really cold, and then we were like sneaking past this bad boat. We were a small boat. It was really dark, so we were like, they won't see us. It's fine. But then someone saw us, and then I fell into the water, and then there's a big fucking iceberg, and then I woke up. I was like, shit, and that was like 6 in the morning. So I don't know. Maybe it was the Houthi content. Combination of the Houthis and Titanic, I guess, fucking with my subconscious. Did she do a statement? Was it on YouTube? Sinwar. What's she saying? ABC News. Kamala. Tell me what to think. Queen.
Today, Israel confirmed that Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, is dead.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting because Biden would normally be the one doing this, right? But I guess because she's preparing herself for to seem more presidential, to be more regular on the TV and shit. Okay.
And justice has been served.
Ooh.
And the United States, Israel, and the entire world are better off as a result. Sinwar was responsible for the killing of thousands of innocent people, including the victims of October 7 and hostages killed in Gaza. He had American blood on his hands. Today, I can only hope that the families of the victims of Hamas feel a sense and measure of relief. Sinwar was the
Ku Klux Klamala. I'm sorry. Okay.
mastermind of October 7, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. A terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent people and included horrific sexual violence and more than
Oh shit! There must be a Hassan React. Where's the Hassan React? Bruh, you had to mention that one again, bruh.
250 hostages taken into Gaza, including 7 Americans, living and deceased, who remain in captivity. A terrorist attack that triggered a devastating war in Gaza, a war that has led to unconscionable suffering of many innocent Palestinians and greater instability throughout the Middle East. In the past year, American Special Operations and intelligence personnel have worked closely with their Israeli counterparts to locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders. And I commend their work. And I will say, to any terrorist who kills Americans, threatens the American people, or threatens our troops or our interests, know this: we will always bring you to justice.
Just out of curiosity, I don't know, I was like snooping in on old acquaintances.
Acts of atrocities, war crimes, and genocide upon one another into the future. Now,
I think as soon as you hear the word genocide, I just kind of
now where other countries are wielding soft power.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
But the same standards that should apply to everybody, not just, again, European nations, but they should apply to everyone. So that's why you get a country like South Africa bringing this to the International Court of Justice. And then, again, if these set of rules are supposed to be on paper applicable to everybody, then this should be applicable to, again, the country that is committing these vile atrocities on such a mass scale and now trying to commit these atrocities to other countries as well. We should be.
He's got a very good radio voice, Lance.
I got a raid. I like his radio voice. Jad the Great, thanks for resubscribing, just popping in to say Free Palestine and use this as my sub-anniversary. I appreciate it. On the Ryland, thanks for giving out a tier 1 sub. And Kepri Sun Papi, thank you so much for the raid. 203 viewers. Good.
Okay, that's what it is. Does he? I feel like he has a good flow. Yeah. Not sure. I think he processes his audio in a way that is not ideal. Like I think he's EQ'd it in a way that makes it worse than it has to be. But yeah, no.
Your list of
Missing some testo. I feel like you saying that, Jorgen, saying that his voice is missing testosterone. The first drone is public. You saying that, I feel like the only person who would say something like that in chat. I don't know. How much do you look like this guy? Can we change the words here to he sounds low testo? I'm sorry. Okay. Me for real, for real. Bro, I kind of looked a bit like this when I was a teenager. I didn't I think I had longer hair. I had similar glasses. And I was absolutely fucking slaying that massive laptop gamer rig. Anyway. You look like that now. I do look a bit like that now. There's no... Okay. Oh, is it because there's an UNRWA card? An UNRWA teacher's ID card found on one of the guys who was with him or on his body? Or just in the area that he was? I guess this is where they found him. The UNRWA reverse card. Where are these little pamphlets? I guess they had a lot of IDs. Okay. Was this one of the guys who was with him, or did they steal this? Or it feels like there's more IDs here than there were people who died. There's like 4, isn't there? This also has Palestinian Authority on it. I guess they're the ones who would be. Oh yeah, because this is if you get a passport issued to you in Gaza from the passport office, because they have that building, or they did. Would it have the birdie on it still? Because I guess they didn't really like it. I don't know. UNRWA teacher. I didn't know they put that on your passport, would they? Huh. 4 were in a group. Sinwar split off and continued fighting. It's a bit ballsy. Okay, so apparently the drone videos are coming out now, or they've been some of it's been released. I'll come back to it though. I need to get fucking food. I'm in my VC, so if anyone wants to jump in and do some memeing, whatever. Be right back. I'll leave the VC open in case anyone wants to bullshit. Okay. Wait, are there like 3 people in the waiting room right now? Do they just want to talk to each other or what? What's going on? Why did people join the waiting room just when I went away? What the fuck? Why are there 3 people in the waiting room? What the fuck? 5 now. Why are there waiting room? What the fuck? What? 5 now. Why are there waiting room? What the fuck? What? 5 Why are there
You should just close the stream.
It's one of them who has the stream on, yeah. So,
Yeah,
did
just
you guys want to
don't-
be here while I was away or what?
He had some points about Asmongold, but I was just arguing with him, and maybe you should talk to him. But
You were arguing with Asmongold.
no, I was arguing with this other guy about Asmongold's statements, where he has a bit of a more positive, charitable, I guess, interpretation. But
Oh, okay.
I think he wants to talk to you. though.
I'll do maybe that much later, but if you want to, okay, if you want to argue in front of the chat, you can stay here, or you can move back if you would rather be away from the chat.
I would like to stay.
Okay. Has this person fixed their thing yet? Have you
I
fixed
think
your
I-
thing yet? Just Velato.
Yeah, I did. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool. I'll leave you guys to it, okay?
Mhm. So yeah, I believe that I don't think it was just Hamas because like he's using the word genocide. He doesn't mind if people who have genocide in their ideology, supposedly, because Sharia. He says Sharia, but Sharia, I don't think Sharia has genocide imprinted built into it. So what he wants to say is the Hamas Charter, but he's using the word genocide, and Hamas members are not an ethnicity. So I can only assume he means, he doesn't mind if Palestinians are. But I mean, you might have a disagreement on that one.
I think no. I'm saying obviously everyone knows that the Houthis and Hamas have death to everyone on their flags, on their charters, and all that. So he's
Agreed.
saying with these people, with their espousing those beliefs, he doesn't care if they're being perpetually killed by Israel. Does anyone really think that he thinks that all
Yeah, but
Palestinian women and children deserve to be
but
bombed? Like
to be fair, he said Sharia law. These people have Sharia genocide built into Sharia law. He didn't say Hamas Charter. He said Sharia law, and Sharia law does not have genocide built into it, as far as I know. I mean, I believe it has like pretty regressive stuff, but I don't think genocide is one of them.
I
So
don't think it is either. But are we expecting Asmongold to be a political intellectual on this
I
topic?
get it, but it's a super. It's like the most irresponsible statement ever. If he meant assailants alone should be genocide, and it doesn't even make sense because assailant is not an ethnicity. You cannot just genocide assailants. If you say genocide, you're talking about ethnicities,
Yeah,
right?
but he's implying that all the people and all
Yeah.
Gazans, all Palestinians are
Yeah.
assailants.
But that's not true.
There's
That would be
no
even
way to
worse.
interpret
That would be
this
even
that
worse.
isn't like racist.
That's
Yeah.
pretty extreme for anyone to say, and I don't think that's what he meant.
But I mean, yeah. Why do you think that's not what he meant?
Because I think he was pretty hot in the moment, and I think it's pretty obvious that he meant the militants there. Like,
But that wouldn't be a genocide then, right? Retaliating against assailants is not a genocide, but he's saying he doesn't mind if they're genocided.
Okay, but do you not understand that like when somebody uses the word savages to describe people from like the Middle East, that is a loaded thing to say.
I think right now the main thing people are talking about is like, how come these people that don't like respect LGBT rights and then they have all these textbooks
Which would
like
which
all
would
that
extend beyond Hamas, right? Which would extend beyond Hamas.
right. He's saying that he's saying that culture like why
Yeah,
why is there
which
Yeah,
seems
and that
like,
is
which seems
that
like
is
it
a
extends beyond
repeated
Hamas.
trait that like racists have used against like Middle Easterners and like people from the Muslim world, that they're regressive and they don't care about the quote unquote liberal values, even though the people that are like degrading them don't care about liberal values either.
Who did?
Yeah,
Asmongold said to Hassan, he was like, he went to Hassan and said, You really think if there's a free
Oh,
Palestine,
yeah.
they would just become pro-gay? He seemed
Yeah,
to
I
be
remember that
contesting
part.
that idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Asmongold seems to think that and after peace is achieved, he doesn't think obviously the social
He
is
thinks
going
that
to
the
be.
Emirates is obviously anti-gay and they're not like getting bombed or anything or poor or whatever else.
It
So,
seems like gay rights and the but gay rights can't really be like attributed purely to material conditions because there are poor countries that have like what I guess we in the West would call progressive views on gay rights, like Thailand, for example.
Latin America is like
Latin
poorer
America
than
as
a lot
well,
of
yeah.
countries, but still better on gay stuff. That's like it's poorer than fucking
Yeah.
China and Russia and shit. Yeah, a lot of
I
these
think
countries.
Argentina was one of the first countries to legalize gay marriage. And also there's also the necessary point that like the West was pretty homophobic until like max 30 years ago. Like if you look at a map, like you can look at like graphs or maps of like increase like
buildings and hate.
allow like tolerance of homosexuality has skyrocketed in the past 20 years.
Yep, I mean it's been in Obama's administration, right, in the U.S. But
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it also feels weird to me to attribute like moral worth to pro-gay beliefs, right? Because like for instance, Uyghur people or Rohingya people in Myanmar, they probably don't have like great views on gay people, right? I would assume. So I don't know to a certainty, but I believe given the they're Muslim and they're in a pretty shitty environment, they're not going to be super pro-gay. But you would never use that argument against anyone else. You would never use that when it comes to Uyghur concentration camps. You would never use that against Rohingya people in Myanmar. It seems
Well,
like this is a very selectively used weird thing.
This
I
isn't
think people are using it because right now, with the Middle East, like a lot of progressive leftists are on the side of the militants. So people tend not people tend to point out that cognitive dissonance as to where how come they're so flagrantly like the Queers for Palestine movement, like
This is an ongoing thing. I've seen this a few times, this conversation around like pink washing, or like Israeli propaganda directed specifically at gay people. Like the argument then exists that like it's part of like Israel's quest to like portray itself as like a Western nation. Like Western nations like gay rights. So Israel has good gay rights. So we're gonna promote this in contrast to our adversaries who are bad on this topic. And therefore, like if you're gay, you have to support us because they'll throw you out of a window or whatever the fuck. Like it's stupid. It's stupid. Like
it's not just
no
that.
amount of homophobia like
It's not
Exactly.
changes
Exactly.
no
If Russia were to like legalize gay marriage today, like that would not make that would not make anything that they're doing all of a sudden legitimate, right? That's
yeah, and like I think
the,
Russia is kind of a bad point of comparison because like homophobia in Russia has always been a thing, obviously, but like
no, I
it's
mean,
also been
hypothetical
like
scenario. Yeah.
promoted by the Putin regime in a way that we haven't really seen in I think or maybe this does happen, but I haven't seen it in the Middle East. Like
I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I agree that.
don't Palestinian gays like go to Israel for asylum? Or, like if that if it, why would they do that if Israel was just giving lip service to the LGBT cause as opposed to
Yeah, it's not a lip service, clearly.
it's
Yeah,
not lip service, but I mean, I can't answer the asylum question, but that it's not lip service. They do genuinely have a better record on gay rights than the rest of the Middle East. That's no one's debating that, but
I heard Tel Aviv is considered like one of the gay capitals or something. I heard that, but I don't know to a certainty.
yeah, I've heard that too.
Yep. People say mute. People say mute.
I'm sure you could
Or say
like
mute
look
to
to like Lebanese history to explain to that as well, but I don't
Sorry, I was
fuck if I
muted.
know anything with Lebanon.
But yeah, you said something about Lebanon and them being in wars and all that, but
Sorry.
you'll meet some of it.
I don't know what Loner said, but as for LGBTQ rights in Israel, I think we had a talk about this like yesterday or the day before. There's the LGBTQ rights are mainly in Tel Aviv. Anything outside, I think, of Tel Aviv is like pretty conservative. They don't
I heard
really,
that.
they don't really care for it.
Are they so conservative that they'll kill gay people and throw them out buildings, or just
No, but they'll beat them up, from what I've heard. Yeah.
I mean, so it's kind of a moot point. Like I don't understand.
Is it?
Is it
It's
a
like
mutiny if there's still there's still legal recourse that you can take if you've been like hate crimed for your homosexuality in Israel, but there's no legal recourse and like I don't know, fucking like Iran.
Like you think that Israel has Western values when in reality they're probably closer aligned to the Middle Eastern values than Western values in reality.
That was
Like,
actually
there's just a few there's
that was
there's
something I
just
wanted
a few
to
bubbles. There's just a few bubbles in Israel where they're like pretty Western aligned, like Tel Aviv, for example. But when like every other conservative area in Israel is like really fucking conservative.
I
Oh,
mean,
that's something I wanted to
stuff is
ask
conservative,
you
yeah.
guys about actually. Oh my god.
Every fucking time.
Do Israel has a ton of like Eastern European immigrants as well, though, right?
I think they used
Yeah.
to, but now I think everyone's just born there.
I think the Ashkenazi Jews are mostly Polish and stuff. I mean, they're
Yeah, or not, no, but like specifically people who came in the 90s and so on after like the collapse of the USSR.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of Russian Jews in Israel.
Yeah, I heard some
From what
Russians
I've
who
seen.
wanted to leave to make Aliyah to Israel to be able to escape the Russo-Ukrainian war.
Yeah, I've heard of like I had a professor from Israel and he told me that there's like this controversy about like Russians like pretending to be Jewish or like overstating their Jewishness to be able to make Aliyah.
By the way, every time I join like stream to talk about stuff, chat just fucking has a meltdown about what I say because I don't provide sources when I'm literally in a VC just talking. I just don't fucking understand why they're so fucking mad.
It's because you have the audacity to be a woman.
Yeah, just like as if anybody else is ever providing fucking sources of fucking VC when they're talking, and then like whenever I talk, it's just like I don't know.
You just reiterated what was being said like a day ago.
I think people were mad because you said that Israel was
Yeah,
more like
somebody else says shit. Nobody ever mentions source, and then when I talk, it's just like, look at this woman. She needs to check herself. Like, fuck off.
I think people got triggered because
hold
you
on.
said
Anyway,
that Israel was more like
joined the waiting room because I
oh,
wanted to
sorry,
ask
I'm
the
muted to
owner,
them.
like, why did he not oh, are you muted?
Yeah, but I was saying I think people maybe got triggered because I think the idea that Israel is more like the Middle Eastern countries in terms of like social progressiveness or whatever than it is like Europe. I don't know if that's necessarily true. At least as far as like liberal democracy indexes go, like Israel is generally closer to European countries than it is to Jordan or Syria or Egypt or Saudi or anything else.
I
think
think
that's
it
generally
might
what
be
it
a
is.
little unhelpful to think about it in terms of like Middle East versus West.
I think it's
I think
legally
there's-
closer to the West, but the population I think is conservative and leaning more towards Middle Eastern values. I'd say.
I mean, when you think about Western values, and Poland isn't West, right? Like, I assume they're going to have better LGBT. I mean, Learner's looking at index right now. Like, if you were to
Apparently,
look at
Israel does better on the liberal democracy index than Poland does, and quite a lot
Right,
of
yeah.
Eastern, like Hungary and Serbia and shit. Yeah.
Poland has had some democratic backsliding in the last like 10 years, but also like Poland's a pretty conservative country.
But they're West.
Catholicism is still like really prominent there, so obviously that's gonna make someone more conservative than like. But like also Eastern Europe can't really be compared to Western Europe in terms of like progressive values because of like the whole like communist bloc thing. So
Yeah, but they're the West Bloc now. But I get your point.
it's a little more complicated than that, but yeah.
Sure.
I'm guessing what they're measuring here is apparently like civil liberties, freeness of elections, freedom of press, and all that. Like, I think in those senses, Israel has got quite a lot of Western European aspects, because something that's very different from Israel with the Middle East, I guess, is that it's not normal for the Middle East to have like some of your most virulent critics coming from within the country, right? Like most countries in the Middle East don't have their own Bet Selim or fucking even Haaretz, right? As like very well-known establishments allowed to function
here in
in the country.
Turkey, if you had Haaretz, they would be behind bars real quick. Yeah.
I mean, there are organizations that opened up in the Middle East to advocate for pro-LGBT laws, but usually they get silenced, disbanded.
Yeah, and in Turkey, there's pride marches, but I mean, it's not night and day, between Israel, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the narrative is usually people talk about how Israel is the bastion of LGBT rights, which is like, I get it, it's true. LGBT people are more free in Israel than other countries in the Middle East, but they make it out to sound like people actually just get killed left and right for being LGBT in the Middle East, when it's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah.
If you guys are interested in this, do you guys know who Matt Bernstein is? The podcaster? Okay, he's a podcaster. He a couple of months ago he did a podcast episode about this topic, about being like about gayness in Israel and Palestine. And it's pretty good. I can link it if anyone's interested.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
You could put it in the stream chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can talk about Turkey.
Wait. Hold on.
Seb is here though. Get him in.
Oh, sorry, I fucking muted again. I'm so stupid. All right, if anyone wants our final words, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Z, what's your take? I'll go in backward order.
LGBT rights are good. There. That's
Whoa. Okay. Cool. Serene Storm. Have you spoken yet?
All right. Bye.
Bye.
No. You guys kind of moved off the topic I wanted to talk about already, so I was just listening.
Do you want to summarize your take in 30 seconds?
It was about the Asmongold thing, really. It was just I was just wondering if people were more concerned with that specific clip or his general stance on Palestine in general.
I think it was probably once you figured out what the stance was, he expressed it in a pretty bad way. Yeah, I would say so.
I think he was being racist.
No, like I joined the act you loner. Like I don't think you or anyone else gave Asman like the proper benefit of the doubt, because it was obviously he was talking about Hamas or the Houthis or Hezbollah. He wasn't talking about every single Palestinian in the region. I think that was pretty apparent.
Nah,
Yeah,
I think maybe the clip could get you there.
In that clip,
I think the clip
I was
could
just
get
saying
you
in that
there.
clip
But the
is pretty
conversation
bad.
that he had with Hassan, he was being quite clear that he was talking about the Middle East. That's why he moved on to examples like the Emirates. So that's why he said, if there's a free Palestine, they won't just become pro-gay. Oh yeah, I think yeah.
Oh, I actually came in to say, I would recommend not watching the Hassan reacts to the Ethan video. He pretty much does the same thing he always does when he gets criticism, where he like doesn't react to it or doesn't interact with it at all, and just scapegoats everything Ethan said. So
That's crazy. Okay.
yeah. Okay, well, take care.
Bye-bye.
Alright.
Oron, what's your story?
Well, I mainly came here to talk about how argue with the guy about Asman's statements. They were pretty bad, and yeah, LGBT rights and Israel is definitely not closer to Israel. They're not closer to the Middle East than it is to West. I mean, the second best is maybe Lebanon or Turkey, and I'm from Turkey, and I know what it is like there. I am, I'm non-straight myself, and yeah, it's definitely not at all comparable to Middle East. Even the second place is night and day. But that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, cool. All right, take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. That's a good conversation. That was like, how many ethnic minorities were in that call? It's like 5 Anne Franks, bro. I'm like Mother Teresa. If Mother Teresa were an obnoxious, ignorant shithead streamer who gets overpaid and disproportionately rewarded for their dog shit takes. But okay. Where's the Hagari? Where is it? I'm looking at IDF YouTube. Is it on Twitter? Oh my. What's this guy saying? IDF content. Let's
What's
go.
been happening between Israel and Hezbollah? Let's break it down. Over the last year,
Is this guy the one who speaks Arabic and like makes jokes? This guy's got a bit of a vibe.
Hezbollah has indiscriminately fired over 13,000 rockets, missiles, and UAVs towards Israelis, killing Israeli civilians and burning down communities in northern Israel.
No, he's not.
These attacks have resulted in over 60,000 Israelis having to leave their homes for over a year. Hezbollah has left us no choice but to operate against them. Here's a short recap of our activities since the launch of Operation Northern Arrows, aka our current operational activity in southern Lebanon.
Our adventures.
To remove those immediate, imminent threats on Israeli civilians and to ensure our civilians can get home safely. Since September 20th, we have eliminated...
This isn't Hagari. This is the fucking support act, okay? You can't just have... You can't have the headliner on first.
Many Hezbollah terrorists and dismantled their senior chain of command. Terrorists like Hassan Nasrallah and Ibrahim Akil are not able to terrorize the world anymore. On top of this, we have removed the threat of many types of Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure, including rocket launchers, large stockpiles of precision weapons, and intelligence headquarters. All of these have been immediate threats pointed towards Israeli civilians. We're talking about a rocket launcher with rockets pointed towards civilians. We have even uncovered many weapons inside of civilian homes in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah's plan to carry out another October 7th has been exposed, and we are carrying out these operations so another massacre like this will never happen again.
Okay. So, apparently, where's the Hagari video? My fucking washing machine is popping the oh, it's so triggering. Fuck off. Where's the rear admiral? Get in the rear, guys. Where is he? He's late. Oh my god! What channel is it on? He's gonna speak Hebrew first. We're not gonna get the English one. Shit. You can get chat translations. That's just not fun though. I want to wait. Maybe I should just wait for the real thing. Shouldn't I? And when I say the real thing, I mean the English one. Because he will do it. He'll do the Hebrew one, and then you'll do the English one. Why rush? Why rush? I'm Scottish. I'm not Russian. Get it? All right. Why is the waiting room just filled to the fuck up again? Whatever. It's because I know why. I know why. Why am I watching this shit? No, come on. He said my bad, and you'll do better. Okay, good. I was told not to watch
If
this.
you want to center your own personal
Let's see.
feelings as
one trigger. I get one trigger, and then we move off it.
pride has been. I'm gonna get you both because
that's way too much.
Because we have another guy coming in a little bit. He's not Jewish. I promise.
Decidedly not.
I promise. I know there are a lot of anti-Semites in this community, and we are very. I know that you guys are very mad at me right now for having all these Jewish guests on today, which once again, I do need to mention something here. I did not know that my former podcast co-host was going to do an entire effort post about how anti-Semitic I am.
I love it that, okay, I'm triggered. Fuck this retard. Okay, it's so disgusting. It's the fact that Hassan just gets to throw any fucking accusation he wants, right? No effort, straw man, based off of Chinese whispers from chats that he's chosen to read because they're the easiest ones to respond to. And then someone actually makes the fucking effort to push back to explain why he's wrong. He's like, you're a little bit obsessed there, aren't you? You're a little bit obsessed. Then he'll just go in the stream and just dish out fucking false accusations all over the place. And then someone pushes back and it takes a bit longer because obviously they care more about being correct. And he's like, it's a bit of an effort post. Fuck off. Fucking retard. Okay. I really do. You're obsessed. You're obsessed. You're so obsessed, dude. Here's how I can tie it back to Destiny. Okay. On a tweet with no engagement, give it a fucking minute, Lord Box G. Oh no! I'm so. I just wondered why it was sent to me. I don't know if the person who made the tweet sent me this, and the previous one. Are you the same person? I don't know. Okay. Oh, is Avi beefing with History Speaks? Uh-oh. Whatever the fuck. I noticed in the Discord the other day, man, Embo Man fucking hates Avi. Those two should absolutely hash the fuck out on stream. Okay. The Kamala Fox interview is 26 minutes long. That'll give us enough time for...
Madam Vice President.
Okay. Let's do a bit of a pivot. Fuck. My headphones cable is getting so tangled. It's like dragging my neck. It's really annoying. I need to probably get a new one. This one is beyond repair. Okay. Fox News. Ugh! God, this guy, his face is so tight. Is it like the meme? If I look behind his head, is there just like a huge fistful of skin? All right. Kamala Harris. Oh. Oh, no. Why? Why is it even split, motherfucker? Oh, God. Is America just not ready for a black woman president? Is that it? Is it that simple? The simple answer is the best one. No one talks about it, but I think that might be the case. Anyway.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell
Did she just
pollsters
say,
all
she called him brat. Okay, good signal.
over the country
Thanks for having
and
me,
here in
Bill.
Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad.
Hagari is live. Is he speaking Hebrew? Because if he's not, if he is, I don't care. I'm waiting for the English Hagari.
You raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you,
now,
just a
which
number.
is-
Do you
but-
think it's
but-
1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your
And-
Homeland Security Secretary said that 85%
But
of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people
that
have
needs
been
to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question, I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So,
That's you
looking
guys.
back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the CHIPS and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the elite. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish.
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and they
in the
didn't
middle
bring up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising,
Okay.
and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did, and we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border. That border bill would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why I believe the Border Patrol agents supported the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States, which is a scourge affecting people of every background, every geographic location in our country, killing people. It would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the Attorney General, former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
Six
and
Democrats
Donald
voted
Trump
against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
Six
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday, campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those
I think it's
families
really, I think
an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There is no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that
האם יש בידי צה"ל מידע על מוחמד סינואר?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, no more of that shit. I will figure that out one day. How are there only 80 people watching this sheer gold right now? He's still speaking Hebrew, though. Sorry.
that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem.
Scroll back to the drone video. He'll show it when he speaks English, you fucking impatient cunt.
Even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death
Man,
of my...
Fox is so fucking disgusting. You realize that in every single presidency, an illegal migrant who is being processed for a claim or whatever else will slip through the system and commit crimes and hurt people. This will happen every single fucking time, every presidency since the dawn of time, 1776. And these disgusting Botox pieces of shit on Fox News will just drag their fucking cold corpses out of the grave and wave them in front of Democrats and be like, are you not going to apologize to the families because you didn't secure the border? Yeah, if people come in through a border, some of them will commit crime. Yes, well done. Everyone wants zero crime. You fake wax museum cunt. Not her, the guy.
My daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in
her?
all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump's administration, even before. Let's all be honest about that. I have no pride in saying that this is a perfect immigration system. I've been clear, I think we all are, that it needs to be fixed. We need more. I was just down at the border talking with border agents, and they will tell you, and I'm sure you probably, I know you investigate and you are a serious journalist.
He's still speaking Hebrew, sorry.
They will tell you, we need more judges. We need to process those cases faster. We need the support for those cases that should be prosecuted. They need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to get fixed, Brett.
Well,
that's how this system works.
That's the premise of this question.
But
There were
that's how the
90
system
plus
works.
executive orders that were rescinded in the first days. Many of those were Trump border policies. I'm not going to stay here because there's other things to talk about, but you frequently talk to the Border Patrol Union for support of that bipartisan bill, and they did. They supported it. But they also just endorsed Donald Trump and said, you've been, quote, a failure with border security. Why do you think they said that?
I think they're frustrated, and I get it. They want support. They want support, and that's what that border security bill would have done. These guys down at the border, these men and women, they're working hard. They're working around the clock. I get it.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply.
I don't know if it's a good idea for she's doing these fine, yeah, like this is all good, but it is very telling that Trump dodged another debate and has been dodging interviews with challenging people but meanwhile Kamala goes on this like very aggressive interview. The guy is being very aggressive. None of that's maybe the best idea. It's like Boris dodging that Andrew Neil debate, but Corbyn being like, yeah, sign me up to get fucking toasted by the human hemorrhoid.
Driver's license.
He left the Hebrew stage. He did.
To qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
Where's the fucking...
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
Is it this one?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as Vice President. I will not do that as President.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
No, but let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has crossed...
Wait, which channel should I watch it in English? Because the Sky one, what if he wants to show his footage? Is it this one? Oh no. Wait, which one? Or should I just go to the Reuters one? Because the Reuters one's behind. He's still speaking Hebrew in the Reuters one. Kind of that. I know the footage isn't graphic.
While hiding behind...
Oh, okay. This is what we want. Full screen. Fuck this Sky News. Extra nonsense.
Le'aza
okay.
is dead.
Okay.
Hamas terrorist...
Okay, let's do predictions. Okay. Let's do predictions. Okay. This is what he's going to say. This is what he's going to say. He's coming. He's ready. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fryer. You think this is oil? No. It is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No. These are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. Terror meals. Meals of death. And then he'll just take like 2 steps to the left. Whoosh. Today I'm in Gaza. We killed Yahya Sinwar. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat. Okay.
אנחנו ממשיכים להכניס ציוד הומניטרי לעזה לפי הנחיית הדרג המדיני. ככה אנחנו פועלים לאורך כל המלחמה וכך נמשיך לפעול.
Come on.
אני אעבור עכשיו למספר מילים באנגלית.
Okay, he's about to do it. He's about to speak English.
You deserve
Yahya
another dollar
Sinwar.
for that keynote performance.
Extra $10. Oh, it's seamless. He just transitions seamlessly. What the fuck?
The leader of Hamas terrorist organization who was responsible for the October 7th massacre is dead. Sinwar was responsible for the most brutal attack against Israel in our history. When terrorists from Gaza invaded Israel, massacred Israelis in their homes, raped our women, burned entire families alive, and took over 250 men, women, children, and babies hostage into Gaza. 101 hostages still remain in captivity in brutal conditions. For the past year, Sinwar tried to escape justice. He failed.
Why is he buffering like that? Oh my god. Thanks for the 5 gifties, just J-Stock. I really appreciate that.
We said we would find him and bring him to justice, and we did it. It was Yahya Sinwar who decided to wage war with Israel while hiding behind civilians in Gaza. Since the beginning of this war that Sinwar started on October 7th, we've said our war is with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. And we mean it. We are working to increase the amount of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medicine that goes into Gaza. To the people of Gaza who are suffering because of Yahya Sinwar. On this day, our thoughts are with the families of those murdered or kidnapped because of Sinwar. We bow our hearts, heads, and remember, we bow our heads and remember our brave soldiers who paid their ultimate sacrifice to defend the people of Israel. Our work is not done. We will not rest until we bring home all our hostages by any means. And we will continue to operate until we complete all our missions in defense of the people of Israel. Thank you.
Did he really not show the video in the fucking... What a dick. So how much drone footage is there? Is the one video? Is it just the drone video? Because I can also see pictures of him dressed in... It's not even like dressed as a woman. It's not this video, is it?
כוחותינו סרקו באמצעות רחפן לאחד המבנים. כוחותינו סרקו באמצעות רחפן, אותו אתם יכולים לראות כאן בתיעוד בסרטון שאני מציג.
Is that him?
יחיא סנוואר...
What the fuck? He's in a little sock. He's disguised as a couch. So this is the drone. And that's him. Dressed up as a couch. I wouldn't have seen him. I wouldn't have noticed him. He's injured already. Man, he's fucked up. Oh, it's the dust. What's that? What's he got? He got a stick. He got mogged. Oh no. Stick versus drone. Man, he looks like he already looks like he's done. All right, he's done. He tried to divert it, I guess. So he's just in a regular old house. Whoa. First floor. Did he throw his arm? No, he threw a stick. The pics of him in the rubble don't have the thing on his head because they probably pulled it off, right? So what did they do afterwards? They just fired a tank at this. They just used a tank to fire this building. He was probably constantly moving from building to tunnel, moving his way north where the IDF wasn't operating. Wow. So they knew he was Hamas, but not Sinwar. Obviously, they figured that out when they They just thought he was a fucking... Oh, no. He's already injured there. Bro, look at him. He looks a fucking state. Yeah, of course he's injured there. He looks a mess. Okay. There's Twitter spaces on what's next with Sinwar dead. Okay. Interesting. I... You should cover the DMs Avi has dropped about Avi recently. What? You mean... Do you mean History Speaks in Avi? Because... Is that what you're talking about? Did you fuck up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen this in the past. I've seen, like, Avi... Now that he's actually leaked it. Now that he's leaked it. Yeah, so... History Speaks will do this thing where Avi corrects him on something, and he'll stop replying, but then he'll continue to spout the same views online on Twitter. He just doesn't give a fuck. Anyway. Man, Sinwar actually looked like he was really in a bad state. There's this, but it's more graphic. Okay. Whoa, they are fucking about with his body. My God. I'm not watching this on stream. No way. What's happening? Where do you guys get this shit from? It's not that bad. They're just taking the stuff out of his pockets. No, I'm not linking. It's in Discord. I don't even know if you can post it on Discord. God, he was fucking... He's so dead, man. He's dead as fuck. Gali! The guy from Fauda. The lady. He lives in all of us. This is someone else filming another phone. Is this just like... This is the kind of shit that I think Israelis like circulate amongst themselves and they're probably not even supposed to. This is all the stuff that like the military doesn't want on the internet, right? Oh yeah, then they move over and they're looking at his head now. So that's pretty fucked up. Pretty dead, man. They're just having a double check to see if there's still anything going on inside his brain. Oh yeah, that's his brain, alright. That's a big chunk of his fucking knee ripped off. The flesh popping out. A lot of dirt on him. Just flesh and bone. Is he alright? No, he's dead. Can confirm. I can confirm that guy's dead. He'll be fine. You can always rely on right-wing Israelis and their Telegram channels or whatever to circulate the crazy shit. It's always the right-wingers. It's always the radicals who love sharing the mad shit. Oh, do we have a strange number of people joining the Discord? Oh, yeah. Is this because I said discord.gg/lonerbox? It's around the same time. Holy shit, we had 1 million people. What the fuck? We had loads of wankers join the Discord. A lot of them don't even have mutual servers. Some of them do. Huh, okay. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Unusual activity. Yeah, loads of wankers joining, clearly. Okay. Sorry, I've just there are a bunch of people fucking DMing me asking me for the fucking footage. Another nasty sinwar. Oh no, not another one. This one's more HD. Oh shit. What's this one? Oh no. Okay, so this one. Ah, the fuck. That was all that was all fake. That's all Call of Duty. That's all Call of Duty, guys. That's all Arma 3. Don't worry about that one. Have fun on Kick, bro. I don't think you get banned for mistakes like that. It's fine. We have the measures in place. Okay.
זהו, מעולה, מעולה, מעולה.
They showed this in the news. Bro, they didn't show this level of fucking detail in the news, you fucking idiot. This is a Telegram video. This is like the shit that the IDF didn't want people to see. He's missing a finger and shit. Different video I'm talking about, by the way. Huh.
זהו, מעולה, מעולה, מעולה.
What are they saying? God, he's so dead. Okay, pretty dead, man. Pretty dead. No one's ever been this dead before. Okay. He dead. Okay, sorry. 1 minute. Ooh! Kamala. One thing at a fucking time. Shit. All right. He's very dead. Where's the fucking Kamala interview? Where'd it go? Did I shut it down? No. Maybe I did. Maybe I was that fed up. It's that Fox News guy. He was triggering me. He was really setting me off. Okay. All right. Sorry. Let's get disciplined here, guys. Stay focused. Kamala, Fox News. Go.
Was prosecuted transnational criminal organizations from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel, to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
This is a time when voters, especially here in Pennsylvania, are inundated with commercials and ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Sorry, if you come into the Discord just because you want to see the fucking gore link, fuck off, okay? Sorry. Not happening.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law. And it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
you know what? You got to take responsible for what happened
presidency.
in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment surgeries?
I will follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think he spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people. Whereas, at $20 million on that ad, on an issue that, as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people,
that's a good
it's
framing.
really quite remote.
Yeah,
and again,
who the fuck is this? Is like barely. This is never gonna happen. It's gonna happen like maybe twice in a year or some shit.
And his policy was no different. Look at where we are, though.
They say
on plans for the American people, I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker, would ignite inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the economy than they trust you?
I think that when you look at an analysis of our plans for what we would do as President of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness and the type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward. And they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with.
God, that's so cringe. Holy.
You know, 28 days to go. I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but
who the heck are you?
Comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. my presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I, for example, am someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we have been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other. Rhetoric and an approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us.
Madam Vice President, more than 70% of people
that is about turning the page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam Vice President.
You and I both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade, people have become. But listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with
this guy fucking hates her. Oh shit.
Me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president.
Just say you inherited problems. Yeah, that's probably an easy one.
He is unfit to serve, that he is unstable, that he is dangerous, and that people are exhausted with someone who professes to be a leader who spends full time demeaning and engaging in personal grievances and it being about him instead of the American people. People are tired of that.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person?
They're a basket of deplorables. And they're retarded, and they're anti-American, and they're insurrectionists, and they're anti-democracy, and they're a threat to democracy. And they would all probably vote for Hitler if they were fucking around at the time. Am I wrong?
Could be.
God, just say it. Just say it. No one's gonna... Bro, Trump gets to say whatever the fuck he wants. Come on, just say it.
The 47th president of the United States. Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone.
So are they misguided, the 50%? Listen, are they stupid? What is it?
I would never.
You're wrong. Plenty of people are voting for Trump just because they can't stand her. Yeah, they're retarded, and they're fascists, and they're anti-American, and they hate democracy, and they're probably bigoted, and they would absolutely have voted Hitler first ones in line had they been there at the time. Literally, that doesn't contradict anything I said. Dan A.
Say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former.
The devil, thanks for the 1999. I appreciate that. Thank you for, yes. Sometimes, like, partisanship is fine if one side is fucking mental and has no redeeming qualities. Like, yeah, actually, that's true.
President today, Harris Faulkner, had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody.
It's enough if you're pro-life and you don't vote for her. No need to be a fascist. No. If you are so pro-life that you become pro-death of democracy and all things that Americans cherish about the foundation documents of their country, sorry.
They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true.
Easy on the rhetoric.
But think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you,
that was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United...
You listen, you papery-faced piece of shit. Go on, where is he?
States in the United States of America, in a develop because they disagree with him. This is a democracy.
Yeah.
And in a democracy.
Listen to that. Yeah, I know. It's really difficult to listen because your brain is getting fucking squeezed by all the skin in your body that's been bunched up around the back of your head and your eyeballs are about to pop out. You listen carefully, son, with that American flag on your little suit.
The president of the United States in the United States of America should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
He's quoted in the Bob Woodward book that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump...
The significance of that.
You call Donald Trump... he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable.
Say the N-word. Sorry.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experiment.
Call Trump nanners. Yes.
And experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
But you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in this situation.
She could engage more directly and maybe say something like, even that, leaders of national security did not say that Biden is a threat. because of whatever cognitive things you think he has. Like, yeah, she already said that.
Room and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
Facts.
Madam Vice President, two more things. You were asked on 60 Minutes about the biggest threat that the world faces, that the U.S. faces. This is what you said.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
How dare you talk that way about a surprisingly pro-trans nation? You know that they aimed those weapons at military sites? Don't ask how accurate they are.
Experts thought you would say China. The FBI director had said that. But you said Iran. If that's the case, what do you say to critics who look at the actions of your administration and say you're not acting like Iran is the #1 threat?
Well, I will tell you most recently whether...
Wait, what?
Whether it was in April or in October, and then several hours on each occasion that Iran posed a threat.
Sorry, I ended up I freaked out over the fucking the sinwar footage, and I can't remember what the fuck I said. I called someone an idiot. I can't remember what I said, and they just emailed me saying that they unsubbed because I was. Oh no.
To Israel. I was there, most recently in the Situation Room, in the most recent attack, working with the heads of our military and doing what America must always do to defend and to support Israel in its requirement to defend itself, and to give American support to be able to allow Israel to have the resources.
Probably losing them. Yeah, no, they're not going to be a Hassan fan. Is it true that Sinwar footage was that being shown on mainstream Israeli media? I don't think that's normal, is it? That's pretty gory footage. But apparently, someone sent me screenshots saying that it was on mainstream media. The Channel 12. Apparently it showed on Channel 12, the pictures. It wasn't blurred. I can see a screenshot from it. Or is that Channel 12? At 4 or 5 p.m. Is that true? The drone footage is not, you don't see a lot of gore, but the pictures that I'm being shown here that were apparently on Channel 12 is like, you can literally see the bit of his skull fucking cracked open and the bits of brain inside and shit. Like, yeah, he's fucked up. He's very dead. He's so dead. Okay.
Defend itself against attack, including from Iran and Iran's terrorist proxies in the region.
Right.
And that
But those
is,
proxies were getting
and
funded
my
by Iran.
commitment to that is unyielding and unwavering.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald Trump, who pulled out of a deal that would have actually put Iran in check.
The estimates
and then
in billions.
It was during Donald Trump's
that
administration
go towards
that
the Iran regime.
That we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches, not to mention how Donald Trump has treated and talked about America's military and military service people, calling them suckers and losers,
Hamas,
has diminished the significance.
We're talking over each other. I apologize.
Well, I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a decision
and there are critics
that they feel
who look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're
Okay, I'm not crazy. People are actually saying that it's actually quite wild that N12, the Channel 12 played that footage. But that's not normal, not even in Israel. I thought that. Yeah, okay, fuck. I thought I was getting my mind twisted.
Me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say.
I know Ynet has the picture of them all mogging him in the little circle, but
Donald Trump.
That's not really
there
the
are
same
a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have much more to
I'm
say.
not going to read the full email, like privacy and chat. I'm referring to it. Okay.
A lot of things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and that's why we
I
invited
invite
you
everyone
here.
to go to kamalaharris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why we invited you here, to see where you were in 2019 and where you are now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey,
Sean Hannity
that's
here.
That's probably about as good as you could do with a Fox News interview for a Democrat. Yeah. Fuck it. I don't feel too bad about it. Could have been a lot worse, man. When Jeremy Corbyn went on Andrew Neil, my God, that broke my heart. He just did not look like, he just did not want to be there. Oh no. Not another Nathan clip. There's no fucking way. What are we saying? Oh, we read this, but I didn't see the clip. It was just a screenshot. No way, bro. What's he saying? What's the patter?
He's like,
oh, wait, how many seconds before I have to pause because of how fucking dumb? I give it less than 10 seconds. More than 5. I go to 9.
where he's like, "Oh, you want to make it so Israel isn't a Jewish homeland? Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills, in California?"
Okay, we don't know where he's gonna go.
Where's she gonna go? In the garbage? In the toilet? Do you just want to?
Oh, so he's suggesting that that they can all do that they can all go to fucking Beverly Hills.
Kill her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's gonna go where she is now, which is not Israel.
Yeah, this is
embarrassing trash. Yeah, well. Isn't that kind of ultra anti-Semitic? Yeah, but he's Jewish. So it's okay, right? That's how it goes? Fuck. Okay. Oh yeah, they really did air a lot of graphic shit from N12, the most watched news channel in Israel. Okay. Watch the last 5 minutes of Hassan Street. What? Just now? Come on. Guys, you can't just make me watch Hassan every time he says something stupid. I would literally just be a full-time watcher. What the fuck? Yeah, mute. What's going on? What's the power? The last 10 minutes. Okay.
Is inherently anti-Semitic.
Oh God. We get one trigger.
Like
We get
I
a
don't
single
think
trigger.
that I've never made light of, or rather, I've never
Hey, it's Sean DeBlack.
considered anti-Semitism to not be an issue. Of course it is. It is the canary of fascism. It is one of the easiest signifiers that someone that you're talking to is most likely a fascist. And that dynamic is changing now. Even it's getting, anti-Semitism is becoming significantly
Which
more.
is why you conveniently ignore it every time people from the Axis who you goon over do it.
Prevalent as Israel packages all of its violent actions as though they are doing it specifically at the behest of Jews all around the world. Okay.
No, only at the behest of half the Jews in the world, because that's where they live. They live in Israel. And the majority of the other Jews in the world support Israel to some degree, at least in terms of its existence, which is apparently too far for some people.
Okay. This is why I say Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic.
Oh. Okay. Wait, why?
So if you don't take a side, you get banned law? What do you mean? Where?
Who the fuck is... I get that. Yeah, anti-Semitism is
This is what
serious.
you're
That's
looking
the
for?
canary of fascism. That's why we're going to talk about Zionism.
I agree. I think that people are too quick to jump to conclusions, especially because of the prevalence of certain talking points that they hear, that they immediately go, oh, it seems like he's defending Israel. In the same, that's it. If the overwhelming majority of the points that you have communicated in the past 12 months pertain to how you feel and how you feel like you are the real victim of this situation, then yes, people are going to inevitably...
Ethan never said that. I don't think he ever said he was the real victim of what? He spoke about the Gaza war with you.
Not have charitability for you, especially 12 months into it. And it's not my audience. It's not just my audience, rather. It's a much broader audience that you've cultivated of progressive people who are pro-Palestinian. That's it. It comes across as hollow and very self-centered. And
is he watching the actual?
I don't know what else to say about it.
Does he go through the actual addressing of the issue, or does he just go for random clips?
There are real victims here, okay? And the irony of it is that, like, I rarely talk about, I sometimes do, but I rarely talk about, like, the harassment that I receive from, virtually every single fucking person that's pro-Israel, or even just people that are Islamophobia lovers overall. Okay? Because ultimately, it happens to all of us to varying degrees. But I still understand that there is a much higher purpose here.
How does he even know what he's addressing?
I don't think that like Twitter discourse.
How does he know what he's addressing if he hasn't watched the video? What's he going off of? He's just why? Why wouldn't you just watch the video?
And people being like Hassan
maybe you watched it off
loves
stream
Islamic
and didn't listen to any
fundamentalism.
of it. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, he does. Like Hassan simps for Islamic fundamentalists. Yes. Why are we okay?
Is as
Sorry,
significant.
Okay. Okay. Doesn't matter. No bother. Okay. Today, we just killed a very bad terrorist. Okay. You simp for Zionism, what do you mean? See, this is the problem. You don't know what, if you think, not that I think I simp for Zionism. I don't know how many like Zionist extremists I pull on and ask them of their views on fucking anime. Actually, when I interview like extreme Zionists, I argue with them. Sometimes I made it kind of awkward because they were supposed to be like interviews to hear what they say and get it recorded, and I would still like disturb the mood by arguing with them. But that you're saying that, comparing Islamic fundamentalism to Zionism, you don't know what Zionism is. If you think it's like, oh, what, like simping for Zionism is the same as simping for Islamic fundamentalism. What the fuck? Oh, did Sulfur ban that person already? Holy shit. Oh no. Okay. You know what they mean when they say Zionism like that? I don't I mean, maybe I'm too sympathetic to these fucking idiots because I know what left-wing circles are like. I've been in plenty of them, especially when I was a student and even beyond that. Like, I understand that some people think Zionism just like, even before anyone knows anything about what Zionism means, they think it's bad. But they don't, but I think a lot of people just don't know what it is. So I have to be careful. Not that I ever say like simp for Zionism, but okay. Weren't you arguing with that crazy Rebecca lady? Not in Israel. I argued with her on Twitter. But I think when people think Zionist, like people like on the far left, I think that's who they think of. People like her, or like, or like Settler Vaush. Zionism and Nazism work together, bro. Oh no. Is that a joke? I don't even know. I'm just getting fucking trolled now. Oh god. It's an unironic talking point. No, I know it is, but it just sounded sarcastic. Like I just feel like I'm above people. I'm above even assuming that someone who comes into my space and says that shit is serious. I think I'm just holding myself to a higher standard now. I'm like, you clicked on this stream and you thought you could bring an opinion to this giga brain. Okay. I dare you to look at the Fox News Kamala comments video. Nope. I will get triggered. What is the news saying in their little, I don't know, what's their summary of Sinwar? Did I miss anything about him? Because I kind of explained
the years. And
a brief background on him earlier, but I just want to hear what the news is saying about him. Because they're going for, Sky News is going for quite a while after the Hagari
We would
bit.
find him and bring him to
Hey!
justice. And we did it.
We went into the neighborhood last month on an IDF embed. It had been totally flattened by weeks of bombardment and
Oh my god, Sky News are going in again, or is this an old one?
but there were ongoing battles nearby, although there was no hint that Sinwar might be close. The IDF believed they came close to finding him on a number of occasions in the past year, but each time he escaped. Sinwar spent 20 years in an Israeli jail but was released in 2011 as part of a deal returning the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. He learnt fluent Hebrew in prison to communicate with his jailers and to get into the mind of his enemy. Back in Gaza, he went on to become the leader of Hamas in the
I would
Strip.
not want to be the jailer of Mr. Sinwar, but do you think Israel would have preferred to capture him alive? Probably, but I don't think they're going to risk like a soldier's life for it or anything. But then again, is Sinwar I feel like Sinwar's a fucking nutter. I don't think would he really tell you anything? I don't know. Jesse, thanks for the 5 Canadian. I guess bringing him to justice and humiliating him or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. Imagine telling a black person that inner city gang violence is the cause of racism towards black people. That's what he's doing with Israel. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. It's pretty fucked up.
He was popular among many Palestinians for leading the resistance against Israel. In 2021, after a short war with Israel, he was photographed sitting on an armchair in the rubble of a building. It was seen in Gaza and around the Middle East
going hard
as a picture of defiance and victory. In the end, he was killed above ground, not in a tunnel, and wearing combat fatigues. For many Palestinians, this will be an image of a leader who died
The first Hamas soldier to die in uniform in Gaza. Wow.
fighting the Israelis.
Sinwar's assassination is not different to the assassinations of other Palestinian leaders over the years, and is not different to the martyrdom of more than 44,000 Palestinians in Gaza. May he rest in peace.
I don't think the war's going to end after his assassination. If anything, it's only going to get worse and more difficult. Who's going to negotiate for us now? It was Sinwar. Who's going to replace him? There are no replacements.
After the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last July, Sinwar was appointed the overall leader of the group. It was his decision whether Hamas agreed to a ceasefire and a release of the hostages or not.
Hamas is decimated and its leadership is eliminated. This moment...
By the second most lethal force. Can you imagine if she said that? Oh, God. She should say it.
Gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza.
Today, even as the identification of Sinwar's body was underway, Israel bombed the Jabalia camp in northern Gaza.
God, they really don't like that camp.
The IDF claimed they killed Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters. Children were also among the dead, though. The killing of Yahya Sinwar is a significant moment in Israel's war against Hamas. But Hamas was and is more than one man. The war in Gaza is not over. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, in Jerusalem.
Israel's strategy has been to assassinate the leaders of its enemies. Since October the 7th, they've targeted senior figures in Hezbollah, Hamas, and in Iran. There's no doubt the so-called axis of resistance has been dealt a severe blow, but it's still unclear what the most recent killing could mean for civilians in Gaza and those still being held hostage. Sky's international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, has this analysis.
Among the relatives of Israel's hostages and their supporters, there was no jubilation. The man who masterminded the capture of so many Israelis last October may now be dead, but the reaction here wasn't perhaps what you might expect.
I'm even more scared now that we won't get anybody back.
Why is that?
Because they have no reason, and then revenge.
Zahira Shahar.
Wow, these people actually have fucking heads attached to their bodies. That's crazy. That's what I thought. I mean, hopefully they thought about that. Hopefully they've got enough intel to be like, do we know that they won't just fucking murk every single person? Because they're Big Matt? Yeah, God.
Moore's uncle died in Gaza. Abraham Munder's body returned 2 months ago. His nephew worries Sinwar's death may only make matters worse.
I'm not shedding any tear for the death of this murderous monster, but of course now in this situation, the situation is even more precarious for the hostages right now than it was 2 days ago, because now there's no central leadership, there's no one to safeguard the hostages. So every leader on the field can decide and this is very dangerous, very dangerous.
Oh, they didn't. Yeah, that's true. They didn't know they were killing Sinwar. They just thought they were killing some wanker because he was all covered up and shit. They just thought he was a regular militant. Huh. Netanyahu hinted at amnesty for people who gave up hostages. I don't know if he said amnesty. He just said that they can go, what? He would just let them run around in Gaza. If you were a Gazan, Hamas or not, and you had hostages, and you were going to give them back, you would need to know that you were never going back to Gaza again. You understand? You would die. They would kill you. Someone would gouge your eyes out with their bare hands if that was what you did with fucking Israel. Like, God damn it. You couldn't even go to the West Bank. You'd have to go to like Jordan or some shit. Or Europe. Yeah, you would need like a proper amnesty, yeah. He said he would let them live. Yeah, but bro, as in like they'll just drop you back into fucking Khan Yunis and be like, we said we'd let you live. Good luck, buddy.
Whatever the anxieties people have here that the death of Sinwar could complicate efforts to bring home the hostages, what is undeniable is that one of Israel's key war aims, decapitating Hamas, has now been achieved. And the hope is that could bring forward the day when this conflict can be brought to an end. 4 Hamas commanders have now been targeted by Israel this year. Deputy Chief Salah al-Aruri killed in a drone strike in Beirut in January. Right. Mohammed Deif also planned the October 7th attacks, killed in Khan Yunis, say the Israelis, although that is disputed by Hamas.
Oh.
And Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, assassinated in July in the Iranian capital Tehran.
Big rip.
But Yahya Sinwar, last seen in the tunnels under Gaza in February, was Israel's most elusive and formidable enemy. A strategic mastermind who understood and tormented the Israeli psyche like no other. It is a massive loss for Hamas.
Israel has been assassinating iconic Palestinian figures for 40, 50 years, yet Hamas has been able to rebuild its ranks and file. I take it for now, in the short term and midterm, this will be really devastating. But at the end of the day, the guerrilla warfare against Israel, both in Gaza and the West Bank, will go on.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has promised total victory over Hamas and will now be tempted to press home the advantage and double down in Gaza. But he will also be under huge pressure, no doubt, from America and others to see...
What a weird glaze session. Is that unusual? Of course, he's a big figure in Gaza, yeah. And for Hamas, he was a big name. Yeah, he was an icon for Hamas. Do you think that's glazing? You guys are fucking mental.
Seize the moment and do a deal to release the hostages and start winding up this war. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Tel Aviv.
Let's cross live to Jerusalem now, and our correspondent there, Alistair Bunkle. And Alistair, we've heard an account from the Israeli military in the past hour about how Yahya Sinwar was captured. What else did we glean?
Well, you saw that remarkable drone footage in the top of my report, going into the building where Yahya Sinwar was slumped in a chair, presumably injured, making his last stand. We understand that the Israeli military didn't know at the time that it was Yahya Sinwar that they were
He
targeting.
tormented the Israeli psyche for years. I don't know what they're referring to with that, but he was the leader in Gaza from 2017 onwards. I mean, it's one of those things where he probably tormented Gazans more than Israelis because of the amount of fucking suspected collaborators he killed and the amount of suppression that he did. But I imagine he did torment. Like I remember even the.
And it only really became clear once they had killed him. They had been searching for him for 12 months and they had found his DNA close to the site where they eventually killed him. But after 12 months of hunting for Israel's most wanted man, they have eventually got him. There are a lot of questions about what comes next. As Dominic said in his report, there will be a lot of pressure on Israel now, particularly from the United States and others, to go back to the negotiating table and to try and broker some sort of ceasefire in Gaza and possibly link it to Lebanon too, and to free the hostages. I think the future for Gaza remains quite bleak, though. There is no day after plan put forward by the Israeli government. There is no sense of who would govern Gaza and who would monitor the security of Gaza were it not the Israelis. And so I think the most likely outcome is that Hamas, losing its leader, will be degraded, but they will carry on fighting. And Israeli forces will remain in Gaza for the foreseeable as well. This war has got much further to run, both in terms of the hostage crisis facing Israel.
Oh, okay. So it seems like Channel 12 were not supposed to air that footage, and now there's like, and yeah, it was out of pocket for them to do it. So, but yeah, maybe, yeah. So maybe someone's losing their job because the entire fucking skull popping moment was actually showing on daytime TV in Israel. Yeah, so someone's probably getting fucking clapped.
Israel, but also its objective of trying to eliminate Hamas.
Alistair, thank you. Alistair Bunkle in Jerusalem for us there. Let's turn to the other main story tonight. And authorities in Argentina say former One Direction star Liam Payne was alone when he fell to his death from his hotel balcony. Investigators say he died from internal bleeding and traumatic injuries consistent with a fall, and those injuries alone were enough to cause his death. Police found damaged furniture, drugs and alcohol in his room. His family and former bandmates say they are heartbroken. Martha Kellner reports now from Buenos Aires.
The search for answers is underway. How and why did one of Britain's biggest pop stars die in this Buenos Aires hotel? Liam Payne plummeted from this third-floor balcony.
What?
His injuries so severe, there was no chance
Is Sky News going to show that?
Be resuscitated. Before the fall, concerned hotel staff called 911.
Hola, buenos días. Recién llamé que se me acordó. Llamo del Hotel Casa Sur Palermo, Costa Rica 6032.
Okay, they don't show it. Okay.
Bueno, tenemos un huésped
I was like, why is everyone just showing all the fucking not safe for life shit? What the fuck? Some people were saying he just wanted to jump in the pool. Whoa, that's not good. Oh, now the footage is going around Twitter as well. The Telegram shit. Okay. Okay, apparently Apparently, Avi and History Speaks are fighting on Twitter, and their DMs getting leaked. Probably nothing personal or anything, but just autismus supremacists. Let's see. Where does the chain even start? Wait. Have Quds News Network. First of all, why are mainstream left-wing figures, politicians and shit, tweeting Quds News Network? Why are you doing that? Yeah, it's very fine. Stop. Why is this a thing? Why are European leftists spreading Hamas fucking news? These guys are Hamas supporters. Fuck me. But they used that picture. Is this the guy? Is this Settler Vaush? South of Nablus? It is. Jalud. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is this guy's everywhere. He needs to stop. He needs to settle down. He's been sanctioned by the United States government. He's a bad person. It's like an album cover. Stop. Settler Vaush. Okay. Uh-oh. Not another. Okay, one more Hassan clip. And then we move on to more high IQ.
I don't understand why you wouldn't care if he's out there tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude. These people have no material power. They cannot touch you. They cannot harm you.
They're trying to attack Israel. And they also attack civilians. And they also attack their own people. And they steal aid from their own people. And they also attack refugees from East Africa, like Ethiopia, who come to the region and enslave them. Okay.
That's the point. Okay.
Does he really think that? Does he think that? Is he literally? He's doing the fucking thing. It's like he thinks people in Yemen are just living in fucking mud huts and trying to fucking scratch two stones together to get a fire in the winter.
There are real fucking Nazis in the United States of America. And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different. Okay? This is why this entire conversation.
He said he wants to do it. Bro, he sounds like a Nazi. He sounds like he is making the same arguments that Nazis make. This kind of weaseling. This is like the same level of, this is the same low IQ fucking argument as people say, oh, are you a Nazi? And they're like, no, I'm not a Nazi. The National Socialist Party hasn't existed since 1945. Like, meanwhile, they've got a fucking black sun on their t-shirt. What are you talking about? The guy on the stick isn't Jewish. Oh, God. Fuck me.
Conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening?
Because you glazed him. Because you took him on for a puff piece, Hassan. Despite the fact that at that time, the jury was out on whether or not he was a Houthi. And they're a pretty problematic group, Hassan. There's a reason. Anyway, you called him Anne Frank. Of course you're accountable. Yeah, you're accountable for being a fucking moron. By the way, occasionally people in Hassan's chat will say, "Did you know that Lonerbox once said that aristocracy had good opinions on Palestine?" Like, it's just fucking
happening. How many steps removed are we from this situation? How is this the conversation that you want to have right now? I fucking despise all of you, dude.
Yeah,
I do. I really do. I hate all of you.
I just want to support. I just wanted to support insanely bigoted terrorist groups. I can't even use the word terrorist because these guys think terrorist is just a synonym for brown person. Sorry. Islamic fundamentalist, fascist, regressive, woman fucking bashing, Jew hating, Christian hating as well. You can read the fucking sermons of al-Houthi. He hates Christians as well. I don't know why, because I guess it's all Quranic shit. Like, yeah, it's fundamentalism. Are Hassan and Bana Banata close? I don't know if they are, but a lot of Bana Banata's fans watch us on stream because I know that claims that Bana Banata makes get parroted on Hassan's chat, like quite a lot. That's why that whenever I get mentioned half the time, it's fucking people call me a phalangist. Where do you think that came from? You think that came from a critical assessment of my content? Fuck no. It came from a racist white person who decided that that's why I am because I'm Lebanese Christian.
You did it. You got it. Okay? You got it. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display.
Yeah, I know. I can tell because I'm literally just watching a spoiled, rotten American piss baby crying that he has to get taken accountable for his retarded fucking actions. Sorry, I just wanted to simp for some of the most flagrant violators of human rights in the entire fucking world and not get held accountable for it. That's what I want to do. I want to have a friend sit next to me and just play Houthi propaganda to him and just say that, oh, they're just musical people who are oppressed by the Saudis. Let's never elaborate on how that war started, by the way. Let's just ignore the fact that the Houthis literally fucking allied with the president who was deposed by the Arab Spring to claim Sana'a at the beginning of that war. Anyway, don't care. I'm not triggered. Wait, what? So long story short, in the Arab Spring, which the Houthis were involved in, among other people, this crazy corrupt guy who was trying to make his son the president and extending his term and everything else, Saleh, he was kicked out. He was discredited. He had to run away to fucking Saudi. There was a new guy brought in who was his deputy, and he set up this kind of like interim period government where there were going to be elections, and they had a bunch of the main factions got together for a reconciliation process. Some people rejected it, including the Houthis. And when Saleh came back and got pardoned, he allied with the Houthis. And the Houthis went along with him. This guy who had just been forced out by this dictator who was forced out by the Arab Spring. And that's how they took Sana'a. And then later on, the Houthis split with him and killed him. So, yeah. I don't think Bana Banata likes Hassan. Well, that's because in his efforts to keep up his status as a political celebrity, he occasionally, because this DNC, like Democrat stuff was in the news at the time, Yeah, lots of people were talking about Harris and Walls. Lots of people were talking about Harris and Walls. And Sam needs views, so he jumped on that wagon and became a social democrat for 2 weeks until the DNC when and then he went back again. And most of the audience didn't give a fuck because they're too uncritical to figure out what's going on. Yeah, all right. That happens though. That happens. Every now and then, Hassan will be slightly disloyal to the Axis, to the Axis forces. But he found his way back. Anyway. The IDF is now releasing classified information about the hunt for Sinwar. The 6 hostages who were executed, including Hirsch, were the ones who used as a human shield by Sinwar for months. After the rescue of Farhan al-Qadi, the Hamas leader left the tunnel where the hostages were being kept. Their physical condition no longer allowed them to be moved around. Sinwar believed the best chance was to move swiftly from place to place. Seemed obvious. Okay. Not long after, Hamas executed them when the IDF was getting close. The destruction of much of the tunnel system also meant he had to hide above ground. In sum, it is the relentless pressure from the IDF that flushed Sinwar out. By the way, I don't know if this is confirmed or not. It seems some of it's intuitive, I think. But anyway, we're not looking at this for... I'm not reporting this, okay? This is just a tweet by a guy, okay? Just to be clear. This is because this is the beginning of the History Speaks Avi discussion, okay? Just so you know. We don't get our news from Twitter. Well done. Well caught. This I do not believe. From History Squawks. The military pressure part, at least, way too convenient. Also, American estimates indicate that most of the tunnel system is intact and unidentified, which contradicts your narrative and is a big reason the US believes Israel cannot destroy Hamas. Avi, the American estimates indicate that most of the tunnel system is intact and unidentified. Were how long ago? Pretty sure that's over 6 months old, at least, no? If so, it's deceptive and potentially straight up false to say American estimates indicate most of the tunnel system is intact and unidentified. Was there an update or something I'm not aware of? Okay. How the fuck does... I guess Avi has the patience for this because Avi is not like a YouTuber with a sizable audience. And I think because History Speaks, like, doesn't see him as someone who needs to get brought down the way he sees like me or Destiny, is he treats Avi a bit differently. I've noticed that. Anyway. This pic, wait. Oh yeah, okay, so this is the repost. Okay. This pic, related New York Times article from mid-August, doesn't explicitly say what I said in the original post, but strongly implies it. I remember a US senator or representative saying this in an interview a couple months ago. Try to dig it up. It's hilarious how you talk about my alleged deception when I caught you last night in DMs being a blatantly dishonest researcher. He's so sensitive, bro. Why is he like this? He's so fucking intense. What was... If so, was there an update I'm not aware of? Oh, maybe everything is okay. Maybe a little bit. I don't think I would get too triggered by that, but okay. He's very sensitive. So the article from August implies it strongly, okay? It's hilarious how you talk about my alleged deception when I caught you last night in real time in DMs being a blatantly dishonest researcher. You had for days maintained discussions with me and Flea that due to what you described as movements on the ground, there was certainly no obstruction of aid by Israelis this October. Then, all of a sudden, when a media report suggested that such obstruction may have been carried out by low-level officials in an ad hoc manner without superior orders, i.e. exonerating Netanyahu and Israel as a state, all of a sudden, you're open to obstruction having occurred despite no new facts having emerged regarding how many food trucks came in, etc. Okay, so for everyone who's not autistic, the contention from History Speaks is that, without having looked into this, because fuck me, like I don't know, people trying to get this granular in the middle of a war is just bizarre to me. Like, I don't know. But anyway, these guys like it. Apparently, Avi was denying that there was aid obstructions in October, but a media report suddenly suggested that there was obstructions that were carried out by low-level officials, but not Netanyahu. And now, all of a sudden, Avi is more willing to accept that obstructions happened because there's evidence that suggests it wasn't done by the state. So that's the accusation. Do you get it? Because before this media report suggesting it was low-level officials being ad hoc, Avi would be less inclined to accept the facts because the facts would make Israel as a state look like they're blocking aid. But now that it seems like it's bad apples, Avi is more inclined to believe it, even though there's no new information about the blockage itself. Okay, that's it. That's the argument. Okay. Let's see. An obvious case of being committed to a predetermined conclusion that Israel is not guilty and shows an unseriousness in your research. So he quotes that. Certainly no obstruction. This is a simple fabrication of what I said. At no point did I say that there was certainly no obstruction of aid by Israelis this October. Not only did I not say aid was not being blocked in October, I explicitly publicly stated that Israel was conducting a siege on northern Gaza. Okay. Oh, is it because he said... What the... Oh, God. Facilitating residual food aid to the north for people unable to evacuate may be technically true. Israel's not the IDF, may give a false impression that at least some amount of food aid was not being obstructed. Apparently, bakeries in northern Gaza resumed production during the period of blockage. It's still true that no food... Okay, so it's false to say that no food aid entered. Current food entries in conjunction with food entries on October 1st are sufficient to make up for the deficit. So there were food entries on October 1st, and then I think they'd stopped for about 2 weeks. Yeah. When it's supposed to be 200 plus a day. I don't think it's supposed to be 200 plus a day for the entire strip, let alone... This is for North Gaza. This is just for North Gaza, Sulfur. This is not for... So there's 2.2 million people in Gaza. I think in the north there were, what, 400,000? Even 200 doesn't sound good. Hey, no, stop. Stop. I'm going to go low-level conviction right now. But I think pre-war, the amount of food trucks going into Gaza was about 70 or 80 a day. And I think during the war, what people have generally aspired to, at least back in the... I haven't checked since the UN stopped doing their thing, but I thought it was like 100 and... anything between like 100 a day and 150 a day. To make up for the fall of domestic production, which I think is a third of the food in Gaza in peacetime. So no, 350 is... That figure would be, if you exclude... Yeah, it was 350 a day for the monthly average. Like that was the... If you excluded the days that were weekends, where they weren't... Because pre-war, it was only working days when they let food in. That's where the 500 thing came from. But if you included the weekends and just did like the 30 days of the month, it was about 330, about 350 trucks a day. But more than half of those trucks were non-food. They were like, it was like construction materials and concrete and stuff like that. and then electrical stuff and like other non food related goods. So that's why. Yeah, that's why whenever someone says there should be 500 food trucks a day, they're bullshit. It's full of shit. It's nonsense. Anyway. It should be, the food imports to Gaza should be higher than the pre-war average because domestic production has fallen apart, and you'd rather there was too much aid than not enough aid, obviously. But yeah. Anyway, let's not get into that one. Not only did I not say aid was not being blocked, I explicitly stated that Israel was conducting a siege. 2, however, when it became clear that what I did say could be taken the wrong way, I immediately clarified and corrected. Okay, okay. This is not being deceptive. At worst, this is being incorrect about something and immediately making a correction when finding out. That is the behavior of someone who is explicitly doing the opposite of being deceptive. You, on the other hand, are sharing some implication from August and presenting it as a current assessment. Now that is not just potentially being wrong, if wrong, that would also be deceptive. Get the difference? Or... Wait, what did he say about August? I'm trying to keep up now. So this is why he said that Israel has tried to damage the tunnels. It has failed to destroy them, American officials said. Some of the larger tunnel complexes have been rendered inoperable, but the network has proved much larger than Israel anticipated. Oh, and he's using this to say it strongly implies that most of the tunnels are intact. He's so retarded, man. He's actually... I'm sorry, History Speaks, he works so hard at this. He tweets about this fucking all day. He is so relentless. And you can tell he reads a lot, but he has no, his critical thinking skills are fucking, he has nothing. He's like brain rotted. Okay. Strongly implies it. 2 is erroneous, implies they were not obstructing aid in the sense I was talking about, i.e. a starvation strategy. Oh, he loves that one. Yet you defended it intensely, supposedly based on facts on the ground, until it became possible that such an obstruction was not Israel's fault. Oh, this is where he thinks he's got him. Okay, all right. Then you changed your mind instantly. I saw this in real time. Are you mental? Wow, mental. The information that some amount of obstruction happened and such obstruction was not Israel's fault was literally in the same article. This was all within the span of what? Minutes? So where are we now in the chain? Where are we now? Wait. Oh, okay. So then Avi tweets out that History Speaks thing about him being part, okay, about the DMs. Okay. So, given that History Speaks is publicly lying about the content of our interaction, that I did not correct once I was convinced that some amount of obstruction happened, but waited until Israel was absolved from direct responsibility and then immediately corrected. I am left with no choice but to publicly share my DMs with him that he claims he witnessed in real time. Viewers can read them and judge for themselves. From the timestamps, one can see that it was less than 1 hour, 40 minutes to be exact, from the time the information was linked to the time I posted a correction. Both pieces of information came from the same article, and I corrected once I was convinced. Readers are free to judge for themselves. Are you sure the tweets and so forth about trucks entering Gaza are true? Directors of hospitals in Gaza are saying this isn't true. They could be lying or coerced, or maybe it hasn't reached them yet, but they are saying it's true. I don't know what exactly they're claiming because I don't speak Arabic, but yes, I'm sure that what I've said is specifically true. They entered on October 1st. There was a period from October 2nd to 7th where it is possible they haven't. And after they entered again, they continued to enter. I don't think so. Yeah. So it seems that it was longer. It was like another. It was. I think it was it the 15th or 16th? I think it was 16th they started going in. I don't know exactly what they're claiming because I don't speak. Okay. I think the concern is in large part over 2 to 7, whether something like the Eland plan is being executed, is the claim. I mean, why would they cut it off? They're not the ones distributing aid anyway. There are possible things. Firstly, this was in the direct aftermath of the Iran ballistic missile attack, and the region was basically ready for a crazy escalation. Much of Israel was in panic. It is plausible that this interrupted coordinations with aid agencies and may not have even wanted to be in the middle of that in the direct aftermath. Okay. Secondly, this was during an IDF offensive in northern Gaza. It's possible that conditions were not suitable for coordinations during that escalation. Anyway, I'm not sure what position doctors and hospitals are in to even know how many trucks are entering and when, by the way. When you hear testimony, you should ask what position the witness is even in to know the things they're saying and what their basis is, or if they're just regurgitating a claim from something else. But again, I don't know what exactly their claim is because I don't speak the language. What specifically are they claiming? At least according to Shail, it appears this was not ordered but executed without being ordered due to indecision by Netanyahu, leaving the IDF with the false impression the plan was approved. But then the siege was quickly lifted because the plan was not actually approved. Take this with a grain of salt. He's been wrong about things before. Can't confirm or deny this is true. Thought I'd mention it though. Also, see the article. Okay, so what does Mr. Spix say? Continued. This is what Shale says, by the way, based on a Ynet source, language Hebrew. The IDF pitched the general's plan. The government gave the impression they approved it. Okay. Scroll up, lol. Okay, so he's posted the article. Okay. Now we have to find out when he tweeted the thing. So 8:30. Okay. They're linking the same tweet. Yeah. Okay. The reserve soldiers in Gaza being implemented but not officially adopted. And that would explain it. Because that's why the general's plan was made public, but the IDF said that they weren't executing it. Is that really what happened? I feel like it hasn't been that hard to follow a lot of this, because I remember just thinking like, yeah, it seems like that 31 number, whatever, from the 1st of October just wasn't moving on Kogat's website for ages. Why are we invested in this? Oh, because I like autistic people, I guess. Okay, let's see. The commanders say openly that the Elan plan is being promoted by the IDF. The goal is to give the residents who live north of the Netzarim area to the deadline to move south of the Strip. Okay, he's just screenshotting the thing. Okay. All right, so this is the whole thing. 3 reserve soldiers in Gaza who spoke separately with Haaretz's Bar Peleg this week, told him that it's their impression that the general's plan is being implemented in practice, even if the general staff and Southern Command haven't officially adopted it. The commanders say openly that the Elan plan is being promoted by the IDF. A soldier from the 162nd Division said. A soldier from the 252nd Reserve Division, which is stationed in the Netzarim corridor, added, the goal is to give the residents who live north of the Netzarim area a deadline to move to the south of the Strip. After this date, whoever will remain in the north will be considered an enemy and will be killed. It doesn't conform to any standard of international law. People sat and wrote a systematic order with charts and an operational concept, at the end of which you shoot whoever isn't willing to leave. Okay. I literally just linked that to you. Okay, but if this is true, there may not be superior responsibility on Netanyahu's part, But the IDF was clearly obstructing aid, contrary to what you were saying. Technically, I did not claim the IDF wasn't obstructing aid. My claim was that Israel was not obstructing aid, which would still be true. Okay, details. The IDF did not follow orders or assumed orders that did not exist from October 2nd to 7th for Gaza and from October 2nd for 2 weeks for northern Gaza. Then those responsible for this should be investigated and appropriate action should be taken, obviously. You were clearly implying food wasn't prevented from getting in my opinion. I was implying there is superior knowledge, responsibility, and if that's wrong, I'll certainly clarify, though I'm not convinced of that yet. The most parsimonious assumption is that this is just an excuse now that he was called out. Obviously, if your history speaks, obviously it's just an, yeah, okay. Although it's possible he's telling the truth. This is not true. From the period of October 2nd to 7th, I did not take a strong stance either way due to not having data. I said this many times. I have publicly stated that it is possible there was a siege in which food may be prevented from getting into northern Gaza, but did not take a strong stance because I wasn't sure. What I did point out was that it was false that aid did not get in during October. True. And I implied that aid was currently not being prevented. True. And that overall from October 1st and current aid is sufficient to make up for periods where food did not get in. Okay. I'll pull up the tweets. Disinformation. Siege. In fact, my post was wrong. I claimed Israel was implementing a siege. That was wrong of me to say that. In reality, the IDF implemented it without Israel's approval. Assuming reporting is correct. Ooh. Damn. He overextended by saying Israel was implementing a siege. I guess that thus far they are is what was contested because I think aid went in for the 1st of October, but then there was a big break. Okay. What I did claim that was true is that Israel is facilitating residual food aid. Had I claimed the IDF was doing this, it would have been false. Assuming this is all correct reporting, what I was wrong about. Israel implemented a siege in northern Gaza. False. The IDF did so without Israel's orders. 2. Not an incorrect statement, but my saying Israel is facilitating residual food aid may have given the reader the wrong impression that some food was not being prevented from entering during this period. So there's the correction based on that article, okay? If this reporting pans out, I will post a correction/clarification to these issues. 8:50, okay? Then he posts the tweet at 9:06 p.m. Okay. Okay. I don't know that because the timestamps on his phone will be different from what my own personal timestamps here. Okay. Next stop, Yap City. True. I should just get them in my VC. Okay, so the story is that Israel allows some aid trucks into northern Gaza on October 1st. Okay? Then some people for the next week or so are saying there's fuck all aid getting into the north. This is really bad. Fuck you. And I think some people, because this general came up and said that there was actually a plan to block it completely and conduct a siege in northern Gaza because the fighting was so intense. And I think Avi at that time, I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but I think in the news, the mainstream news I saw, I'll just tell you what happened. Fuck me. In the mainstream, Aland, whatever the fuck he's called. Yeah, in the mainstream media, they were saying the IDF said that this is not or the government said this is not the policy. We're not adopting this general's plan for this siege. But the aid numbers weren't going up. So I seem to recall around 10th or 12th of 11th, something October, after the 10th anyway, I seem to remember going on Kogat and seeing that 30-something number from October 1st wasn't moving. And I was like, oh shit, looks like, and then wasn't there the American thing where they were like, fuck you, we're going to stop giving you help. We're going to consider our arrangements with regards to arms with you, Israel, if you don't let aid into the north. Wasn't that a thing? Wasn't this when America said that they were going to fuck Israel if they didn't start letting aid into the north? And then that article comes out, which clarifies that Kogat started sending aid in, and that general's plan, whatever the fuck, or the IDF were obstructing in the north, but they were doing it unilaterally. They didn't do it with approval from the government. That's it. That's the story. So this, by the way, is actually a case of conscious, unless they have a very interesting reason for why they did it, why they didn't do this. This is where we have a conscious, intentional blocking of aid from the IDF. Not like blocking aid is in, oh, this truck's got dual use items, go to the back. This is like actually full on blocking aid that they've done for about 2 weeks. Still 31, it says here, right? But I think, did they not update this? Because I saw, this is from October. But I think this is, oh, it's because of the dates. This is October 1st to 15th. But I think if I move to 18th, would it update? Or is it still not going to update? Because I think if Kogat are correct, they showed videos saying that they've added to eras still 31. Have they not done it yet? Kerem Shalom 434, or is this website not updating? Hang on. Maybe they still haven't done it. Or is there somewhere else apart from Eras West that I'm missing? This site is so shit. The UN site is so much clearer, but the numbers haven't updated at all. I don't know how long it takes to update this one. The UN one just froze like 5 or 6 months ago. Oh, wait. What about here? Is this not... When was the last time this updated? Because this is October 9th. 10th? Will the IDF leadership get penalized or a slap on the wrist? I don't know. I think if someone decided to unilaterally blockade without government approval in a place where the situation is quite dire, the North is the worst. I think, maybe it's not anymore, but I'm pretty sure it still is. And that is pretty extreme. What's Kogat been saying through all this? October 15th update, so maybe this will go on the website soon, but here they're saying that 145 went through Kerem Shalom and Erez. So that's south and north. 4 bakeries operational in Gaza in the north. Where is gate 96? They have a map. Eh? Fuck is gate 96, dick? Come on. Oh, there, in the middle. Okay. 32 trucks collected from, okay, approximately. They say waiting for collection. Wait, waiting for collection means inside Gaza, doesn't it? Waiting for collection would mean it's through and it's ready to get collected by the aid organizations. That's my guess. I don't know why they would say there's like there's 600 trucks that we're still processing. Wow, well done, bruh. Okay. Hmm. Oh my god, he's still going. What the fuck? It didn't stop. Retweet from History Speaks. This is mental illness. People like Fla43, with whom you interacted with about this, can simply look at your public tweets and see that you were emphatically denying Israelis had obstructed the passage of aid to the civilian population in northern Gaza this October. This was based on what you presented to be hard facts about the number of food trucks that had gone into Gaza. Then, when a press report said perhaps the obstruction occurred behind Netanyahu's back due to a misunderstanding of superior orders, you all of a sudden were open to obstruction having occurred. Because obstruction was now theoretically compatible with lack of responsibility for Israel as a state. I'm done with this subject now. He's just repeating himself, okay? Anyone who takes the time to read our exchanges from the last several days, which few will, since it's frightfully tedious, I agree, and is neutral, will understand what I'm saying about predetermined conclusions and dishonest, unserious research. Again, I never claimed Israelis did not obstruct aid. I claimed Israel did not obstruct aid. This is true, as the IDF did not follow Israel's orders. However, this is not something I was aware of. The article you linked me from an Israeli source that isn't anti-Israel did move my credence about this, but at the same time, it also revealed Israel wasn't to be directly blamed. You'll get fat off all this HS and Hassan content, I can tell, right? Ian, well. And since, given the facts on the ground, I was not convinced, although I didn't claim, but likely implied it, you're trying to present this as if had the article only mentioned the obstruction without absolving Israel or blame, I would not have corrected if I made a false claim. This is just slander. Both pieces of information came from the same article. It's kind of funny that, yeah, if the same article just said the one thing, but that actually Netanyahu had approved it. Is Avi married to Netanyahu, or in terms of loyalty? Do they still go? Are they still going? Or does he retweet this? History Speaks, okay. Continues to lie in a wildly reprehensible fashion. It's truly remarkable and quite frankly disgusting. Firstly, I never claimed Israelis did not obstruct aid. What a stupid claim to make, Lameo. Even settlers obstruct aid, obviously. He's so autistic. I think I did this as well once when that article from the US aid people were like, Israel's obstructing aid. I was like, yeah, they're obstructing aid. Like, if a truck has a dual use item, they'll push it to the back and tell them to get rid of it. Like, but that's obviously not what people mean when they say Israel obstructs aid. Anyway. What I claimed Israel did not obstruct aid, which is true, as the IDF did not follow Israel's orders. History Speaks is aware of this difference, by the way. I explained to him in DMs, which everyone can view, yet he continues to reframe my words. However, it turned out that the IDF did obstruct aid intentionally. Although I never claimed they didn't explicitly, I did believe it, and I was wrong about that belief. Why is History Speaks blocked? Because he just every now and then I would unblock him and let him DM me if he wanted to update me on shit like that or correct me on things. But then if I wouldn't reply for a few hours, he'd already be tweeting another one and then another one. And I was like, fuck this. Yeah, this guy's just too much. And the difficulty is that he's really fucking trigger happy and really horny to catch people in things that half of the fucking critiques he gives you are like based in nothing. And the other ones are like, he could do a better job at it anyway. So does he call you dopey in DMs too? Nope. He's been very passionate. He's just a very stupid person. It's like, I don't know. He's a very stupid person who is trying. He's like someone with like a fucking leg missing who's still really trying to be a footballer. Like, I don't know. He's just not built for it. He should be a propagandist and just not do these fucking engagements because he looks like a fucking moron every single time. Thinks he's the one who knocks. Oh yeah. It's a shame because I like, even when he was being so fucking horrible to me, I was still trying to, in the Anything Else podcast, he was being such a cunt. And I was still trying to point out that, like, yeah, occasionally he's right about Destiny being wrong about XYZ. And that sometimes Destiny even takes a minute to admit that he's wrong about things, especially on the spot. And he'll admit that. And it's like, I tried to, and even to the point that I was actually arguing with Destiny in that Anything Else podcast whilst I was arguing with History Speaks. Like I backed him up on a couple of things and he still just wouldn't fucking, but he just doesn't, I don't know, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He's just very unaware, I suppose. He just hates me. Anyway, the article I was linked from an Israeli source that is anti-Israel did move my credence. Okay, we've already read this. Okay. Slander. Sorry, this is just History Speaks being the usual slimeball rat he sadly often is. Oh no. If I cared enough about this person, I would have logged some tweets, but there's one thing that he kept on doing is he's really fucking grumpy about my Great March of Return research. For some reason, he doesn't believe me when I say that around between 28 to 30% of the dead people in the Human Rights Report were claimed by militant groups. And I think that's like if you exclude all the conjecture-based ones from like DFLP and shit, like just Al-Qassam and Al-Quds brigades. And he says he doesn't think that's true, but he just, the research is there. He just doesn't look. He just says what he'll get away with. But he keeps doing this thing where part of my research has this, right? A report from the Israeli Intelligence Center that lists very gratuitously to say that basically 80% of people who died were affiliated with Hamas or other terrorist organizations. And some of this evidence is literally just, we saw their body wrapped in a Hamas flag after they died. I'm like, that's not really like, that's not very strong evidence of all that much. Really? Okay. But the fact is that I say this about that report. I say that it's just pictures and announcements from various social media pages, gives dates of post, but no links, making it difficult to verify affiliation claims. I go through some. I even noticed one, thanks to Sundowner, that Fatah Knights Brigades is not actually a militant group or an organization. It's a LARPing Facebook page. Like, that's all it is. They just post videos of Arafat soying out. So I do all this, and then every now and then when he was calling out my Great March of Return shit, he would constantly refer to this as the Hasbara Israeli propaganda source that Lonerbox was relying on. And then when I call him out on it, he's like, yeah, if you have a citation, even if you disagree with it, you're relying on it in your source material. I'm like, you fucking disingenuous cunt. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah. And he would double down, and it's like he's literally showing you his working in his head for why he's making the decision to be dishonest. Show that tweet where he cites a book page to make a claim, but the same book page contradicts his claim. Oh. If you have the thing. Because you DM'd me about this, didn't you? Let me find it. It can't be too far up. How often do you talk to me? Is it this? He pulled a Finkelstein. Oh, yeah. So he tells this person that. So it's this fraud. Ben Gurion cleared Kibya because they kept murdering Israelis. Typical Arab attempt to ignore. Okay, wow. To ignore history. Also, when asked about this, Ben Gurion stated that they had ordered and expected the area to be evacuated. Okay, that's not okay. So that's a bit sanitized. Kibya was a massacre in the 50s in response to raids or some shit. Yeah. You're repeating the Hasbara version of history, drawn from the public statements Israel made at the time when Western countries criticized the Kibya massacre. Pick relayed is the truth from Benny Morris's righteous victims. The massacre was specifically ordered by Ben Gurion and carried out by Sharon and his Unit 101, going door to door and shooting women and kids. We have literal order for the massacre, which required destruction and maximum killing. Okay, so, chat. Give me the direct quote, okay? The direct quote. What did Ben Gurion order? Just so we know, what's he saying here? He puts it. Ben Gurion ordered the massacre. He provides a quote, right? So, logically speaking, can people tell me, word for word, what Ben Gurion ordered? Can we just do that? Okay, look, go on. Chat. From reading this. Oh my God, you guys are fucking autistic. There's he's like, we have the literal order for the massacre, right? And he's got quotation marks, okay? So what did Ben Gurion order? Word for word. What was written in this Ben Gurion order, right? Based on what he's saying here. I just want to see how you fucking answer. Holy shit. Or is it because maybe this quote would get yeah. Okay. Someone's got it. Lars is close. Okay. So if you read this, it sounds like Ben Gurion, who ordered the massacre, and we have the order for the massacre, Ben Gurion ordered destruction and maximum killing, okay? That's fucking crazy. Isn't it? He's got a book with... Is he mentally ill? Did he do this circling? What the fuck is this? Why do you need to circle it? You can underline it. And not have to... Is he schizophrenic? Of militants, not civilians? No, you're wrong, Will. That would be... No. So, Sharon and the IDF subsequently claimed the villagers had hidden in cellars and attics, and the troops had been unaware of this when they blew up the buildings. But in truth... Special emphasis on tin truth. The troops had moved from house to house. Special emphasis on the moved from house to house. They moved from... I'm sorry. Okay. Firing through windows and doorways, and Jordanian pathologists reported that most of the dead had been killed by bullets and shrapnel rather than by falling masonry or explosions. In any event, the operational orders from CO General Command to the units involved, dated October 13th, had explicitly ordered destruction and maximum killing. Hence, no one criticized Sharon or his troops, though there were questions about how the original General Staff Order, which had called for blowing up a number of houses and hitting the inhabitants, had changed while proceeding down the chain of command into an order for maximum killing. Do you see the problem here? In the rest of his paragraph. The order changed from the top. I mean, we can try and find the footnote for where he's going with that, but like it sounds like from this paragraph, unless Benny Morris is being weird with his words, which is possible. It seems like an order came from General Staff, and then somewhere down the line, it changed into an order that seems like an order for a massacre, maximum killing. So maybe Sharon did that because Sharon is like the Where's Waldo of Israeli war crimes. He's always there, you know, he always appears. So, and I think Crazy Night Sky in chat asked about this and didn't get a response. But apparently he's circled so many words, and I guess he cut out a few as well, and somehow turned this into Ben Gurion ordered a massacre, and the Ben Gurion order for the massacre was destruction and maximum killing. It's so, because Kibya is literally like one of the worst of Israeli atrocities because of how this happened. It's also bad, especially because Ben Gurion lied about it. He lied to the international community to cover for Sharon. But I'm like, the guy is like, he's mentally ill, and you can tell by the way he. What the fuck? Hang on, I just want to. Okay, listen. Sometimes you need to find someone who's just as autistic as you. Okay. All right. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Here's what it is. It's on page 278. What's the... You know what? Let's look at the footnote, just in case. So, the guarantee it sends me to somewhere. Reprisal attack, blah, 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 blah. This was a really bad atrocity. They killed like 60 people. 53. I thought it was 56. What the fuck was 56? All right. Whatever. Maximum killing, 60. Orders. It's all archive bullshit. Great. So, Operation Shoshana. Interesting. General Staff. Random question. Based on IHL, is burying bin Laden in sea, can that be considered a war crime? I think there is some. Yeah. Okay. I don't think about how much detail I want to go into. It's a violation of IHL. But I don't know if every violation of IHL is a war crime per se, because I think war crime is supposed to be described as a grave violation of the Geneva Convention. I think taking like one of the biggest baddies that you've got or whatever and lobbing him in the sea is like, it's a violation, but I don't actually know what the case law is for like how grave the violation has to be for it to be a war crime. Yeah, I don't know. Operation Shoshana. Major Shmuel Meller, General Staff, Branch Operations, to OC Central Command, OC Unit 101. So it went from the General Staff to Central Command and Unit 101, and then apparently somewhere it changed. So it's okay. So I think this is the General Staff, and then this would be orders in the name of Central Command's operations officer. So that's the relay. Okay. Does anyone know? Does anyone know how to get these? I think this is a Jesse Irwin job. Because I'm guessing this will all be in Hebrew, right? Well, I could even look up. If they're in quotations, orders Operation Shoshana. Full text. This is a bit too autistic. They just cite Benny Morris. Yeah, it's just a Benny Morris citation from a document. Would it be in Hebrew? Would it not? Were they still speaking English back then? Paste the ref. I'll give it a try. Okay. There you go. Anyway. They're both in the same thing. IDFA. What happens if you Google this? I think there are some occasionally you can just Google the thing and it'll show up, but this is just another Benny Morris article about it. Hey, maybe there's more detail about it. Let's get autistic. Okay. Fuck. We have to. All right. Of course, it'll be Hebrew. Wow. Racist. Okay. See, look, this is why. This is why I don't jump on this shit. Because what did I say earlier? What did I say earlier? How do we know this was actually someone who was with Sinwar? He had like fucking 5 passports with him. How do you know he didn't just take it from some cunt? Yes, they had the passport, but it seems like it belongs to someone who's actually based in Egypt. So maybe they stole it. Maybe they. Yeah, we don't know how it ended up with Sinwar. Yeah, obviously. In before 13,000 word history speaks tweet. Rodent's got a rodent. Oh God. Sinwar on drone moments. Yeah, it's fucked up. Fucked up. Interested to see your stuff on Hassan yesterday. Can I see the full VOD? Yeah, it's going to be a segment soon enough. But it's also it's also on playlists, stream VODs. Just as this fucker is about to be, because I'm Schmungy. I have a feeling that we will find out this UNRWA member was close to Sinwar. Well, it's a good thing facts don't care about your feelings, dipshit. Just wait and see. I promise you, whatever is happening in your life, you do not need Sinwar to have been hanging around with an UNRWA guy as a bodyguard. Quag, thanks for the 15 shekels. Hope this covers some of the dumb shit you have to endure and reminder of the appreciation for the sacred work you do to keep the world a bit more sane. Wow. Is that how you guys feel? Do you feel more sane by what we just spent the last fucking 10 minutes doing? Probably half an hour. God. Okay. Okay. There's only one place to go. All right. I need to pack my shit up. Corrected me on a few things, so yeah. Well, stop being so fucking cringe. Sorry, all right. I'm not actually leaving soon. I just got my suitcase. I'm not leaving soon. Okay. Bye. Bye.